LGBTQ plus community this weekend. It starts tomorrow with a clothing swap for those who are transitioning at the Red Rooster. On Saturday, the day starts with a solidarity walk beginning at Aldrich Park. This is the second annual Aberdeen Pride Festival, and organizers say it is important for LGBTQ plus individuals in rural areas.
These events are ways that we can help make them comfortable in towns like Aberdeen. Being able to give them this opportunity to really present themselves as who they are.
For ticket information to the Pride festivities this weekend, just search Aberdeen Pride on your Dakota News Now app. And a reminder, tomorrow is indeed Friday, which means that it is time for Fridays on the Plaza. You'll see myself there. From 11:30 in the morning to 1 p.m., we'll have several food trucks, live music from local singer and songwriter KELO Jordan. That'll be just outside of our studios at 12th Street and 1st Avenue. Looks like it'll be a great day in terms of just events lined up, and the weather also not being, not too bad, Tyler.
It's been okay so far today, Sam. We're still looking at some of those showers and storms making their way mainly into the southern parts of the area. But as far as Fridays on the Plaza goes, it'll be just fine tomorrow. Some of us waking up to some patchy fog tomorrow morning, but that'll be lifting throughout the morning, and overall that event's going to be great. The wind will be light, and it's not going to be hot or humid just yet. That'll be obviously changing over the weekend and next week. A couple of spotty showers or storms possible tomorrow afternoon in the northeastern part of South Dakota. Chances linger throughout the weekend, but that heat comes back. We will be in the 80s every day starting on Saturday.
Is that #1 dad icon for you?
Oh, I don't know. I can't claim that title. I don't know.
A lot of people to probably debate that one.
For it.
Thanks, Tyler. Jeopardy's next. We're back in 2 minutes on KSFY. Have a good day.
Don't take Revelsol
to the extent that you can, because not only will you have some
which are
the next big thing, only on Dakota News Now.
with this
it's not a steroid or inhibitor.
That more Americans can live and retire with dignity. It's important to remember that Social Security benefits are earned and are a promise to workers that future generations will support them, just as current workers have supported generations of workers in the past. These benefits must be protected and they must be strengthened. And now I do have a couple quick questions for the witnesses. So the first is regard to the need to expand benefits for seniors. Even with Social Security, more than 5 million seniors in the U.S. live in poverty. Roughly 1 in 7 seniors rely on Social Security for more than 90% of their income.
Based out of Montana, goes well beyond American households and hearts.
That land is mine, and no one can sell it.
Yellowstone, the #1 show of 2021, is making big.
It seems to be.
But it is fundamentally and severely.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Check them out. All right, Judge.
Very cute. Well, it turns out that not just cats and dogs like to be petted. Take a look at this. All right. This adorable piglet has gone viral because of its love of belly scratches, and his face says it all. This is Charlie the piglet, who is enjoying his belly scratch so much that he literally falls over. Keeping pigs as pets has grown in popularity. Now there are anywhere from 250,000 to 1 million pet pigs waddling in homes in the U.S. And I know that they're not just waddling.
At home, life's good when you have a plan.
He can't come within 10 miles of that property.
Everybody, this weekend, that forecast coming up. KELOLAND News starts now.
Live from KELOLAND Media Group, KELOLAND News at 5.
A 10-block wide swath of flood damage through 4 South Dakota counties.
Tonight, we're taking a look back at the tragic Rapid City flood that happened 5 decades ago today.
Plus, when a tornado hit a neighboring county, a group of Little League baseball players stepped up to help. That story in tonight's Positively KELOLAND.
Well, good evening. People in the Black Hills are pausing to reflect upon a tragedy that seems almost unbelievable to many of us today.
On June 9th, 1972, a wall of water churned through the Rapid City area, killing 238 people in what remains the worst natural disaster in South Dakota history.
KELO's Perry Groten has been going through our news archives for this look back at a half-century of history and heartache.
On this date 50 years ago, a thunderstorm stalled over the Black Hills south of Rapid City. The heavy rain soon overwhelmed rivers and streams.
When the water reached Keystone, Dark Canyon, and Rapid City, Rapid Creek had become a raging river.
Rapid City's Canyon Lake Dam couldn't hold back the rush of water. The uncontrollable current washed away homes, cars, and people.
About a 10-foot wall of water hit us, and I was trying to help somebody else get out, get it hooked onto a wrecker, and swept me down the creek, and wife and both kids stayed in the pickup.
We saw him go into the water, and we just prayed that he didn't drown.
In the days that followed, people did what they could to help their neighbors who lost everything in the flood.
Neighborhood cleanup crews break the news to friends of loved ones found in the rubble. Those whose homes were spared are opening their doors to the less fortunate, and the death toll mounts.
The dead included Millie Dieter's husband and 9-year-old daughter, Patricia.
I think I went through that flood for months, just for months. And the thing that I always remember, I would get to that point of when Patricia was going to be washed out of my grasp, and I would just clamp on tight. And each time.
Memories of the 1972 flood fade with each passing year, but the grainy film images from 50 years ago will ensure that the emotional impact from all this devastation will never recede. Perry Groten, KELOLAND News.
There's been a kind of collective post-traumatic stress connected with the 1972 flood. Even decades later, people who lived through the flood say they often begin feeling uneasy whenever a storm clouds threaten overhead. Members of the South Dakota National Guard, who had been training in the Black Hills at that time, were the first responders helping victims out there. They will share their story on KELOLAND News at 6.
Really a historic time in the weather world, Jay, a time many people remember strongly.
Oh, yeah, the Rapid City flood in every meteorologist's mind who's ever worked around here, because we know what happened that day. Here in the eastern part of KELOLAND, we saw some sunshine this morning in Sioux Falls, then the clouds started thickening, and rain showers will follow. Right now we're at 71 at Falls Park, southwest breeze at 7. The rain showers are in central South Dakota. There's a live look at Gregory. You see some of the raindrops falling there. It's light to moderate stuff, nothing very heavy, but they are coming toward the Sioux Falls area.
Starting tonight, prime-time congressional hearings on the deadly January 6 attack at the Capitol. The House Select Committee says it will reveal never-before-seen footage of this siege. Ike Ejaki is on the Capitol Hill with the latest.
Tonight, after almost a year's worth of compiling evidence from over 1,000 closed-door interviews and 100,000 documents, the House Select Committee investigating the January 6th attack on the Capitol is now ready to show its work. The committee says it has hours of never-before-seen footage of that deadly day, including live witnesses and videotaped testimony from Donald Trump's daughter, Ivanka, and her husband, Jared Kushner, who both had senior roles in his administration. Also being shown, new footage from documentary filmmaker Nick Quested, who was embedded with the Proud Boys before and during the violent insurrection. The committee's goal, to document the horror of that day and highlight what they claim is former President Trump's failure to do anything to stop it. Instead, the group alleges for months Trump laid the groundwork for the attack by repeatedly spreading baseless lies that the 2020 presidential election was stolen from him.
I believe that tonight will be sort of an opening of the narration, the narrative of what happened as an assault on our democracy.
Some Democrats feel the hearings will energize their voters, reminding them what's at stake ahead of the November midterm elections. Republicans, like House Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy, dismissing the Select Committee's work, accusing the panel of targeting Trump and other Republicans at a time when they should be focused on economic issues.
I don't see any primetime hearings set for gas price, for battling inflation.
It's important to note this is not a legal proceeding. But ABC's chief legal analyst Dan Abrams says the hearing could still have legal ramifications.
Any information that they gather that shows potential criminality could certainly be used in any future proceedings.
This is just the first of 7 hearings. The committee says they expect to finish presenting their evidence by the end of the month. On Capitol Hill, Ike Ajachi, ABC News.
And ABC's coverage of the hearings begin at 7. And do be advised that some of the content could be including profanity or graphic images. The coverage may not be suitable for all viewers. The annual South Dakota Kidney Walk will make its return to Sertoma Park in Sioux Falls. That's coming up Saturday morning.
Congressional hearing where you have a series of members of Congress asking questions to a series of witnesses, and it goes back and forth between Republicans and Democrats. Instead, this will be much more of a multimedia presentation where there will be a lot of video, there will be clips from interviews that took place behind closed doors, and then there will be witness testimony from 2 people directly connected to what happened on January 6th and were in and around the Proud Boys, that right-wing group that caused a lot of chaos on January 6th. What the committee is hoping to lay the groundwork for is the case that this was a premeditated act, what happened here on January 6th, and it's directly connected to the effort to undermine the election results. Wolf?
We shall be watching for sure. Ryan Nobles, thank you very, very much. We're joined now by one of the committee's key members, California Democratic Congressman Adam Schiff. Congressman Schiff, thanks so much for joining us. You're also the chairman of the House Intelligence Committee. You just heard Ryan's report. What does your committee actually hope to accomplish, first of all, in tonight's hearing?
Well, we hope to really tell the overall story of how close we came to losing our democracy and how we are not out of the woods. The multi-pronged effort to overturn a presidential election, the first time in history we had a non-peaceful transfer of power. What led up to January 6th, what happened on that day, put to rest these claims, this revisionist history, that this was a normal tourist day, that this was legitimate political discourse. So we want to tell the overall story. We want to do it in a way that will engage the public. And we also want to set out what we intend to show in the hearings to come.
You recently said that former President Trump, and I'm quoting you now, is the author and the architect of this plan to overturn the election, close quote. Will you present new evidence, Congressman, new evidence tonight to make that case to the American people?
You know, there will be, I think, a mixture of evidence that we will present this evening and in the nights that follow, some of which the public has seen, much of which the public hasn't seen, that go to just how one thing led to another, one attempt to overturn the election led to another, ultimately culminating in that violent attack on the Capitol. We'll certainly be discussing in the days and weeks to come the president's role in each of these lines of effort, as well as what the president did and critically what the president didn't do while the Capitol was under attack. So we'll be covering all of that. Certainly with 1,000 interviews that we've conducted and over 100,000 documents we've obtained, there's a lot of new information, and the challenge for us is how to discern what is the most important to share with the public and how to do so in a way that can be easily digested given the magnitude of these events.
The former president has already been impeached twice. He was acquitted twice at the same time. You were the lead impeachment manager in that first trial, but Trump remains, for all practical purposes, still the de facto leader of the Republican Party and a very potential presidential candidate in 2024. Do you believe these hearings will change any of that?
Well, these hearings are not aimed at the midterms or at the next presidential election. These are aimed at trying to protect our democracy from anyone who poses a threat to it, from anyone who would try to overturn a presidential election in the future. And, you know, part of, I think, preparing the country and exposing all that went into the last attempt is to inoculate ourselves and make sure that we don't go through this again. So that's really our object, which is to expose what took place, all of the efforts to interfere with the peaceful transfer of power, and ultimately we intend to propose reforms to protect ourselves from any kind of a repetition.
And we will be getting, I'm asking, will we be getting new information released tonight?
Oh, yes. I mean, there will certainly be new information tonight. You'll you'll see and hear things that haven't been aired before, and I think that will be true of each and every hearing. But, you know, the challenge, Wolf, is that because the public has learned about many events contemporaneous with our learning about them, some of this is already in the public eye, but much will be new. And we hope that what will be most important is the way we weave it all together. That is, what is the whole story here? What took place? And how do the pieces fit together? These pieces that we've been hearing about for months and months, how does it fit together? Who was behind this? How close did it come to succeeding? And what led to the violence on that day?
Congressman Adam Schiff, thanks so much for joining us.
Thank you, Wolf.
President Biden is in Los Angeles right now for the Summit of the Americas. Our chief White House correspondent, Caitlin Collins, is also there traveling with the president. Caitlin, so what is the president saying just ahead of tonight's historic hearings?
Well, President Biden said he thinks that Americans are going to get a good look at details of what actually happened on January 6th for the first time tonight in this hearing. Because as you heard from Congressman Schiff there, that has really been the objective of the committee, is trying to put what happened that day in the form of a story, basically. The beginning, the middle, the end, all the details that we did not yet know when January 6th was actually happening, of what had unfolded in the weeks before at the Willard Hotel, at the White House, and these conversations that Republican lawmakers were having. And the president said he thinks that is going to raise big questions about who exactly was responsible for what happened on that day.
I think it was a clear, flagrant violation of the Constitution. I think these guys and women broke the law, tried to turn around the result of an election. And there's a lot of questions: who's responsible, who's involved. I'm not going to make a judgment on that, but I just want you to know that we're going to probably be, a lot of Americans are going to be seeing for the first time some of the detail that occurred.
Notable that he said he did not want to make any judgments about who or what was responsible for what happened that day, Wolf. But you heard the president bringing this up unprompted today while he's here in Los Angeles hosting the Summit of the Americas, talking about how he thinks this is going to really occupy a lot of the country's attention tonight.
Is the White House saying, Caitlin, whether or not the president actually plans to watch these hearings tonight?
They haven't said that he plans to watch the hearing from beginning to end. They did say he will see bits and pieces of it. But we should note, Wolf, if you look at the president's schedule, obviously we're 3 hours behind here in Los Angeles tonight. There is a lot of downtime for the president at his hotel before he has a dinner with these world leaders that he's hosting here tonight. So he will be at his hotel when this hearing is getting kicked off. Clearly, he is paying attention to this since he brought it up while meeting with the Canadian Prime Minister earlier. And it's even kind of loomed over this summit to a degree. This is a summit that is focused a Summit of the Americas focused on migration, climate change, and whatnot. But look, for example, he's about to meet with the president of Brazil, someone who was very close to former President Trump and someone who has cast doubt on Biden's election. So really, what happened that day has its own ties to what's happening on the world stage with President Biden today, Wolf.
Caitlin Collins covering the summit for us out in Los Angeles. Thank you very much. Next on this day of all days, an arrest. Get this, an arrest in connection with the January 6th attack, with a suspect who's actually in the running to be the next governor of Michigan. And later, breaking news on what police at Robb Elementary School actually knew about survivors inside the classroom they were waiting to storm.
Designed to steal thousands of gallons straight from the station. So those crooks broke the pump, stood watch, while $30,000 worth of diesel just guzzled into those plastic containers you see there in the center. Organized gas theft rings from Florida to Atlanta are being busted as these fuel thieves take advantage of drivers, gas station owners. And Nicole, this is all really just continuing to get out of control as these prices continue to spike.
Oh, absolutely, Marky. You know, and not all of the domino effects are nefarious, like we're seeing with those thieves. There's also been an uptick in drivers running out of gas on the road.
Yeah, and you know what they're doing? A lot of them are just delaying the obvious, right? They don't want to go to the gas station, swipe the credit card, pay those painfully high prices. And so they're riding around on empty until they're stranded. And experts are saying, please do not do this. It'll be better for you now to just pay for that gas than for what will come down the road. Take a listen to this.
If you consistently run low on fuel, it can cause damage in your fuel system. It can cause damage to your fuel pump and other parts that your vehicle needs to operate. And so it can be very expensive, much more than just filling up a few gallons of gas for sure.
And so, Nicole, what are some of the best ways to get the most out of your tank? You know, it comes down to driver behavior. They say go the speed limit, use cruise control when you can. And also at times we know it's thrilling to put the pedal to the metal, but they say that rapid gas acceleration can cut your fuel efficiency by up to 40%. Nicole.
Marky, I'm going to drive 15 miles per hour all the way home. That's from now on. Marky, thank you. Well, tonight, the White House rolling out new national standards for electric vehicle charging stations, otherwise known as EV charging infrastructure. The plan is to require them to be available every 50 miles and no more than a mile off of American highways. Now, that proposal by President Biden includes a network of 500,000 EV charging stations by the year 2030. A new report says Abbott Lab and the FDA knew about possible problems at the Michigan plant back in February of last year. All while right now, parents are struggling to feed their infants across the U.S. The international shipments, though, formula are starting to make their way onto American store shelves. And News Nation's Tom Dempsey joins us live.
And votes when we knew we were not going to confirm him.
Birthdays still happen. Fridays still call for s'mores.
Wall says those test and treat sites are going to be a success. Well, the Federal Trade Commission is pushing for more policies to safeguard children online. There are currently ongoing efforts to keep an eye on the algorithms that are used by social media platforms to target young people.
Gas prices are now closing in on $5 a gallon nationwide for the first time ever. According to AAA, the national average for a gallon of gas hit $4.97 today. Prices are up another quarter from last week and nearly $2 higher than this time last year. Pump prices have been rising steadily for months as global oil prices rise and demand for gas increases. The U.S. isn't the only one dealing with high gas prices. In the U.K., prices are the equivalent to nearly $9 a gallon. At the same time, the cost of just about everything is going up. Retirement accounts and investments are taking a big hit right now.
When a client or individual investor looks at their investment account every day, it doesn't look great right now. I would encourage not only the young investor, but also retirees to zoom out a little bit, look at what the markets have done over a 5, 10, 15-year period of time. They're not down.
You know, back several years ago when we took a big hit, it came back and then some. I think that you just have to hold on for the long term and look for the future.
Perspective on how to manage your finances through the drop in the market and rising inflation. That's in Your Money Matters tonight at 10. The Labor Department says applications for unemployment benefits rose by 27,000 for the week ending June 4th. It's the most since mid-January. More Americans have applied for jobless aid last week, but the total number of Americans collecting unemployment remains at a 5-decade low.
For some of us, some rain. Others had clouds and even a little bit of sunshine.
A little bit of sunshine and some decent weather to get outside for a little while anyway.
Yeah, Jay's working on that 7-day forecast of his.
First, here's a look at your local stocks.
New 9 to 5.
Documents that they've been investigating him since January of 2021, Wolf.
Yeah, but it still came as a huge surprise. The idea that a suspect in the January 6th riot is now running to be governor, not just governor, but governor of a battleground state, no less, is certainly chilling. Has he already been released from jail?
Yeah, he made his initial appearance today and he was released on bond. And you know, the Republican primary to take on Democratic Governor Gretchen Whitmer in Michigan has been rocked by chaos. A number of other candidates were disqualified from the ballot because they didn't have these valid signatures. Now we're seeing these charges against Ryan Kelly. But the other thing we're seeing from Republicans in Michigan, including Kelly, is they're almost trying to use this to his benefit. You know, he left the courthouse today. He was joined by a Republican who's running for attorney general there. You know, he posted, his campaign posted on his Facebook that he was a political prisoner. And we've seen other Republicans in Michigan come out and essentially say this is some kind of politically motivated prosecution. So we'll see what happens as this court case plays out, Wolf.
Yeah, we certainly will. Sarah Murray reporting for us. Thanks, Sarah, very much. Meanwhile, a bipartisan Senate bill to expand security protection to the immediate families of U.S. Supreme Court justices actually stalled in the House of Representatives today. It passed the Senate unanimously and comes in the wake of the arrest of a man who is now charged with attempting to kill Supreme Court Justice Brett Kavanaugh. Let's get some more now from CNN law enforcement correspondent Whitney Wild on how all of this went down.
Police searching the home of a California man charged with attempted murder after he told police he wanted to kill a Supreme Court justice and then kill himself, he said, to give his life purpose. He told authorities he was upset over the leak of a draft ruling overturning Roe v. Wade, the mass shooting in Uvalde, Texas, and the possibility the court could loosen gun laws. Authorities say 26-year-old Nicholas Roski went to Justice Brett Kavanaugh's Maryland home with a gun, zip ties, and other tools. But after seeing two deputy U.S. Marshals outside, he called 911 on himself.
Units be advised for Thornapple. The caller came to kill Supreme Court Justice Rex Kavanaugh. Came from California. He took a taxi from the airport to this location.
Attorney General Merrick Garland says the Justice Department will not tolerate this behavior.
Threats of violence and actual violence against the justices, of course, strike at the heart of our democracy.
Senate Judiciary Chairman Dick Durbin says Congress is now ready to approve a bill extending security to the immediate family members of the justices.
What happened this week with Justice Kavanaugh is a reminder that we live in a dangerous place, and these people are vulnerable, and we should protect them.
Republicans are blasting the delay.
A disgraceful dereliction of duty.
House Democrats want to expand the Senate bill to cover clerks and staff. Speaker Nancy Pelosi promises action soon.
We had hoped that we could do it today, but we certainly will do it at the beginning of next week.
This all comes as the January 6 hearings are set to begin tonight in prime time, and Washington gears up for a potentially volatile June. That's when major Supreme Court decisions, large-scale protests, and more tours at the Capitol will converge in an already heightened threat environment.
There's, I think, a lot of vitriol.
Capitol Police Chief Tom Manger is ramping up security while D.C. police are activating their riot cops throughout the month.
No justice, no peace!
A major concern, the pending abortion ruling. Intelligence analysts warn of potential threats toward lawmakers, Supreme Court justices, abortion providers, and religious groups. The threats coming from both sides of the abortion debate.
I am worried about the violence. I'm worried about the lone actor coming in and doing something dangerous.
We will not go back!
Protests related to abortion and gun laws could bring thousands of people to Washington. Sources say Capitol Police are now adding overtime shifts.
The focus is really on what the protests that are going on at the court, the protests that are going on at the homes of the justices. I understand that the attention could very quickly turn to, to the Capitol.
And Whitney Wild is joining us now live from just right.
Of rape and torture of civilians. It's horrific and unimaginable today. It is imperative that these atrocities, that people who have committed these atrocities are held to account. This is first and foremost, we have to make sure, not just we, but the rest of the civilized world has to make sure that people are held to account.
Today, in a separatist-held area of eastern Ukraine, 2 British nationals were sentenced to death for fighting alongside the Ukrainians. The event further raising the stakes for Western countries that are directly or indirectly participating in this war. Brett?
I try not to put you on the spot. You've been there for a long time. You've done amazing work on the ground. What do you take from recent weeks there, just as a personal kind of assessment?
The Ukrainian people are incredibly resilient, Brett, but they need support and they need continued support. Right now, they are fighting for the sovereignty of their country. And if people forget about this story and they change the channel and they look at other things that are happening in the world and forget about Ukraine, millions of innocent civilians are at risk.
Yeah, Brett. Interesting message. Trey Yanks, live in Kyiv. Trey, thanks. Up next, new concerns over the criminal past of some migrants within that massive caravan we've been telling you about making its way to the U.S. southern border. First, beyond our borders tonight, Iran is removing 27 surveillance cameras from nuclear sites across the country. The head of the UN atomic watchdog warning the action could deal a fatal blow to efforts to restore the Islamic Republic's 2015 nuclear deal with world powers as Tehran enriches uranium closer than ever to weapons-grade levels. A wildfire in southern Spain forces 2,000 people to evacuate as fears rise that torrid weather may feed that blaze. Emergency agencies deploying nearly 1,000 firefighters, military personnel, and support crews to fight it. 3 firefighters were injured while battling the blaze. And this is a live look at London. One of the big stories there tonight, the average cost of filling up a typical family car exceeds £100, or about 125 American dollars, for the first time in Britain. The British government in March announced a fuel tax cut to help drivers after record jumps at the pump. Just some of the other stories beyond our borders tonight. We'll be right back.
Merrick Garland. Because at the end of this hearing, at the end of these hearings, what we have to have is Merrick Garland watching this thing at home and being like, you know what? Crimes have been committed, and the American public will stand for nothing less than the dogged prosecution of those crimes. And that's why we need to do it on television. That's why we need to have people kind of ready. But here's the other thing, Ari, as you say, this is what happened to the Mueller report, really? Part of that is a media failure. And we have to be prepared, I think, in the media to not fail again. Right? What we are witnessing is one of the biggest acts of American political cowardice in the history of this country, all right? We have McCarthy, we have McConnell, we have these Republicans whose lives were in danger, who have then turned around and sided with their abuser, sided with the person who sent people to either kill them or certainly bully them into doing what he wanted, right? Now these Republicans turn around and say, like, oh, the committee's not bipartisan. They had an opportunity to participate. They had an opportunity. There's a reason why this is a House committee and not a joint session of Congress committee, and it's because Mitch McConnell refused to participate. And the media has to remember who was willing to show up for the American government and who wasn't whenever these Republicans make their comments about how the committee is stacked in a partisan nature.
You're bringing up such an important point. I want to get into it. We sometimes say around here, fact check. To what you just said about the goals of the individuals there, fact check, true. They wanted to kill anyone who is upholding democracy. We live in a world where this has now been repolarized as if it were partisan. But what's striking to the facts, and we have to see tonight and in these hearings how it comes out, is, to your point, they wanted to kill Mike Pence. They said so. They wanted to kill and hurt Nancy Pelosi. They said so, and there's new video on that today. It wasn't even about teams. Of course, killing people, murder is wrong. If the party can't deal with that, they've got bigger problems. And what we just showed in the introduction to you was that, to a line, every senator in the Republican Party who spoke that night said that stuff. It was bad. So if they've moved this far away, what is the truthful obligation of those with any platform or power to deal with that? Because you can tell two sides of this story as to what McCarthy's saying today, or you could just say what McCarthy said then, which might be truer.
Yeah, I mean, look, the people need to understand how close this happened they got to succeeding. And as you say, they weren't trying to kill people based on partisan lines. They were willing to kill Republicans, too, if they had found them. If Eugene Goodman doesn't heroically lead these people on a wild goose chase throughout the Capitol, congressmen would have been kidnapped, potentially harmed, potentially killed. If staffers don't have the wherewithal to secure the electoral ballots, the physical electoral ballots, and shuttle them to a secure location before the insurrectionists ransacked the Senate parliamentarian's office, the election would have been thrown into chaos. And so it's incumbent, I think, not just on the January 6th committee, but on everybody with a voice, on everybody with a platform, to refocus the issue on what almost happened to the country and how we stop it from happening again.
And I think also to the moment you're framing this as how will it affect the midterms, you've already lost. because that's not the point of these hearings. The point of these hearings, it's a last stand for truth in the democratic sphere, right? It's a battle to establish facts and that facts matter in a way that allows democracy to continue to function. So in a way, the stakes are much, much higher than what will happen in the midterms, but also it's crucial that journalism and the media not turn everything into a horse race. This is not a horse race. This is an existential moment for this democracy, and the hearings that take place over the coming month are going to determine whether we have a democracy in the future or not.
Can I ask you a follow-up?
Sure, it's your show.
Who won the morning?
Not falling into that trap.
That's what some of these sort of DC-based outlets always do, and that's what they're going to do tonight. So to Michael's point, in conclusion, the joke being making fun of us here in the media and the mistakes some of us make.
January 6 hearings here in the nation's capital. Tonight, the promise of explosive new evidence that will change history as the committee alleges there was a conspiracy to overturn the 2020 election. All eyes on Capitol Hill for the first blockbuster primetime hearings. What to expect and what President Biden is saying tonight. Breaking news. Multiple people shot at a manufacturing plant in Maryland. We have all the new details. $5 per gallon gas in nearly half the country. Prices hit record highs for the 13th day in a row. Is there any relief in sight? Officer charged with murder. The reaction tonight after the long-awaited decision out of Grand Rapids, Michigan. Eye on America, how a nonprofit is trying to end the cycle of homelessness among young kids. Teed off why the PGA Tour disqualified several top players like Phil Mickelson and Dustin Johnson after they joined a Saudi Arabian league. And the walking school bus, helping both young kids and older Americans.
This is the CBS Evening News with Norah O'Donnell, reporting from the nation's capital.
Good evening, and thank you for joining us on this Thursday night. It is an historic evening here in Washington, the first primetime hearing for the committee investigating the January 6th attack. Congressional aides tell us we will see new evidence tonight that shows the assault on the U.S. Capitol was a coordinated and planned effort to overturn the results of the 2020 presidential election, and that former President Donald Trump was at the center of it all. Tonight's hearing is the first of several planned public hearings that will lay out the results of a nearly year-long investigation, including more than 1,000 interviews and more than 140,000 documents. The stunning images from that day will forever mark one of the darkest days of American democracy. At least 5 police officers died as a result of the attack, and more than 140 police officers were injured. The criminal investigation has spanned nearly all 50 states, with more than 800 people charged for their alleged roles in the attack. We have a lot of news to get to tonight, and CBS's Nicole Killian will start us off from Capitol Hill. Good evening, Nicole.
Hey, good evening to you, Nora. Tonight, the Select Committee will unveil some of its findings after a nearly year-long investigation. Chairman Benny Thompson stating at the outset that what happened on January 6th can't be swept under the rug, warning the conspiracy to thwart the will of the people is not over.
The physical and mental scars of fighting back the mob on January 6 still persist for U.S. Capitol Police Sergeant Aquilino Ganell.
It's personal. I almost lost my life.
That's why he and several other officers who testified before the Select Committee last year will return again to watch as the panel kicks off more hearings tonight.
I just remember at one point thinking, like, my God, this is a war zone.
Fellow Capitol Police Officer Caroline Edwards, one of the first to be attacked, testifies, along with documentarian Nick Quested, who was embedded with the extremist group, the Proud Boys.
The public will see certainly new footage. They'll hear witness interviews they haven't heard before. But most importantly, they'll see how everything fits together.
So far, the committee has interviewed over 1,000 witnesses, including some of former President Trump's top aides and family. But several of his allies have fought subpoenas.
Why not testify? Why not be transparent?
Well, let's raise that question, all right? Am I transparent? They said they wanted to talk about my conversation with the president on January 6th. So on January 6th, when I had that conversation with the president, I then went on 3 networks. So there was nothing to be added.
Today, Trump's former education secretary, Betsy DeVos, publicly acknowledged for the first time that she explored using the 25th Amendment to remove him from office after the attack.
I had conversations with a number of my colleagues, and then importantly, I also spoke with the vice president, and he made clear to me that that was not a direction that he was going to move in.
The former president bashed the panel, calling January 6th the greatest movement in history. President Biden countered.
I think it was a clear, flagrant violation of the Constitution.
Since the riot, over 820 people have been charged, with 2 more arrested today, including a candidate for governor in Michigan who stormed the Capitol. Sergeant Cannell seeks accountability.
Do you think you'll get justice through this committee?
With the evidence that will be produced, I hope so. I hope the January 6th committee would open people's eye instead of spinning it, and take it in and see, realize how horrible and how close we came to lose our democracy.
In addition to Sergeant Cannell, the widows of some of the officers who took their own lives after January 6th will also be in attendance at tonight's hearing. Nora?
All right, Nicole Killian, thank you. So much of what happened before and during the Capitol attack was focused on then Vice President Mike Pence. First came the pressure campaign directly from President Trump. Then came the threats to his life from Trump supporters who stormed the Capitol. CBS's Scott McFarland is here to walk us through it all. Good evening, Scott.
Nora, he won't be at the hearing, but you'll hear Mike Pence's name a lot. He was the focus of so much pressure and attention in the days before, and he was in danger from some in the mob who allegedly chanted, "Hang Mike Pence." Here on the West Front by the inaugural platform, someone at some point erected this gallows with a noose. We'll take you inside the Capitol. Let me lift up the dome on the 2nd floor. This is where Mike Pence was early in the afternoon. Here's the House chamber. Here's the Senate chamber. He was evacuated moments before some in the crowd got inside and sat in his chair. He was evacuated out a back door. You see him leaving the door here, going down the staircase. Mike Pence would go to an underground loading dock until the electoral counting resumed later that night. Beginning tonight, the committee reveals what he was doing while underground, the pressure he was under, including from former President Trump. And Nora, his top aides are cooperating. We may hear from them as early as tonight.
I wonder if we'll ever hear from Mike Pence in that committee. Thank you, Scott McFarland. And CBS News will have full coverage of the first public hearings from the January 6th committee. That's tonight, starting at 8 p.m. Eastern Time. We hope you'll join us. We have breaking.
What was unfolding. Today, McCarthy was asked if he still believes that former President Trump bears responsibility.
I thought everybody in the country bared some responsibility.
And on the big question that animated the attack on the Capitol, do you believe that Donald Trump is just flat wrong when he says the election was stolen?
Look, we've answered this question a long time. Joe Biden is the president. I think you can look that there's a lot of problems still with an election process.
But that wasn't my question. That wasn't my question. I mean, we know he's the president. He lives in the White House. Was it legitimate? Is Donald Trump wrong when he says the election was stolen?
You know, Jonathan,
it's a very
we talked
simple
about
question.
this a long time. I've already answered that
question.
question.
What was the answer? Is Donald Trump wrong when he says the election was stolen?
Thank you very much. Thank you.
So you won't answer that?
Jonathan, I've answered it numerous times. I know you have a microphone. I know what you want to do. I've already answered the question.
I just want to know, is he wrong when he says the election was stolen?
Thank you for your time.
John Carl with us live tonight. John, you and I will be on the air with our entire political team just about an hour from now with this live primetime hearing. But first, 2 quick questions for you tonight. Starting with that exchange we just saw with Leader Kevin McCarthy you had today. For the record, I just wanted to point out that you did report after January 6th here, Kevin McCarthy, what he had said both in public and in private, holding former President Trump accountable. McCarthy obviously no longer willing to say much of that in public. And as for this filmmaker's video, we heard those claims there of a stolen election again. Our viewers are going to remember that even the former president's attorney general at the time, Bill Barr, said there was no evidence of any widespread fraud that would have changed this election.
Bill Barr was as staunch a Trump ally as anybody. He investigated it, and as he told me, David, the allegations were, quote, BS. And remember, Biden won the election by 7 million votes, and and he won decisively in the Electoral College as well.
This question for folks at home tonight, John. You've been reporting much of this long before this first primetime hearing. I know people are going to want to know, is there going to be a lot new here? The committee appears to be convinced that this will land with the American people and that there will be a lot more that they in fact reveal?
They've been investigating about a year. There'll be new information for sure. There'll be the new video that we talked about. But I think perhaps what will really stick out are those depositions, the interviews that the committee has done with people very close to Donald Trump, including members of his family, Ivanka Trump, Donald Trump Jr., Jared Kushner. You will see excerpts of those depositions tonight in this hearing.
All right, Jonathan Karl leading us off tonight. Again, coming up just a short time from now, John and the entire political team right here with me, our live coverage of the primetime hearing right here on ABC. That's 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 Pacific, of course. So stay right here with us tonight. One more note tonight involving January 6th in Michigan. A Republican candidate for governor tonight has now been charged in the January 6th attack. The FBI today arresting Ryan Kelly at his home outside Grand Rapids. He was surrounded by supporters as he left the federal courthouse. Federal authorities say images show him at the Capitol during the riot. He faces misdemeanor charges, including disorderly conduct. His arrest coming less than 2 months before Michigan's Republican primary. In the meantime, we turn now to that news coming in late today of yet another deadly shooting in this country, this time a workplace shooting in Smithsburg, Maryland. Police called to the scene at Columbia Machine Incorporated about 90 minutes outside Washington, D.C. Authorities tonight reporting several dead, and here's our Chief Justice correspondent Pierre Thomas now.
Tonight, this high-speed pursuit by state police near Smithsburg, Maryland, ending in a showdown with a suspected gunman in another mass shooting.
Is there somebody running from the cops?
You can hear the volley of rapid gunfire.
Holy shots fired! Turn around!
The state police responded, pursued the suspect. Suspect fired and shot state trooper in the shoulder, who then returned fire and shot him back.
It all started around 2:30 this afternoon, with reports of an active shooter at the Columbia Machine Manufacturing Plant, about 75 miles west of Baltimore.
Gunshot victim. Police are en route. Be advised that it is Columbia Machines.
Police finding 3 dead and another victim critically injured. The suspect fleeing the scene until police chased him down.
Gunshots were exchanged between the suspect and the trooper. Both were injured and transported for medical treatment.
David, police have not yet given a motive for the shooter, and the shooter's connection to the company is unclear. But David, the good news tonight is that the officer's injuries are thought to be non-life-threatening.
All right, Pierre Thomas, thank you. Next, the police officer charged with murder after a traffic stop in Grand Rapids, Michigan. Officer Christopher Schur accused of shooting Patrick Leola in the back of the head. ABC's Alex Perez in Grand Rapids tonight.
Tonight, the Michigan police officer captured on camera fatally shooting Patrick Leoya, charged with murder.
Taking a look at everything that I reviewed in this case, I believe there's a sufficient basis to proceed on a single count of second-degree murder, and that charge has been filed.
The charge against Grand Rapids officer Christopher Schur comes after a 2-month-long investigation. Schur turning himself into authorities.
Stay in the car! Stay in the car!
The ordeal unfolding back on April 4th. A video shows Schur pulling over 26-year-old Leoya for a license plate issue.
The plate doesn't belong in this car.
Leoya, when asked for a driver's license, shuts the car door and begins to walk away.
No. Stop. Put your hands right.
When Schur tries to detain him, Leoya takes off running. They then struggle over the stun gun as Schur deploys it. Schur, now on top of Leoya, pulls out his gun and fires, appearing to shoot Leoya in the back of the head. Since the incident, protesters taking to the streets several times demanding justice. Tonight, Leoya's family, who immigrated to the United States after escaping violence in the Democratic Republic of Congo, saying they won't give up until the officer is convicted.
Don't get tired, don't give up, because the fight is still hard and ahead of us. Don't give up, just keep fighting.
And David Schur is due to be arraigned tomorrow. The police union defending his action, saying an officer has a right to protect themselves. The police chief says he will recommend to the city manager that Schur be fired. David?
All right, Alex, thank you. Next tonight, hear that chilling new report first out from the New York Times tonight involving the school shooting in Uvalde, Texas, suggesting law enforcement knew more than a dozen children and teachers were still alive during some of the time they were outside that classroom door. And now sources telling ABC News tonight that a preliminary assessment by state investigators finds that officers delayed going into the school knowing there were children in need of medical care. Here's ABC's Maria Villarreal tonight.
Tonight, chilling new details about the police response to the killing spree at Robb Elementary. A preliminary assessment indicating the decision to delay entry into the Robb Elementary School classroom was made in order to allow protective gear to arrive on scene, according to ABC sources.
Are we able to, is there anybody inside of the building at the time? Is advising he is in the room full of victims at this moment.
Officers waiting for protective gear contradicts active shooter protocols that have been adopted by law enforcement agencies across the country in the last 20 years. The New York Times reporting Chief Pete Arredondo was one of the first officers to enter the school and approach the gunman who was shooting from inside a classroom at Robb Elementary. According to the report, 2 Uvalde police officers, a lieutenant and sergeant, were shot trying to look inside the classroom doors. An official telling ABC News Arredondo allegedly held back from confronting the suspect, concerned about how long it was taking to get safety shields to officers inside and backing off. The Times article indicating more than a dozen of the 33 children and 3 teachers originally in the 2 classrooms remained alive during the 1 hour and 17 minutes from when the rampage began to when officers officially entered. Uvalde's school district superintendent silent for nearly 2 weeks, speaking briefly today, refusing to answer questions about the investigation and job status of Chief Pete Arredondo.
We have, in our security walks, worked with an outside agency to collect information and put that information together as a working list. So we are currently working with an outside agency at this time.
Was there an agency in place before the incident happened?
We have worked with an architectural firm. I wouldn't really call it specifically for safety and security, but we have worked with an architectural firm that is part of what we look at.
There is a congressional review going on right here in Austin that includes DPS testimony. They are reviewing right now 911 calls, dispatch audio, and also body cam video. It will continue next week with more witnesses and evidence. David?
Maria Villarreal again tonight with us. Maria, thank you. Now to the anguished parents tonight and the very disturbing surveillance here amid horrific allegations of fraternity hazing at the University of Missouri. A student allegedly force-fed alcohol, now paralyzed, blind, and unable to speak. Tonight here, his family demanding criminal charges. And here's Will Reeve.
Tonight, the family of Danny Santulli is pleading for criminal hazing charges after the college freshman nearly died while pledging a fraternity at the University of Missouri.
It makes me sick to my stomach seeing the people involved that harmed Danny walking around campus acting like they did nothing wrong.
For the first time, we see surveillance footage from inside the Pi Gamma Delta fraternity house on October 19th, showing blindfolded pledges being led down a staircase. According to the family's civil lawsuit that was recently settled against 23 defendants, Danny was pressured to drink an entire bottle of vodka.
We see one of the fraternity members putting a tube in Danny's mouth with a funnel at the other end and pouring beer down his throat while Danny is in the middle of consuming an entire bottle of vodka.
Danny is seen losing his balance and falling backwards. Fraternity members then carry him into another room and drop him onto a sofa. About 90 minutes later, Danny begins to slip onto the floor. As the minutes tick by, he struggles to move, then lies still. After 15 minutes, another fraternity member finds Danny unresponsive, lifting him back onto the sofa. Other brothers come into the room. They carry Danny to the door, but he's dropped onto the floor before they take him to the hospital.
His lips were blue and nobody called 911. It's like, I don't know. I mean, a 6-year-old calls 911.
At the hospital, Danny is in cardiac arrest. His blood alcohol level a near lethal .486, 6 times the legal driving limit. He suffered permanent brain injury.
What do the doctors tell you about Danny?
That he'll need care for life. He's still not talking or walking. He's in a wheelchair. He lost his vision. But he hears us, and he knows we're there.
The University of Missouri has since revoked the fraternity's charter and proposed sanctions against 13 of its members. Prosecutors have charged one fraternity member with 2 misdemeanors for supplying alcohol to a minor. But the family says that's not enough.
Your family believes that Danny was hazed?
Oh, 100%.
Yes.
I do personally want to see specific kids get felony Ds. That's going to wake them up.
David, the fraternity says that they prohibit hazing and giving alcohol to minors, and that Danny should not have been put in such a situation. David.
All right, Will Reeve tonight. Will, thank you. When we come back here, the remarkable discovery, the baby who disappeared after her parents were killed more than 4 decades ago, that grown daughter now found. And those PGA suspensions tonight.
This is our preview. In a letter to the PGA Tour, these players have made their choice for their own financial-based reasons, but they can't demand the same PGA Tour membership benefits, considerations, opportunities, and platform as you. Mickelson has refused to deny reports he cut a deal for $200 million, but has defended his decision to take part.
I understand that many people have very strong opinions and may disagree with my decision.
Add to the backlash, it's being bankrolled by a Saudi regime in a PR campaign to distract from a history of human rights abuses.
There are many who see this quite simply as sports washing.
But with more big names lured by massive multi-million-dollar paychecks, the breakaway tour has already driven a wedge through the PGA. Charlie DAKOTA, CBS News, St. Albans, England.
And coming up next, students are starting the day with family, friends, and yes, exercise. Why the walking school bus, that's right, is growing in popularity.
I'm here at home with Officers Martinez and Endicott. They're here because my Simply Safe
getting tangible progress with respect to fire risk, but we've got to do it. I'll look forward to your response within.
But I'll make the earth take the shape that I want it
to at this year's CMA Festival.
Effort to stop certifying then President-elect Biden's win, a kind of futile series of machinations by random politicos, or part of an organized attempted coup by the incumbent outgoing president. One of the committee's main avenues to answer these questions involves going to the source and interviewing people, just as journalists interview sources during and after momentous events, something we've done right here on MSNBC. And the statements and admissions of Trump's own aides have shown what may not have been apparent in the weeks after Trump lost in November, that public complaints and far-fetched lawsuits were not one final performative grievance that led to what you see here. No, they overlapped with and morphed into actual plans to overthrow Trump's lawful final loss. It's something we asked a Trump lawyer about back at the time.
Our strategy is to make sure that we continue to challenge all of these false and fraudulent results.
This election was stolen by mail-in ballots.
We'll be going to the U.S. Supreme Court. We want all voting to stop.
The president is still involved in ongoing litigation related to the election.
What is the point of all this?
Well, the point of this, of course, is to get to fair and accurate results because the election was stolen and President Trump won by a landslide.
Now, let's be precise. Some of what those Trump lawyers said and did was legal. You can file lawsuits with no basis. They're called frivolous lawsuits. They're generally legally pointless, but that's not a crime. That is allowed. But notice the goals were moving even then. In that interview, Ms. Ellis, the lawyer, started pushing that they wanted their own results to show a Trump, quote, landslide, which did not happen. So Congress must probe how that became a potentially illegal conspiracy to commit voter fraud and elector fraud and install fraudulent electors who they thought might somehow override a state's entire lawful vote in the states that Biden won. Now, that goes beyond frivolous lawsuits, trying to seat fraudulent electors for the January 6th certification, while then President Trump openly demanded Mike Pence reject the Biden electors for basically any reason they could make up. Did you ever make calls like that regarding what you're calling these alternate electors?
Yes, I was part of the process to make sure there were alternate electors.
We fought to see the electors. The Trump campaign asked us to do that.
We, the undersigned, being the duly elected and qualified electors, hereby certify the following. For President Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida, number of votes 11.
New pressure from President Trump on Vice President Mike Pence to reject the electors.
The vice president has the power to reject fraudulently chosen electors.
It's not fraudulent electors, Ari, it's alternate electors. Because of the process, again, that's laid out in the Constitution under the 12th Amendment.
The last admission you heard there is from Giuliani's deputy, Boris Epstein, a Trump campaign lawyer, copping to a plot reported in January by Rachel Maddow and other journalists that is now under investigation by both Congress, we may hear about it tonight, and the Justice Department. That plot goes way beyond pressuring Mike Pence to magically declare Trump the winner, something Pence and his own lawyer knew was not constitutional, and they said so at the time. It goes beyond that. It goes to a plot that would appear to come from inside the Trump White House, recruiting lawmakers to stop or just sort of delay the certification of then President-elect Biden's win. Now, think about that. I was just very careful to note some of what was being done then might have seemed fanciful and ridiculous, but was lawful. Mr. Giuliani can file baseless lawsuits. People can talk and lie about the results of the election in public. In public, the First Amendment protects all kinds of speech, including lies, most of the time. But when you start having meetings of fraudulent electors in concert with other individuals in the White House and the president formally, publicly calling to seat fraudulent electors, that's voter fraud. That's elector fraud. That's why the word fraud keeps coming up. Now, part of this attack on democracy is not even contested. There are Trump aides who admit it. One was just indicted last week. Indeed, the only contested part would, according to them, sometimes boil down to whether to call overthrowing democracy a sweep or a coup.
We had over 100 congressmen and senators on Capitol Hill ready to implement the sweep.
A dozen senators now saying they will object, at least in some form, to the votes on the Electoral College.
We believe that if the votes were sent back to those battleground states, most or all of those states would decertify the election.
Several Republican members of Congress and senators, egged on by President Trump and his false claims of electoral fraud in this election, are going to object.
Do you realize you are describing a coup?
No.
No. To Mr. Navarro, it was a sweep. Mr. Navarro, like Mr. Bannon, is someone who has pushed harder, more vehemently in public to both overthrow the election at the time and to defend that act afterward, a kind of a public laundering, if you want to call it that, to say this could have worked and it could have been lawful or constitutional. Now, what else do those two have in common? They've both been indicted for going farther to defy the Congress and the investigation than just about anyone else, including Trump's own family members. So what might have initially looked fanciful or extreme or even like just poor judgment in the public square has started to look like something else if their hands were on the plot that intersected with Trump's calls to find any excuse, no matter how thin, out of court to overthrow the electors. So tonight's hearing digs into that. Congress has to probe who else was in on Mr. Navarro's admitted plot. And if the evidence shows it was his own rogue dream, okay, that would be good news for Donald Trump. But if it shows that the former president directed this and directed trying to seat fraudulent electors and directed a plot to commit massive voter fraud in Georgia and elsewhere, that starts to build evidence of a criminal conspiracy. The government, Attorney General Garland, always has an obligation to indict leaders of criminal conspiracies, no matter who they are. Not because of who they are, but no matter who they are. And that's the question hanging over these hearings. Is there evidence linking all these pieces into that orchestrated plot? Then there's the violence. Now, in all fairness, There were certainly people who went to that day's rally just to be at a rally, to protest, to exercise free speech. And remember, most Trump rallies did not turn into insurrections, so it could have been a reasonable expectation for some people that they were going to a rally, just a rally. But the Justice Department is already indicting others with sometimes damning evidence that there was this plan for the most serious crime possible against the government, sedition. And then there's this new video out today showing, well, let's take a look at how we've pressed some of those organizers of that rally.
My role that day was similar to my role at other events, where it had been to assist many others in organizing and executing a professional and lawfully obtained, permitted event there at the White House Ellipse.
The subpoenas seek planning and funding records, including any coordination with the Trump White House.
Roger Stone, a confidant of former President Donald Trump, flanked by men wearing insignias of a militia group.
11 people tied to the events and rallies that took place before the insurrection.
Create a crowd that would then be leveraged to facilitate the riots.
We knew what kind of logistics it took to move a crowd of that size.
Would you ever vote for him again?
I'll definitely be looking to support somebody else in the Republican primaries.
Alleging the attack was part of a broad and well-organized conspiracy.
A broad conspiracy. We know it was for Donald Trump's benefit. Was he in on it? That is the big question that hangs over tonight. And it's a question of evidence, not politics. MSNBC special.
Investigate TV for your Roku and Amazon Fire devices.
Tonight, the first public hearing of the January 6th committee live in prime time. The committee just a short time from now promising to unveil new evidence and never-before-seen video that it says shows Donald Trump at the center of a violent plot to overturn the election. What to expect tonight? It comes as the FBI arrests a GOP candidate for governor for his alleged actions on January 6th. Also tonight, the deadly mass shooting at a business in Maryland. The gunman opening fire, at least 3 killed. A state trooper wounded in a shootout with the suspect, what police just revealed. The Michigan police officer who fatally shot Patrick Lyoya in the back of the head in a struggle during a traffic stop. The murder charge he now faces. The soaring price of gas, at least 20 states now averaging more than $5 a gallon. The PGA Tour suspending 17 players, including Phil Mickelson, for playing in another league backed by Saudi money. And meet the top dog in a very different breed of canine competition.
This is NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Good evening. Less than 2 hours from now, the horrifying spectacle of January 6, 2021, the Capitol riot, comes back to life in a rare primetime congressional hearing. The House January 6 Select Committee promising to deliver new evidence tonight, including audio and video, all aimed at demonstrating Donald Trump was at the center of a coordinated multi-step effort to overturn the results of the 2020 election and stop the transfer of power to Joe Biden. Tonight's hearing, scheduled to be carried by this and many other TV networks, is one in a series of hearings planned as the majority Democrat committee tries to refocus the narrative of the January 6th attack and its implications. Our Garrett Hake is on Capitol Hill with this preview.
The deadly attack on the U.S. Capitol under a primetime spotlight tonight as the January 6th committee begins to present its case. With an injured Capitol police officer testifying tonight and an embedded filmmaker expected to present this new violent video of the battles on the Capitol's front lines.
A lot of Americans are going to be seeing for the first time some of the detail that occurred.
Democrats hope the broadcast, which will be carried by many news networks, can reach even viewers who have tuned the investigation out. Do you believe the committee will be able to reach the big chunk of Americans who've decided they just don't care about this anymore?
I don't think that that's the case. I believe that tonight will be sort of an opening of the narration, the narrative of what happened as an assault on our democracy.
But Republicans have slammed the committee, made up of 7 Democrats, but just 2 Republicans, both of them fierce critics of former President Trump, all appointed by Speaker Pelosi. The top House Republican calling the hearing a Democratic distraction.
I don't see any primetime hearing set for gas price, for battling inflation, for feeding our children, for making the streets safer.
Though in audio revealed in a new book, McCarthy struck a different tone just after January 6th.
We need to know why it happened, who did it, and people need to be held accountable for it.
All of this as the criminal investigations of the rioters continue, with 823 people now facing some kind of federal charges. The latest, a Republican candidate for governor in Michigan. Federal agents raiding the home of Ryan Kelly today, arresting him on 4 misdemeanor charges, including disruptive and disorderly conduct.
Garrett, a lot of talk about politics here. Democrats are hoping this hearing will grab voters' attention before the midterms.
Yeah, Lester, the committee has hired a former TV news executive to help produce this hearing to try to tell the strongest story possible, what happened on that day and in the lead up to it. Meanwhile, former President Trump posting on social media today, calling the hearings a hoax meant to distract from inflation. Lester?
All right, Garrett Hake on Capitol Hill, thanks. And a reminder, you can join us for live coverage of the January 6 hearings tonight at 8 p.m. here on NBC. Also tonight, we're following breaking news out of Maryland, a deadly mass shooting at a business about 75 miles west of Baltimore. The sheriff says responding officers found 3 people dead and 1 critically injured. The suspect, after fleeing the scene, engaged in a shootout on the road with a state trooper. Both the suspect and a trooper were injured and transported to the hospital. The FBI and ATF are assisting in that investigation. In Grand Rapids, Michigan, a murder charge tonight against a police officer who shot and killed a motorist during a traffic stop. The killing in April led to angry protests in that city. Our Kathy Park has late details.
Stay in the car!
Tonight, Grand Rapids police officer Christopher Scher charged with murder for the shooting death of Patrick Lyoya after a traffic stop in April spiraled into a struggle.
I made the decision to charge Christopher Scher with 1 count of second-degree murder.
Lyoya's final moments, all caught on camera. Amid mounting public pressure, police released several videos leading up to the deadly incident, showing the officer stopping Lyoya because his license plate didn't match his car. Lyoya running away. Then the 2 men wrestling on the ground where it appears Lyoya is grasping for the taser.
Let go of the taser!
An official autopsy revealed the 26-year-old refugee from Congo, who had a blood alcohol level 3 times over the legal limit, died after he was shot in the back of the head.
As with any defendant, he is presumed innocent until proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt in a court of law.
The killing of an unarmed black motorist sparked protests in Grand Rapids, while Lyoya's grieving family demanded justice for what they called an execution. Officer Scher turned himself in today and will spend the night in jail before his arraignment tomorrow. If convicted, he faces up to life in prison with the possibility of parole. His attorney said they're not offering any comments at this time. Lester?
Kathy Park in Michigan tonight, thank you. In Uvalde, Texas, the fight for answers continues as a frustrated public waits for local, state, and federal officials to report on their investigations. We've now learned more about what law enforcement discovered inside the school. Morgan Chesky is there and has the latest.
Today, the Uvalde school superintendent speaking out for the first time in nearly 2 weeks, promising parents safer schools starting now.
And it is our goal to hire additional officers to be assigned to each campus for the upcoming school year.
This meeting, he made clear, was not to discuss the DA's investigation or the school's involvement in it.
I'm not going to be able to speak on what we've been asked or what they have shared.
And when asked about Pete Arredondo, the school's chief of police who led the response at Robb Elementary, questions went unanswered.
Can you confirm if Mr. Arredondo is still a district employee? And if so, have you communicated with him at all?
That's a personnel question. I'm not going to be able to answer that in a public forum.
Meantime, at the Texas State Capitol today, officials also looking for answers.
This committee will do everything in its power to get to the bottom of this matter.
We spoke with lawmakers who heard testimony behind closed doors from officers who were sent to the school during the massacre.
We have a duty to do what we can because our children's lives are on the line.
Back in Uvalde, patients wearing thin.
Just worried about my kids.
Simon Alvarez, keeping one of his sons home from summer school, telling us he doesn't trust student safety under the district's police chief.
He's supposed to be in charge of taking care of our kids. My confidence ain't there with him.
And tonight, a federal source close to this investigation says a Hellfire trigger was recovered inside a classroom. That's a device that allows a semi-automatic rifle to fire at a near automatic rate. But that same source saying tonight that it does not appear the shooter used that device. Lester?
All right, Morgan, thanks. Now to the story affecting almost all of us. The average price of a gallon of gas setting another record today of $4.97. It's more than $5 in 20 states. Tom Costello now on how some are taking a real hit after.
It's all so much of a charade. Everything that they're trying to sell us. Biden fell going up the stairs to fly to L.A. He's got some worthless summit that he's going to do tonight. The January 6th hearings are going on. And you know what's going to happen tomorrow morning, Jesse? Everybody's going to wake up. Gas is going to be $5 a gallon, the highest of all time. And we're going to have near record inflation, 40-year high, all over again. It feels like Groundhog Day, except this movie ain't funny at all.
And it's not funny because, as you mentioned, people are suffering at the gas pump, at the grocery store, in these inner cities where these bullets are whizzing by. And you have a guy doing a little stand-up act on a late-night show, which probably gets 1.2 million. No one watches. And you got to be thinking, my president's out there trying to yuck it up and patting himself on the back. Meanwhile, the rest of the country's like, can you fix a problem for once?
Yeah, I think you're exactly right, Jesse. And I tweeted about this a little bit earlier. We got literally left-wing lunatics trying to assassinate a sitting Supreme Court justice. We have got a January 6th hearing that is going to start in like an hour, focused on something that happened 18 months ago, when, by the way, we still don't have any idea who was behind the motivations in terms of making it happen with these months of violent BLM protests that we had, which led to burn down buildings, mostly peaceful that they were, right? But nobody is actually answering or dealing with the questions and the issues that are confronting the average American, which is why Joe Biden came into office, Jesse, selling the idea of uniting the country. The most recent Quinnipiac poll, he has a 33% approval rate. So what he seems to have united the country on is that everybody wishes he was not president, which I guess is at least something, although I don't think it was what he was hoping for when he got inaugurated 18 months ago.
Yeah, I mean, if anybody had any brains in the White House, they'd jazz up the interview a little bit. They put a parakeet on his shoulder. Didn't they used to do stupid?
Who thirst for power but have no love or respect for what makes America great. Is there any way to read that in a nonpartisan way?
I mean, Democrats are just so, as you know, Leland, they just are so scared of Trump running again and winning again in 2024. I don't think this hearing is going to have much of an effect, if at all, on the midterms. But maybe it weakens Trump. Maybe it helps someone like Ron DeSantis, who is clearly thinking about running for president in 2024. You know, these Democrats on this committee and Republicans, Adam Kinzinger and Cheney, you know, they obviously have clashed with Trump, and that's going to continue. I think the bar is very high tonight. I mean, I think we've got to see some big news coming out. We know what happened on January 6th. It was awful. It was terrible. But we know the story. How much new stuff do they have? If they don't have a lot of new stuff, they're saying they do, and they've raised expectations, which might be a mistake, then this could be a dud. But they're saying they've got a lot of new stuff. It's got to be a show. You know, there's playoff hockey tonight on. There's baseball. So they've got to. It's got to be. It can't be a normal hearing where you have boring opening statements and that's how it starts. It's got to be compelling. I know they've hired a former TV producer, but I understand why they did that. But regardless, people are going to remember whether this was, number one, informative and newsy, and that's going to be the big test.
There's a difference, right, between it being there being new material, and I'm looking at the topic bars of the other cable news channels, hearings to include previously unseen videos and records. Well, it's great that something hasn't been seen before, but if it doesn't inform us as to something different than what we already know happened,
exactly.
I don't know how do you meet the bar that they themselves have set?
Yeah, that's right. If you have just more video of that's similar to video that we've already seen, you're going to have emotional testimony from victims and Capitol Police officers and that kind of thing. But we've also heard that story before, not to minimize it at all. But it's going to have to be something that's out of the ordinary. And honestly, you know, in the Trump administration, There were some up and down. The news would come out furiously. There'd be like so much stuff happening on Friday after. I mean, the shock value of the public, I think, is they've seen so much over the last several years, including January 6th, that it's going to have to be really compelling, not just more video footage.
Yeah, I think about this. Polling, are you living paycheck to paycheck? 66%, 2/3 of Americans say yes. In terms of convincing us that democracy is in danger, or are you living paycheck to paycheck, worrying about sort of the peculiarities of the voting system in Pennsylvania or ID laws in Georgia is a luxury that if you're living paycheck to paycheck, you can't afford.
Yeah. Now, January 6th is not something that you're going to go to the polls. Most people, and I mean 99% plus, are not going to go to the polls saying, I'm going to vote this way because of January 6th, because you probably made your mind up on January 6th. You're going to the polls, and certainly independents that helped Biden narrowly defeat Trump. It's about the economy. It's about inflation. It's about gas prices. It's about, are you better off than you were 2 years ago? And the answer for most is no.
Yeah, I talked to a very senior Democrat, heavily involved in national politics, big donor, and he said, I put it at 3% that tomorrow morning we wake up, meaning Democrats wake up, not having really regretted where we set the bar for tonight. Bob Cusack of The Hill, we'll see you soon, my friend. Thank you.
Thanks, Leland.
Yeah, good to see you.
A police officer shot Ashley Babbitt, an Air Force veteran from California and QAnon conspiracy theorist, as she and a crowd tried to break into the rear of the chamber where some lawmakers were still sheltering. According to an analysis from the New York Times, rioters breached the Capitol in at least 8 different places. They entered the Rotunda, Statuary Hall, and the Senate chamber. Some broke into the offices of lawmakers, including House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's. Law enforcement arrived to clear a hallway above Statuary Hall, where NewsHour correspondent Lisa Desjardins was sheltered.
But I do hear shouting as police seem to one by one be taking down the protesters, telling them to get on the ground, trying to control the situation.
Democratic Senator Patty Murray from Washington State spoke with Judy Woodruff about hiding in her office with her husband that day.
And we heard somebody saying, we saw them, they're in one of these rooms. And they were pounding on our door and trying to open it. And my husband sat with his foot against the door, praying that it would not break in.
Meanwhile, outside, as crowds grew, so did the violence. Officers on site called for backup throughout the day. And while some reinforcements did arrive from local, state, and federal agencies, it took National Guard units about 3 hours to respond to the Capitol. Rioters, outnumbering law enforcement by more than 50 to 1, attacked, dragged, and beat police officers, crushing them underfoot and spraying them with chemicals.
They began to beat me with their fists and with what felt like hard metal objects.
In testimony to Congress, former D.C. Metro Police officer Michael Fanone recounted being pulled into a crowd of protesters.
I was electrocuted again and again and again with a taser.
This is our Capitol! In total, nearly 150 police officers were injured on the day. During the attack, those closest to President Trump privately urged him to take action and tell his supporters to stop the assault. House Republican leader Kevin McCarthy spoke with him from the besieged Capitol. His son, Donald Trump Jr., and several Fox hosts texted White House contacts, including Trump's chief of staff, Mark Meadows, to tell the president to address the crowd. Hours passed before President Trump did anything to address the insurrection. Just after 4 p.m., he released a video repeating unfounded claims about the election results.
I know your pain. I know you're hurt. We had an election that was stolen from us. It was a landslide election, and everyone knows it, especially the other side. But you have to go home now. We have to have peace.
Around this time, police began to secure the Capitol. Flashbangs and tear gas were used to clear the Western Terrace, the site of presidential inaugurations. Police declared the Capitol complex secure around 8 p.m.
To those who wreaked havoc in our Capitol today, you did not win.
In the early hours of the next day, January 7th, Congress finished certifying the election results. Some Senate Republicans withdrew their initial objections.
The chair declares the joint session dissolved.
A Capitol police officer, Brian Sicknick, suffered 2 strokes and died that evening. In the days and months following the attack, 4 police officers who were on duty died by suicide. More than 800 people have been charged with crimes linked to January 6th. The physical destruction of that day has since been cleaned up, but questions of how to repair the deeper damage to our democracy remain. For the PBS NewsHour, I'm Amna Nawaz.
And to discuss more about what we do and do not know about January 6th and the days leading up to it, I'm joined by Donnell Harvin. He is the former head of Homeland Security and Intelligence for the District of Columbia. He's now a senior policy researcher with the RAND Corporation. And Andrea Bernstein, she's an investigative journalist and co-host of the Will Be Wild podcast. I
wasn't even sure they still made these.
Is it? People feel they know what happened. They either believe it or they don't believe it. And we live in a country in which 70% of Republicans, according to the polls, do not believe that Joe Biden was elected legitimately. Do I think that something is going to happen tonight that's going to change that dramatically? I'm skeptical.
No, but I think the challenge, and I don't think you do it in the first session, but I think the challenge is to tell the American public that the danger is still out there. That in fact, although this committee will say, and we know that, I mean, Benny Thompson told me he thought Donald Trump was the puppet master. You know where they are on all of this. But in the end, they have to re-engage the American public, and they have to, in their way, by telling this story, let the American public know that this isn't just about Donald Trump, because this is out there still. And these people who wanted to overthrow the government, who wanted a coup, it's not just Donald Trump. They're there. This is what the FBI director keeps talking about. Domestic terror is a challenge. They've got to talk about that.
We're also learning about another key player who's actually going to be watching the hearing tonight. I want to bring in our senior justice correspondent, Evan Perez. You've got new reporting on the Attorney General's plans tonight.
Yeah, Anderson, the Attorney General has told people at the Justice Department that he is planning to watch as much of the hearing as he's able to tonight. And obviously, this is an important thing for the Justice Department to see what exactly this committee has come up with. And I think, you know, to remind the public, you know, the fact that the committee has been able to get so much information from the Justice Department, from the White House, is in part of decisions, because of decisions made early on by Merrick Garland, by Lisa Monaco at the Justice Department. They turned over documents that traditionally, frankly, the Justice Department doesn't turn over to Congress. But they did that in part because they were aware that the Justice Department investigation, the criminal investigation, takes years, and they knew that the American public needed to see, get some answers, needed to see some of the things that this committee has been able to produce, which is obviously much more quickly than the Justice Department can work. And finally, one of the things that has become an issue between the Justice Department and this committee, the Justice Department is asking, prosecutors have asked for transcripts of some of these interviews that they have done, and so far the committee has declined to provide that, which is also hampering and hindering some of the work that prosecutors are trying to do, Anderson.
All right, Evan, we're looking at the committee room where the hearings are going to take place in about 40 minutes from now, back here in the studio with Laura Coates. How important is it for the committee ultimately to share all those transcripts with the Department of Justice? I mean, and why wouldn't they have done that already?
Well, it's critical to do so because, as Chris was speaking about, you think you know the story, but the vantage points are now going to come out, the ones you didn't realize, the information that was not apparent in the instance. Remember, if you're talking about trying to create this story, not create it, but tell a story, you have to be able to bring all the different perspectives and also realize this is not a court of law, but it is the court of politics. So we're going to have to understand why it is this is the second bite at an apple. We remember all too well the second impeachment hearing. It was thematically similar. But having a target of a president is different than having a legislative function of saying, here's what you were able to know. Here's what we're going to do as members of Congress to prevent this from happening again. And really, this is going to answer a question for me and the rest of the public, that question that follows that old adage, a republic if you can keep it. They have to show you what's at risk if this continues and how to lose a republic.
George Carnaway, are there Republicans out there whose minds would be changed potentially by
Well, I agree that most Republicans' minds won't be changed, but I believe that there are a certain percentage of them who will be changed, whose minds could be changed if they watch this. And I think it's important. I think the American public thinks they know what happened on January 6th. Trump gave a speech, got out of hand. Some people rioted on the Hill, and that was it. And that's not the story. The story is, it has many, many threads to it. It was a long, long effort to undermine respect for the election before the election was even had. There was a continual set of lies after the election. There were attempts to coerce Vice President Pence into violating his constitutional duties, attempts to coerce state officials into violating their legal duties. There were fake electors. There was all sorts of things that tie up and are going to be should be presented as a giant criminal conspiracy led by one man, Donald Trump. And if they can do that and show how all those threads got to get put together, that's how they show, as Gloria points out, that this is an ongoing threat, because it was something much bigger than some people getting out of hand on January 6th.
Right. It was.
Well, I just want to say, we talk about this as a criminal conspiracy, and we just heard talk about maybe the Justice Department is going to do it. This is the same Justice Department that just announced that it is not going to file contempt of Congress charges against Mark Meadows and Dan Scavino, right, who have stiffed the committee. This is not a Justice Department that has shown that it is very aggressive about going against.
And is that because Meadows and Scavino did hand over some, or at least Meadows handed over?
Yeah, there was a certain amount of cooperation.
So that's why the Justice Department chose not to?
We don't know. We don't really know.
Well, the DOJ has not been lax. I mean, they have over 800 charges of people stemming from the Capitol as we speak right now. Now, granted, they have a conspiracy charge. It's not the end-all, be-all, but they have not done nothing. But your point really is taken, Anderson, the idea of if this committee is the only keeper of these transcripts, if it hasn't been shared, then I have a bigger question for Congress and DOJ, and that is it a fundamental mistrust that's happening? Do you not believe that they've done enough collectively as a whole of government approach to try to deter this? Or is there some reason why you, DOJ, are not perhaps providing all the information to them? Is it really a one-way street?
Or maybe they don't want to appear to be working in concert.
Correct.
To make the committee seem so political.
But it's one thing to charge somebody who was hitting a policeman or was in the Capitol. It's a very different thing to say we're going to go after the president or John Eastman or some of the other top people. That is something that this Justice Department has not shown that it's willing to do yet.
Up next, we're going to get insight into tonight's live witness testimony from two officers who defended the Capitol as rioters stormed in. We're going to take
analyst beginning in 1996 and calling his last game in 2020.
I miss it, but 50 years in the game of baseball, being basically at the field every day takes its toll, but I enjoyed every minute of it.
The Legends for Kids event continues tonight with the banquet, which is currently underway. We'll have more with Bly Levin as he shares his thoughts on this year's Twins team tonight at 10. We'll be right back.
Seriously, I'm serious.
Head through the evening, but again, Sam, it's not going to be anything widespread.
And then tomorrow looking pretty nice, too. Thank you, Phil. Appreciate your time here at 6 o'clock. Wheel of Fortune is up next here on KSFY. Dakota News Now does continue in 2 minutes over on KDLT. Good night.
The First Alert Weather Team helps you plan the only station with a newsroom in.
Policeman Christopher Schur now faces trial for second-degree murder for killing a black man during a traffic stop. Patrick Leoya was shot in the back of the head after struggling with Schur. The local prosecutor announced his decision today.
The death was not justified or excused, for example, by self-defense. I believe there's a sufficient basis to proceed on a single count of second-degree murder, and that charge has been filed with the courts as of today.
Leoya's father said he agreed with the murder charge. Leaders in the U.S. House of Representatives clashed today over adding security for families of Supreme Court justices. Democrats delayed action until next week, hoping to expand protections to court employees. Speaker Nancy Pelosi said nobody is in danger over the weekend because of our not having a bill. Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy shot back, saying, "I don't know how she could say that, knowing that you just captured a person who wanted to kill Justice Brett Kavanaugh." Federal marshals arrested a man near Kavanaugh's home yesterday and charged him with attempted murder. In Ukraine, government forces claim they pushed forward again in the eastern city of Severodonetsk. A Ukrainian commander said his troops are engaged in fierce street fighting. The mayor said 10,000 civilians are trapped and evacuations are impossible. The UN's nuclear watchdog says Iran is removing 27 surveillance cameras from its nuclear sites. That comes after the agency censured Tehran for failing to explain the discovery of uranium at undeclared sites. The UN cameras were installed under the 2015 nuclear deal, and today the UN agency's chief warned their loss could be the fatal blow to enforcing that agreement.
What we are seeing is because of the decision that is been announced to us today, is a decrease of the visibility that the agency is going to have about what's happening in Iran. And of course, this is something I deplore.
Then President Trump withdrew the U.S. from the nuclear deal in 2018. Since then, Iran has moved to enrich more uranium gas closer to weapons-grade levels. On the pandemic, experts reporting to the World Health Organization are calling for more research on how COVID originated. That includes whether the virus escaped in a lab accident in China. The expert panel says all reasonable possibilities should be considered. The WHO dismissed the lab accident theory last year, and China has called it baseless. The PGA Tour suspended more than a dozen pro golfers today for taking part in a rival league backed by Saudi Arabia. They include stars Phil Mickelson and Dustin Johnson, among others, and they are now barred from PGA Tour events. The Saudi League has attracted top players with rich purses and lucrative deals. And on Wall Street, stocks sank ahead of tomorrow's inflation report. Major indexes dropped 2% or more. The Dow Jones Industrial Average lost 638 points to close at 32,272. The Nasdaq fell 332 points. The S&P 500 slid 98. Still to come on the NewsHour, the absence of several key leaders raises questions about a meeting of Western Hemisphere nations.
2020, but also about 2022, right?
Well, I think, you saw just in the primaries where, former President Trump was telling Dr. Oz to just declare victory regardless of the recount. And that's Republican on Republican crime. And so I think at the end of the day, if we can't accept an election result, then our democracy does hang in the balance. There has to be something that we all agree to that, okay, that's good. And candidly, all the arguments that there was a stolen election failed, all but one on a technicality, in court. So I do think that there is this issue that we need to collectively accept results. And when the former president is still talking as though the election was rigged and it was stolen and he got robbed, that's not good for the election. And so this is that narrative that tries to prove that Trump was not only wrong on that front, but he was deeply, deeply irresponsible by ginning up this riot, this attack, which was candidly a huge, huge deal. And you
got no argument from me. I was there and actually ended up almost getting attacked during that day. So
wow.
I'm with you on that in terms of what it was. No member of the media, no matter what organization you worked for at the time, was immune to things. Colby, it's good to see you. Thank you as always. I know you're going to have a late night, and as I wake up tomorrow morning, my first look will be at Mediaite.com.
I'll write something special for you, Leland. I promise.
Hey, I appreciate it. Thank you. Talk to you soon.
Thanks for having me.
All right. With the bar so high for Democrats, as Colby talked about, how can they actually get a win?
Is there any kind of red flag incentive that you think would be helpful? And I ask this because families are looking for something more. They agree with what you're saying on schools and mental health, but they want more than that. And what are you willing to
I just don't think family. I have a family too. I think everybody in America wants this. I think the devastation we're seeing is horrendous. I actually wish the House would do exactly what the Senate, to sit down and have a discussion. We were back in session on Tuesday at 6:30, and we voted on bills on Wednesday. It's the same thing like the committee. It was a political show. Why would you bring up a red flag bill and not bring anything about due process? And look, don't think it's from Republicans. I was watching Tulsi Gabbard a minute ago on television talking about this as well, who was a Democrat nominee for president. If we are able to find and prevent, everybody's there. There wasn't one mental health place here. There wasn't one discussion ahead of time. There was no time to work together. I was just talking to Senator Cornyn. This is the way to handle it. Find all the facts. You know, I want to highlight Congressman Tony Gonzalez. This is his district. His district has gone through so much. And he's been on the ground there listening to families, listening to what's going on, but it's just like everywhere else. We've watched this tragic situation happen before. You know what we found? A shooting in Texas, another one. This individual came in and shot up a church. The church is back just now like a museum. You know what we found? This individual was in the military, dishonorably discharged, abused his wife, never should have been able to have a weapon. And when we were in the majority, finding those facts, we passed the fix NICS to make sure that would be on the record. There is a way to go about doing this, and that's sitting down, making sure you're dealing with all the issues at once instead of playing a political game, and unfortunately, that's what Nancy Pelosi chose. And I know from that same point, this is the same speaker that told us the Supreme Court is safe this weekend, but they weren't safe yesterday. And she has a bill on the floor right now that 100% senators voted for that she wouldn't bring. Yes, sir, back there. Yes. Okay, well, let me explain that to you.
That commission would have been devoid of current politicians and would have required bipartisan buy-in to issue subpoenas.
Okay, on January 12th.
Can you explain why all of
Yes. As soon as you're done, I'll explain.
Davis voted against that, and what you all are now doing your own investigation into the sixth. What in your opinion brought all of those rioters to the Capitol on that day?
Okay, so let me answer your question. You say we voted against the commission. On January 12th, we offered the commission and put it on the floor, and every single Democrat voted against it. It was on 9/11. Pelosi wouldn't bring it up, so we sent her a letter 3 months later before she responded. I'm not sure if you'd been into these press conferences before that I do weekly, but we would talk about that week after week. When Nancy Pelosi wanted to negotiate about it, she wanted to eliminate what we could look at. She wanted the scope to be very narrow. In that time while she waited, we lost another officer on the gate over here by a terrorist attack to run over and had a knife. She said we couldn't look at that. We couldn't look at what had happened in America just that short time before, the riots in the streets that have been going over. Riots throughout, riots that were in this city as well. And what she did, I'll answer your question, thank you. And what we did within that process, we wanted to have a 9/11. We wanted to have a scope. We offered it. We put it on the floor. We voted for it. Pelosi played nothing but politics, delayed it, and then when they moved to this equation, we offered people to be on this committee. That's the rules, to select committee to the minority to put people on. For 232 years, that's been the history of this House. But Nancy Pelosi said no. Why? Well, she didn't participate with the Senate bipartisan committee. Maybe she didn't want people to be able to question. It's American history. You look across the street at the Supreme Court. You got that statue of a lady with a blindfold with a scale to be fair, to be equal. She wanted to make sure it was not equal. That she wanted to pick and choose who could be on, that we didn't have the right. Never before in the history it allowed that to be. So no, we didn't participate with her political scam. We offered it 6 days after January 6th, a 9/11 committee. Write it the way it happened. Yes?
Leader McCarthy, you said both publicly and privately after January 6th that you thought Trump bore some responsibility for the attack. Do you still feel like he was in any way responsible?
Look,
this was done in the name of fostering and promoting democracy, but there are a number of countries who are there, who did get invited, that are trending away from democracy. Where should the
serious side effects?
Now, I'm back where I
at it in terms of these parallel things.
I think it is. I think too many people have looked at the people that have been blamed so far
and think that's the story. And just because there were, quote unquote, ordinary folks that came to protest and got carried away in the moment and committed criminal acts, that doesn't mean there wasn't a criminal conspiracy to make it all happen. And really what this committee has done is drill down on the days and weeks before. I mean, remember, we've had a judge, a federal judge, say a conspiracy began in December to put this together to try to overturn the American government, to basically defy the Constitution in a free, a fair election by taking the Constitution and twisting it and making fraud and all of the things that may be laid out over the next week and a half that they have determined that the president and the people around him were involved with.
Yeah, the claim that this was some sort of normal protest, some sort of random pro-Trump rally that accidentally burped out a riot is such a bizarre claim to me. I mean, we always certify the elections on January 6th. We've never had a January 6th demonstration in Washington before. Right. Somebody came up with the idea that while the election was being certified, there should be a gigantic demonstration, and President Trump told them to go to the Capitol where the certification was happening at that moment. It wasn't an accident that these things came together.
To your exact point, that's why the evidence is so key, Rachel. Riots don't usually have stack formations. Riots don't usually have weapons that were carried in advance. Riots don't usually have floor plans and blueprints to go find people before they might be whisked to safety, which some of them, of course, were. And so I think tonight's hearing in its evidentiary magnitude is about more than what happened. It's about why it was so prepared and who called the play.
Yeah. In terms of accountability here, I think that we're all wired to think about accountability, as somebody in handcuffs, as criminal charges. I don't think that we have any clarity on whether or not the January 6th investigators intend to make criminal referrals to the Justice Department about people who might have orchestrated this as a criminal conspiracy. Even if we did have clarity on that, I think we have no clarity on whether the Justice Department would act on it. Are they an audience for evidence being presented to the public tonight? Is the Justice Department, the upper echelons of the Justice Department, are they effectively the most important recipients of this information that's going to be laid out tonight? Because they'll make their own independent decision.
Yeah, I will tell you this. They're watching. And this is very unusual for the Justice Department to have this kind of pressure. I mean, keep in mind, most federal investigations are done very quietly, behind closed doors. Grand juries meet. There's leaks sometimes, but typically you don't really know what's going on until someone's indicted. Now, this is really playing out in the most public way possible, puts tremendous pressure on them. I'm sure that they're not enjoying it. I'll just tell you that.
I mean, it's pressure they've withstood. Liz Cheney started reading from the criminal code in January.
Yeah.
I mean, we know exactly what crimes Liz Cheney thinks Donald Trump committed because she read from them at a Rules Committee meeting 5 months ago. Yeah. And I think we also have all sat here and covered what Donald Trump and his inner circle looks like when they're under criminal investigation. They squeal like stuck pigs. So we know that's not happening. I mean, it's more than pressure. It's a total difference in how they view Donald Trump's conduct on that day.
But meanwhile, since it happened, remember in the immediate aftermath of the attack, the Justice Department, right at the beginning, was briefing all the time on what was happening in terms of the investigation and in terms of what they were looking at and how many resources they were devoting to it. And they, right from the very beginning, were talking about sedition and seditious conspiracy and a criminal effort to overthrow the U.S. government, and charges would be brought up to and including that if need be. We've now seen those charges brought. It's still mind-blowing that we're talking about seditious conspiracy charges. It just feels like something that you would only read in a history book. You never expected in your lifetime. But we've got these two pro-Trump paramilitary groups, both charged with conspiracy, with seditious conspiracy in January and now again this week. That puts an even sort of starker cast around that shadow.
And by the way, one of the things that we're going to see in this hearing tonight is video that we've seen some of it. We've played it all on our shows of Stuart Rhodes and Enrique Tarrio, who are their leaders respectively of the Oath Keepers and the Proud Boys, meeting together. There was no audio on that, but we don't know if there are witnesses to the sound. The gentleman who took that video, he was a documentarian, has that. So we know that they were communing the day before. And so I'd love to hear a little bit more about this sort of seditious conspiracy situation, right? Because
why
this isn't
is that meeting important? The idea that these groups would be meeting together and coordinating ahead of the event, why does that matter?
Well, as you're both emphasizing, we're talking about the violent overthrow of the United States government. If it were a movie, it just sounds very dramatic, but it's literally what they're charged with. And the question for this committee, and it's going to take more than tonight, but I think it will begin tonight, is how does that plan, which is premeditated and is overtly and directly overthrowing the government, how is that supported tacitly or directly by people in the White House? That could go all the way to the then outgoing President Trump. It could go to other aides like Navarro, and it could go to other people who weren't in the White House, so they don't have privilege, but they might have had plots. Navarro and Bannon both indicted for defying this probe. The question about the sedition is, where was it going to land? Could they have made enough noise and had enough of a physical presence in the Congress that night that you would have woken up on the 7th without it being certified? Right. And now you're 2 weeks outside of the transition. And now you have the military and others wondering, is the Supreme Court going to resolve this? Who's the lawful president? The more that looked like an actual plan to wake up the next day, if there's knowledge of that inside the White House, then you're talking about potential charges of people inside the White House.
And the question I have, too, for as a legal matter, you have Donald Trump speaking at about noon. Within an hour, the Capitol is being breached. People are in the Capitol. He's already said, we're going to go to the Capitol. They're stealing your rights. You have members of Congress who, we have heard allegations, walked people through the Capitol so that people knew where things were. And then there's just the fact that, not that American civics is not taught well in school, but most people had no connection of January 6th being anything important. Donald Trump made it important. He's the one who said you need to come here on this date. He repeatedly, from December 19th on, tweeted, we're going to have big rallies here. You need to come. It's going to be wild. He directs people there. And then you have members of Congress who seem to know it, too. And then you have this, what is it, the Green Bay sweep or whatever they're calling it, this very formal plan. I don't know how all of those things could be separately happening and not be, number one, a conspiracy? And can it be a conspiracy without it being criminal? Can it be people collected all had the same idea, but they did all of that and they didn't commit a crime?
I feel like you're getting existential on the way.
We need to go meta. We got to go meta here with this.
I think that the answer in plain English is people can show up somewhere and have a similar goal and not be chargeable because it is so disparate, right? They're on message boards and they all show up. But as you just pointed out, Joy, if people in the government, in the outgoing government, in the executive and legislative branch are in on that, are trying to disrupt the proceedings, as Rachel was pointing out earlier, to do it in a way where on the 6th, the stuff isn't counted, the stuff goes missing. There is a siege of that area, and the question constitutionally is there is still this requirement that you certify and move forward. It is this last step. We haven't ever seen it put under the threat of physical violence like this. But yes, that's the question if it's chargeable, and I don't think it'll be answered tonight, but we are all going to be watching legislatively and legally. Does this committee try to lead Congress to use its powers to make a criminal referral of one or more people or not?
Or do they just lay out such compelling evidence of a crime that the Justice Department feels they must charge?
And the reason Liz Cheney is so focused on what Donald Trump did not do is because if I'm arguing this case to a jury, that is such an inference that I want to argue. He wanted this to happen. He was glad it was happening. He was in on the planning of this happening. And he sat there and watched it happen, and everyone was trying to get him to do something. His daughter was trying to get him to do something. Everybody was saying, please, go, stop this. And he sat there because he was hoping it would work. And that really is an inference that would be an important inference if this case wasn't a criminal courtroom.
We're going to take one final break before the January 6th hearings begin. As you can see on your screen there next to this thing here, there we go.
Is criminal what just happened, because if you look at almost every day, there's another murder that's happening that makes national news. But this is a Supreme Court justice, and we could have been talking about his death tonight rather than an attempted death. And it isn't just him. He has a wife. He has children. Each one of these Supreme Court justices have families. And let's remember which side of the aisle put the photo of their house on the internet and put the address of their house on the internet. How are they ever going to be safe? Because we don't even have the ruling that's been released yet.
No, we don't.
How will they be safe? How will their children be saved? Do they need to have Secret Service protection for the entire family now for 24/7? That's the point that we're at, because they're now targets. This guy brings a toolbox, he brings a gun, he brings a crowbar. This guy was serious. And so what would you do if you were the Kavanaughs? Would you be there? I mean, at this point...
No, they're in hiding. They have to be in hiding right now. They've made a Supreme Court justice flee to go in hiding. And your point about what they brought, I mean, he brought a Glock. I don't think anybody on January 6th brought a Glock into the Capitol. Did that happen?
No, there were no guns that came in. That's what's so unbelievable, that tonight of all nights, we have the mother of all ironies, that we're all supposed to be worked up about an event that didn't produce too much, and we're even wondering about the involvement of the FBI in January 6th. And yet here, the FBI has utterly failed the Supreme Court justices. The Attorney General has utterly failed the Supreme Court justices, let alone federal justices, because let's not forget what this is all about. This is about having people kneel to the progressive left, including Supreme Court justices.
Yeah.
It's a level of intimidation that we've never seen before for Supreme Court justices, for federal judges, for members of Congress. It doesn't matter who, or members of the media. If you disagree with this administration, that was the whole purpose of this disinformation board, you're done. You're done. We all have to kneel. That's why we are looking at a revolution in front of our eyes in a country we no longer recognize. And so that's why we have to keep our wits about us and be sensible of danger and speak out.
Well, I mean, Joe called a mini revolution. He says it's here.
Oh, it's a major revolution.
He still has not said anything on camera about the attempted plot to kill a justice.
Shameful.
Unbelievable. It is.
Shameful.
All right, Michelle Bachmann, thanks for joining us.
Thank you, Jesse.
Coming up, we hit the streets of Nashville to see what people think of Kamala Harris's leadership.
How proud are you of the insurance industry? How are they viewing that? And what kind of progress can we make?
Long line of thunderstorms pushing through, heavy rainfall, blinding rainfall. Then it's out for your afternoon commute. Notice the propagation here.
Function. They want to show us what happened, but we saw it happen. No one saw the Watergate burglary. We saw this on the afternoon of January 6th. So they have to tell us not just why we're seeing familiar film, but why it matters in a way we didn't know, and that's a challenge.
There seems to be an equal challenge about making this about what did the president know or what did the president do, and we already know that. But equally as much, and I keep coming back to this statement from Benny Thompson as he opens the hearings, he will say, because our democracy remains in danger, the conspiracy to thwart the will of the people is not over. That is a forward-looking political statement, not a backward-looking fact-finding statement, to which the proof seems pretty high. How do you get people who don't already hate Donald Trump to suddenly start caring more about hating Donald Trump and the threat to our democracy than they do about gas prices?
You've put your finger on the problem, Leland. Is anyone in America undecided about Donald Trump? There's no middle here. There's no vacillating portion of the population. So it's hard to know whose mind they're trying to change. I think almost all Americans are horrified by what happened on January 6th. Most people know that Mr. Trump, we saw him in his speech right before the march to the Capitol began, exhorting them to go up and do mischief. He didn't know what mischief. That's a minor point. The fact is, however, that the vast majority of Americans are familiar with this. The challenge for the committee tonight is tell us something we didn't already know.
How does the committee make this not only about Donald Trump, but for the midterms in November, where Donald Trump is not on the ballot, how do they tie all Republicans to him, to this threat to democracy? and present Democrats as the protector of the democracy that remains in danger?
They don't, because most Americans, A, don't believe that our democracy is in danger, and they're right.
Are they
Our
overreaching
democracy is
trying to
not-
prove this?
Of course they are. The American people, the vast majority of them, Leland, are just busy living their lives and raising their children and doing their jobs. They're not preoccupied with politics. They don't get up in the morning and say democracy's in danger. They're embarrassed by what happened, but they really don't think the nation is in a constitutional crisis. The big threat to our country isn't Donald Trump, it's the people who followed him, but they're not that many. And I think that as the political system simmers down, and it is simmering down, the idea that something done now in early June is going to resonate in early November is supported by no evidence from history.
Yeah, especially when
Members during the PBS NewsHour.
11% off everything now at
time when it's really important to get.
Coming up, Reese Witherspoon and Rob.
And we're back with CNN's special live coverage, Attack on Democracy, the January 6 hearings. The Cannon Caucus Room is set for the gavel to come down in just a little while. We are being promised by the committee.
When you know you're in the crosshairs and your team is the one that's under fire, what else are you going to do? Of course, you're going to deflect, you're going to lie, you're going to shift, you're going to try to change the narrative. The Kevin McCarthy of January 11th is the true moment. That's how virtually every Republican felt that day.
To find out.
Who do you think is the strongest leader in America today?
I'm a Donald Trump fan.
Donald Trump.
Go Trump.
Dolly Parton.
Working 9 to 5, what a way to make a living. Hulk Hogan.
DeSantis.
Whoever the president is, maybe.
I keep forgetting I'm president.
eczema with clearer skin and less itch. Don't use if you're allergic to Dupixent. Of what they like. Our U.S.
Victoria, here comes a...
They need to deliver tonight. They understand that they need to reinvest the American public in exactly what happened here on January 6th, and that's why this presentation is so important. And to that end, there will be many people in the room tonight who have not forgotten about what happened on January 6th and want to be here to see the beginning of the process of justice being rendered as a result. Among them, a group of House Democrats who were taking shelter in the House gallery on that day. They're known as the Gallery Group. Our Annie Grayer, who's inside the room, seeing some of those Democratic members of Congress who have a text chain and stay in regular contact after the drama they went through on that day. And then Sandra Garza, who is the partner of Brian Sicknick, who's one of the Capitol police officers who died from his injuries shortly after what happened here at the Capitol. She is also in the room to pay attention to what happened here tonight. She also hoping that at some point there will be justice for the loss of her loved one. Jake.
And Manu, you just spoke with the chairman of the committee, Congressman Benny Thompson, who shed light on the Trump family's role in tonight's hearing. This has been something of a mystery. What did he have to say?
Yeah, he did confirm, in fact, that Trump family members will play a part in this hearing tonight. There'll be some video of their depositions. I asked him, will they play a significant role? He didn't go that far. He said they'll be part of tonight's proceedings. Now, at the same time, we expect, as we've been reporting, significant video presentations here tonight. And one source familiar with the planning of this told me to expect this to end with a bang of sorts, and a video at the end culminating, detailing, providing new information through this for this proceeding. The source declined to provide more details, but this hearing tonight, Jake, is going to set the stage for the events leading up to January 6th. It may not answer every question, I'm told, but at least it will detail all of that went into January 6th and also shed new light on Donald Trump's role in the warnings that he was hearing.
And Jamie Gangel.
Sharing stories you never knew.
Security.
At Johnson.
Count.
Look back.
That is me.
Well, after nearly a year of investigating the 2021 attack on the Capitol, tonight the House's January 6th committee holds a televised primetime hearing. It's the first in a series of public hearings the committee is holding to present its findings. So far, 3 hearings, including tonight's, have been scheduled. The hearing will begin in 2 minutes. But as a reminder, we want to let you know that the January 6th committee hearings and all C-SPAN programming is brought to you as a public service by these television companies.
First prime-time hearing. The images from January 6, 2021 are seared into the minds of Americans. Thousands of protesters storming the seat of American democracy.
On our nation's capital in more than 200 years, and it is one of the most documented events in American history. The insurrection of January 6 played out.
January 6th will go down as one of the darkest days in recent American history.
Attack on the Capitol. The investigation. Now.
Band Years is next.
Amazing. How cool.
Looks cool. For more information, email the side of the baskets, and that was really kind of
% who say you need to look back and find out. 40% say we need to look forward and move on. They're trying to speak to both and trying to get both groups of people to care.
But we did not think it was an insurrection because it was not an insurrection. It was not even close to an insurrection. Not a single person in the crowd that day was found to be carrying a firearm, some insurrection. In fact, the only person who wound up shot to death was a protester. She was a 36-year-old military veteran called Ashley Babbitt.
The on the United States Capitol will be in order. Without objection, the chair is authorized to declare the committee in recess at any point. Pursuant to House Deposition Authority Regulation 10, the chair announces the committee's approval to release the deposition material presented during tonight's hearing. Thanks to everyone watching tonight for sharing part of your evening.
Amazing, Kirk. And you are a proper take.
For sharing part of your evening to learn the facts and causes of the events leading up to and including the violent attack on January 6, 2021.
The more bewilderingly false a claim is, the more likely you will be to believe it. Apparently, that's what they're betting on. In fact,
raised and still live in Bolton, Mississippi, a town with a population of 521, which is midway between Jackson and Vicksburg, Mississippi, and the Mississippi River. I'm from a part of the country where people justify the actions of slavery, the Ku Klux Klan, and lynching. I'm reminded of that dark history as I hear voices today try and justify the actions on January 6, 2021. Over the next few weeks, hopefully you will get to know the other members, my colleagues up here, and me. We represent a diversity of communities from all over the United States, rural areas and cities, East Coast, West Coast, and the Heartland. All of us have one thing in common. We swore the same oath. All members of Congress take up on taking office, and afterwards, every 2 years, if they are reelected. We swore an oath to defend the Constitution against all enemies, foreign and domestic. All enemies, foreign and domestic. The words of the current oath taken by all of us that nearly every United States government employee takes have their roots in the Civil War. Throughout
to death. He died of a stroke in his office later. No one has been charged in Officer Sicknick's death because Officer Sicknick wasn't murdered.
Foreign enemies were responsible. After war, in 1862, when American citizens had taken up arms against this country, Congress adopted a new oath to help make sure no person who had supported the rebellion could hold a position of public trust. Therefore,
WWE, so it'd be incredible.
And United States federal government employees were required for the first time to swear an oath to defend the Constitution against all enemies, foreign and domestic. That oath was put to test on January 6, 2021. The police officers who held the line that day honored their oath. Many came out of that day bloodied and broken. They still bear those wounds, visible and invisible. They did their duty. They repelled the mob and ended the occupation of the Capitol. They defended the Constitution against domestic enemies so that Congress could return, uphold our own oath, and count your votes to ensure the transfer of power, just as we've done for hundreds of years. But unlike in 1814, it was domestic enemies of the Constitution who stormed the Capitol and occupied the Capitol, who sought to thwart the will of the people to stop the transfer of power. And so they did, so at the encouragement of the President of the United States. The President of the United States trying to stop the transfer of power, a precedent that had stood for 220 years, even as our democracy had faced its most difficult tests. Thinking back again to the Civil War in the summer of 1864, the President of the United States believed we would be doomed to his bid for re-election.
You know what it is. The entire country watched Joe Biden get what they claimed was 10 million more votes than Barack Obama himself got. Joe Biden got 10 million more votes.
Come what may. He made a quiet pledge. He wrote down the words, "This morning, as for some days past, it seems exceedingly probable that this administration will not be reelected. Then it will be my duty to so cooperate with the president-elect. It will be my duty Lincoln sealed that memo and asked his cabinet secretaries to sign it sight unseen. He asked them to make the same commitment he did, to accept defeat if indeed defeat was the will of the people, to uphold the rule of law, to do what every president who came before him did and what every president who followed him would do. Donald Trump lost the presidential election in 2020. The American people voted him out of office. It was not because of a rigged system. It was not because of voter fraud. Don't believe me? Hear what his former Attorney General had to say about it. I warn those who watching that this contains strong language.
No, just what I've been through. I had 3 discussions with the president that I can recall. One was on November 23rd, one was on December 1st, and one was on December 14th. And I've been through sort of the give and take of those discussions. And in that context, I made it clear I did not agree with the idea of saying the election was stolen and putting out this stuff, which I told the president was bullshit. And, you know, I didn't want to be a part of it, and that's one of the reasons that went into me deciding to leave when I did. I observed, I think it was on December 1st, that, you know, how can you can't live in a world where the incumbent administration stays in power based on its view, unsupported by specific evidence, that there was fraud in the election. There was fraud in the election.
Bill Barr, on Election Day 2020, he was the Attorney General of the United States, the top law enforcement official in the country, telling the president exactly what he thought about claims of a stolen election. Donald Trump had his days in court to challenge the results. He was within his rights to seek those judgments. In the United States, law-abiding citizens have those tools for pursuing justice. He lost in the courts, just as he did at the ballot box. And in this country, that's the end of the line. But for Donald Trump, that was only the beginning of what became a sprawling, multi-step conspiracy aimed at overturning the presidential.
Legitimate concerns of a population, if you brush them aside as if they don't matter, when gas goes to $5 and you say, buy an electric car.
After his term ended, Donald Trump was at the center of this conspiracy. And ultimately, Donald Trump, the President of the United States, spurred a mob of domestic enemies of the Constitution to march down the Capitol and subvert American democracy. Any legal jargon you hear about seditious conspiracy, obstruction of an official proceeding, conspiracy to defraud the United States boils down to this. January 6th was the culmination of an attempted coup, a brazen attempt, as one rioter put it shortly after January 6th, to overthrow the The violence was no accident. It represented Trump's last stand, most desperate chance to halt the transfer of power. Now, you may think this is just another political attack on Donald Trump by people who don't like him. That's not the case. My colleagues and I.
Democrats and the left are desperate. Tucker, I loved your monologue, but it just makes me sad.
Now season it. Season it first.
Trump's allies in Congress put a stop to it. Apparently, they don't want January 6th investigated at all. And in the last 17 months, many of those same people have tried to whitewash what happened on January 6th, to rewrite history, call it a tourist visit, label it legitimate political discourse. Donald Trump and his followers have adopted the words of the songwriter, Do you believe me or your lying eyes? We can't sweep what happened under the rug. The American people deserve answers. So I come before you this evening, not as a Democrat, but as an American who swore an oath to defend the Constitution. The Constitution doesn't protect just Democrats or just Republicans. It protects all of us, we the people. And this scheme was an attempt to undermine the will of the people. And over the next few weeks, we're going to remind you of the reality of what happened that day. But our work must do much more than just look backwards. Because of our democracy remains in danger, the conspiracy to thwart the will of the people is not over. There are those in this audience who thirst for power but have no love or respect for what makes America great: devotion to the Constitution, allegiance to the rule of law, our shared journey to build a more perfect union. January 6th and the lies that led to insurrection have put 2.5 centuries of constitutional democracy at risk. The world is watching what we do here. Democracy at risk. The world is watching what we do here. America has long been expected to be a shining city on the hill, a beacon of hope and freedom, a model for others when we are at our best. How can we play that role when our house is in such disorder? We must confront the truth with candor, resolve, and determination. We need to show that we are worthy of the gifts that are the birthright of every American. That begins here, and it begins now, with a true accounting of what happened and what led to the attack on our Constitution and our democracy.
Even though we really are racist. And so keep us in power, because this other group of people are all out to get you, and they're going to lynch you, and they're going to put
Congress. It's been a particular privilege to count as a partner in this effort and to count as a friend the gentlewoman from Wyoming, Ms. Cheney. She's a patriot, a public servant of profound courage, of devotion to her oath and the Constitution. It's my pleasure to recognize Ms. Cheney for her opening statement.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and let me echo those words about the importance of bipartisanship and what a tremendous honor it is to work on this committee. Mr. Chairman, at 6:01 p.m. on January 6th, after he spent hours watching a violent mob besiege, attack, and invade our Capitol, Donald Trump tweeted, but he did not condemn the attack. Instead, he justified it. "These are the things and events that happen," he said, "when a sacred landslide election victory is so unceremoniously and viciously stripped away from great patriots who've been badly and unfairly treated for so long." As you will see in the hearings to come, President Trump believed his supporters at the Capitol, and I quote, "We're doing what they should be doing." This is what he told his staff as they pleaded with him to call off the mob, to instruct his supporters to leave. Over a series of hearings in the coming weeks, you will hear testimony, live and on video, from more than half a dozen former White House staff in the Trump.
I believe the 1-6 committee is an altruistic group seeking only noble ends. Here she is in July of 21 agreeing with how the Speaker picked the panel.
The riot, or asking his supporters to leave. You will hear that President Trump was yelling and, quote, really angry at advisors who told him he needed to be doing something more. And aware of the rioters' chance to hang Mike Pence, the president responded with this sentiment, quote, maybe our supporters have the right idea. Mike Pence, quote, deserves it. You will hear evidence that President Trump refused for hours to do what his staff, his family, and many of his other advisors begged him to do, immediately instruct his supporters to stand down and evacuate the Capitol. Tonight, you will see never-before-seen footage of the brutal attack on our Capitol, an attack that unfolded while a few blocks away, President Trump sat watching television in the dining room next to the Oval Office.
January 6th. You have to wonder why Liz Cheney and Adam Kinzinger are part of it. And why is Congress holding these hearings now, as so many fundamentals in this country already feel
attack? You will see video of them explaining what caused them to do it. You will see their posts on social media. We will show you what they have said in federal court. On this point, there is no room for debate. Those who invaded our Capitol and battled law enforcement for hours were motivated by what President Trump had told them, that the election was stolen and that he was the rightful president. President Trump summoned the mob, assembled the mob, and lit the flame of this attack. You will also hear about plots to commit seditious conspiracy on January 6th, a crime defined in our laws as conspiring to overthrow, put down, or destroy by force the government of the United States. Overthrow, put down, or destroy by force the government of the United States, or to oppose by force the authority thereof. Multiple members of two groups, the Oath Keepers and the Proud Boys, have been charged with this crime for their involvement in the events leading up to and on January 6th. Some have pled guilty. The attack on our Capitol was not a spontaneous riot. Intelligence available before January 6th identified plans to, quote, invade the Capitol, occupy the Capitol, and take other steps to halt Congress's count of electoral votes that day.
The proxy, and there was no serious debate whatsoever about really what the consequences of this bill would be, and frankly, whether or not we should even be.
Tonight, I'm going to describe for you some of what our committee has learned and highlight initial findings you will see this month in our hearings. As you hear this, all Americans should keep in mind this fact. On the morning of January 6th, President Donald Trump's intention was to remain President of the United States, despite the lawful outcome of the 2020 election and in violation of his constitutional obligation to relinquish power. Over multiple months, Donald Trump oversaw and coordinated a sophisticated 7-part plan to overturn the presidential election and prevent the transfer of presidential power. In our hearings, you will see evidence of each element of this plan.
It's just covered with bees over there, so that would be really nice if you're concerned about
SD.com.
or explain it suggests that the life that was taken was worth nothing.
Election from him. This was not true. Jason Miller was a senior Trump campaign spokesman. In this clip, Miller describes a call between the Trump campaign's internal data expert and President Trump a few days after the 2020 election.
I was in the Oval Office, and at some point in the conversation, Matt Oskowski, who is the lead data person, was brought on, and I remember he delivered to the president pretty blunt terms that he was going to lose.
And that was based, Mr. Miller, on Matt and the data team's assessment of the sort of county by county, state by state results as reported?
Correct.
Alex Cannon was one of President Trump's campaign lawyers. He previously worked for the Trump Organization. One of his responsibilities was to assess allegations of election fraud in November 2020. Here is one sample of his testimony discussing what he told White House Chief of Staff Meadows.
I remember a call with Mr. Meadows, where Mr. Meadows was asking me what I was finding and if I was finding anything. And I remember sharing with him that we weren't finding anything that would be sufficient to change the results in any of the key states.
When was that conversation?
Probably in November, mid to late November. I think it was before my child was born.
And what was Mr. Meadows' reaction to that information?
I believe the words he used were, so there's no there there.
There's no there there. The Trump campaign's general counsel, Matt Morgan, gave similar testimony. He explained that all of the fraud allegations and the campaign's other election arguments taken together and viewed in the best possible light for President Trump could still not change the outcome of the election. President Trump's Attorney General Bill Barr also told Donald Trump his election claims were wrong.
Repeatedly told the president in no uncertain terms that I did not see evidence of fraud and that would have affected the outcome of the election. And frankly, a year and a half later, I haven't seen anything to change my mind on that.
Attorney General Barr also told President Trump that his allegations about Dominion voting machines were groundless.
Absolutely zero basis for the allegations, but they were made in such a sensational way that they obviously were influencing a lot of people, members of the public, that there was this systemic corruption in the system and that their votes didn't count and that these machines controlled by somebody else were actually determining it, which was complete nonsense. And it was being laid out there, and I told them that it was crazy stuff and they were wasting their time on that. And it was doing a grave disservice to the country.
But President Trump persisted, repeating the false Dominion allegations in public at least a dozen more times, even after his Attorney General told him they were, quote, complete nonsense. And after Barr's resignation on December 20.
Matt Schlapp is the chairman of CPAC. He joins us tonight. Matt, thanks so much for coming on. So it's a little
and to treat it.
Public. Many of President Trump's White House staff also recognized that the evidence did not support the claims President Trump was making. This is the president's daughter commenting on Bill Barr's statement that the department found no fraud sufficient to overturn the election.
How did that affect your perspective about the election when Attorney General Barr made that statement?
It affected my perspective. I respect Attorney General Barr. So I accepted what he was saying.
As you will hear on Monday, the president had every right to litigate his campaign claims, but he ultimately lost more than 60 cases in state and federal courts. The president's claims in the election cases were so frivolous and unsupported that the president's lead lawyer, Rudy Giuliani, not only lost the lawsuits, his license to practice law was suspended. Here's what the court said of Mr. Giuliani. Giuliani communicated demonstrably false and misleading statements to courts, lawmakers, and the public at large in his capacity as lawyer for former President Donald J. Trump and the Trump campaign in connection with Trump's failed effort at re-election in 2020. As you will see in great detail in our hearings, President Trump ignored the rulings of our nation's courts. He ignored his own campaign leadership, his White House staff, many Republican state officials. He ignored the Department of Justice and the Department of Homeland Security.
Most Americans don't have the time to kind of follow this. They sense something's really amiss. That's why they vote for members of the United States Senate to represent their views.
You were false, and convincing millions of Americans that the election was corrupt and that he was the true president. As you will see, this misinformation campaign provoked the violence on January 6th. In our third hearing, you will see that President Trump corruptly planned to replace the Attorney General of the United States so the U.S. Justice Department would spread his false stolen election claims. In the days before January 6th, President Trump told his top Justice Department officials, quote, "Just say the election was corrupt and leave the rest to me and the Republican congressman." Senior Justice Department officials, men he had appointed, told him they could not do that because it was not true. So President Trump decided to replace them. He offered Jeff Clark, an environmental lawyer at the Justice Department, the job of acting Attorney General. President Trump wanted Mr. Clark to take a number of steps, including sending this letter to Georgia and 5 other states, saying the U.S. Department of Justice had, quote, identified significant concerns that may have impacted the outcome of the election. This letter is a lie. The Department of Justice had, in fact, repeatedly told President Trump exactly the opposite, that they had investigated his stolen election allegations and found no credible fraud that could impact the outcome of the election.
Happened a year, 5 months, and 3 days ago. The timing of today's arrest and the search of his home.
Votes for Biden. Acting Deputy Attorney General Richard Donahue described Jeff Clark's letter this way, quote, "This would be a grave step for the department to take and could have tremendous constitutional, political, and social ramifications for this country." The committee agrees with Mr. Donahue's assessment. Had Clark assumed the role of Attorney General in the days before January 6th and issued these letters, the ramifications could indeed have been grave. Mr. Donahue also said this about Clark's plan.
And I recall toward the end saying, what you're proposing is nothing less than the United States Justice Department meddling in the outcome of a presidential election.
In our hearings, you will hear firsthand how the senior leadership of the Department of Justice threatened to resign, how the White House counsel threatened to resign, and how they confronted Donald Trump and Jeff Clark in the Oval Office. The men involved, including Acting Attorney General Jeff Rosen and Acting Deputy Attorney General Richard Donahue, were appointed by President Trump. These men honored their oaths of office, they did their duty, and you will hear from them in our hearings. By contrast, Jeff Clark has invoked his Fifth Amendment privilege against self-incrimination and refused to testify. Representative Scott Perry, who was also involved in trying to get Clark appointed as Attorney General, has refused to testify here. Representative Perry contacted the White House in the weeks after January 6th to seek a presidential pardon. Multiple other Republican congressmen also sought presidential pardons for their roles in attempting to overturn the 2020 election. In our fourth hearing, we will focus on President Trump's efforts to pressure Vice President Mike Pence to refuse to count electoral votes on January 6th. Vice President Pence has spoken publicly about this.
But President Trump is wrong. I had no right to overturn the election. The presidency belongs to the American people and the American people alone. And frankly, there is no idea more un-American than the notion that any one person could choose the American president.
What President Trump demanded that Mike Pence do wasn't just wrong, it was illegal and it was unconstitutional. You will hear this in great detail from the Vice President's former general counsel. Witnesses in these hearings will explain how the former Vice President and his staff informed President Trump over and over again that what he was pressuring Mike Pence to do was illegal. As you will hear, President Trump engaged in a relentless effort to pressure Pence, both in private and in public. You will see the evidence of that pressure from multiple witnesses, live and on video. Pence demonstrated his loyalty to Donald Trump consistently over 4 years, but he knew that he had a higher duty to the United States Constitution. This is testimony from the Vice President's Chief of Staff.
So I think the Vice President was proud of his 4 years of service, and he felt like
much has been accomplished in those 4 years. And I think he was proud to have stood beside the president for all that had been done. But I think he ultimately knew that his fidelity to the Constitution was his first and foremost oath. And that's what he articulated publicly, and I think that that's what he felt.
His fidelity to the Constitution was more important than his fidelity to President Trump and his desire.
The oath he took. Yep.
Yes.
You'll also hear about a lawyer named John Eastman. Mr. Eastman was deeply involved in President Trump's plans. You'll hear from former Fourth Circuit federal judge Michael Ludig, a highly respected leading conservative judge. John Eastman clerked for Judge Ludig. Judge Ludig provided counsel to the vice president's team in the days before January 6th. The judge will explain how Eastman, quote, was wrong at every turn. And you will see the email exchanges between Eastman and the vice president's counsel as the violent attack on Congress was underway. Mr. Jacob said this to Mr. Eastman: "Thanks to your bullshit, we are under siege." Eastman: "Thanks to your bullshit, we are under siege." You will also see evidence that John Eastman did not actually believe the legal position he was taking. In fact, a month before the 2020 election, Eastman took exactly the opposite view on the same legal issues. In the course of the Select Committee's work to obtain information from Mr. Eastman, we have had occasion to present evidence to a federal judge. The judge evaluated the facts, and he reached the conclusion that President Trump's efforts to pressure Vice President Pence to act illegally by refusing to count electoral votes likely violated 2 federal criminal statutes. And the judge also said this: if Dr. Eastman and President Trump's plan had worked, it would have permanently ended the peaceful transition of power, undermining American democracy and the Constitution. If the country does not commit to investigating and pursuing accountability for those responsible, the court fears January 6th will repeat itself. Every American should read what this federal judge has written. The same judge, Judge Carter, issued another decision on Tuesday night, just this week, indicating that John Eastman and other Trump lawyers knew that their legal arguments had no real chance of success in court, but they relied on those arguments anyway to try to, quote, overturn a Democratic election. And you will hear that while Congress was under attack on January 6th and the hours following the violence, the Trump legal team in the Willard Hotel War Room continued to work to halt the count of electoral votes. Evidence that President Trump corruptly pressured state legislators and election officials to change election results. You will hear additional details about President Trump's call to Georgia officials, urging them to, quote, find 11,780 votes, votes that did not exist, and his efforts to get states to rescind certified electoral slates without factual basis and contrary to law. You will hear new details about the Trump campaign and other Trump associates' efforts to instruct Republican officials in multiple states to create intentionally false electoral slates and transmit those slates to Congress, to the Vice President, and the National Archives, falsely certifying that Trump won states he actually lost. In our final 2 June hearings, you will hear how President Trump summoned a violent mob and directed them illegally to march on the United States Capitol.
Abetting the destruction of America's civil liberties. And
keep 2 points in mind. First, our investigation is still ongoing, so what we make public here will not be the complete set of information we will ultimately disclose. And second, the Department of Justice is currently working with cooperating witnesses and has disclosed to date only some of the information it has identified from encrypted communications and other sources. On December 18th, 2020, a group including General Michael Flynn, Sidney Powell, Rudy Giuliani, and others visited the White House. They stayed late into the evening. We know that the group discussed a number of dramatic steps, including having the military seize voting machines and potentially rerun elections. Also hear that President Trump met with that group alone for a period of time before White House lawyers and other staff discovered the group was there and rushed to intervene. A little more than an hour after Ms. Powell, Mr. Giuliani, General Flynn, and the others finally left the White House, President Trump sent the tweet on the screen now, telling people to come to Washington on January 6th. Be there, he instructed them. Will be wild. As you will see, this was a pivotal moment. This tweet initiated a chain of events. The tweet led to the planning for what occurred on January 6th, including by the Proud Boys, who ultimately led the invasion of the Capitol and the violence on that day. The indictment of a group of Proud Boys alleges that they planned, quote, to oppose by force the authority of the government of the United States. And according to the Department of Justice, on January 6, 2021, the defendants directed, mobilized, and led members of the crowd onto the Capitol grounds and into the Capitol, leading to the
Authoritarian impulse, isn't it?
It is, and it's an interesting dynamic that you see, that the more
that they did not anticipate violence on January 6th, the evidence suggests otherwise. As you will see in our hearings, the White House was receiving specific reports in the days leading up to January 6th, including during President Trump's Ellipse rally, indicating that elements in the crowd were preparing for violence at the Capitol.
This suit means something. From the studio that brought...
The President's close advisor, Steve Bannon, said this on his podcast.
All hell is going to break loose tomorrow. Just understand this. All hell is going to break loose tomorrow.
As part of our investigation, we will present information about what the White House and other intelligence agencies knew and why the Capitol was not better prepared. But we will not lose sight of the fact that the Capitol Police did not cause the crowd to attack. And we will not blame the violence that day, violence provoked by Donald Trump, on the officers who bravely defended all of us. In our final hearing, you will hear a moment-by-moment account of the hours-long attack from more than half a dozen White House staff, both live in the hearing room and via videotaped testimony.
Just like Pearl Harbor went down in infamy. So he likened the magnitude of January 6th immediately to Pearl Harbor.
Written while the attack was underway by a member of the White House staff, advising what the president needed to say. Quote, anyone who entered the Capitol without proper authority should leave immediately. This is exactly what his supporters on Capitol Hill and nationwide were urging the president to do. He would not. You will hear that leaders on Capitol Hill begged the president for help, including Republican leader McCarthy, who was, quote, scared, and called multiple members of President Trump's family after he could not persuade the president himself. Not only did President Trump refuse to tell the mob to leave the Capitol, he placed no call to any element of the United States government to instruct that the Capitol be defended. He did not call his Secretary of Defense on January 6th. He did not talk to his Attorney General. He did not talk to the Department of Homeland Security. President Trump gave no order to deploy the National Guard that day, and he made no effort to work with the Department of Justice to coordinate and deploy law enforcement assets. Vice President Pence did each of those things. For example, here is what General Milley, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, testified to this committee.
There were 2 or 3 calls with Vice President Pence. He was very animated, and he issued very explicit, very direct, unambiguous orders. There was no question about that, and I can get you the exact quotes, I guess, from some of our records somewhere. But he was very animated, very direct, very firm, and to Secretary Miller. Get the military down here, get the Guard down here, put down this situation, etc.
By contrast, here is General Milley's description of his conversation with President Trump's Chief of Staff, Mark Meadows, on January 6th.
He said, we have to kill the narrative that the Vice President is making all the decisions. We need to establish the narrative that that the President is still in charge and that things are steady or stable or what's that thing. I immediately interpret that as politics, politics, politics. Red flag for me personally, no action, but I remember it distinctly.
And you will hear from witnesses how the day played out inside the White House, how multiple White House staff resigned in disgust, and how President Trump would not ask his supporters to leave the Capitol. It was only after multiple hours of violence that President Trump finally released a video instructing the riotous mob to leave. And as he did so, he said to them, quote, "We love you, and you're very special." You will also hear that in the immediate aftermath of January 6th, members of the President's family, White House staff, and others tried to step in to stabilize the situation, quote, "to land the plane before the presidential transition on January 20th. You will hear about members of the Trump cabinet discussing the possibility of invoking the 25th Amendment and replacing the President of the United States. Members of President Trump's own cabinet resigned immediately after January 6th. One member of the cabinet suggested that the remaining cabinet officers needed to take a more active role in running the White House and the administration. But most emblematic of those days is this exchange of texts between Sean Hannity and former President Trump's press secretary, Kayleigh McEnany. Sean Hannity wrote, in part, "Key now, no more crazy people, no more stolen election talk. Yes, impeachment and 25th Amendment are real. Many people will quit." Ms. McEnany responded in part, "Love that. That's the playbook." The White House staff knew that President Trump was willing to entertain and use conspiracy theories to achieve his ends. They knew the president needed to be cut off from all of those who had encouraged him. They knew that President Donald Trump was too dangerous to be left alone.
While gas is over $5.
For Congress and the American people to understand fully. When a president fails to take the steps necessary to preserve our union, or worse, causes a constitutional crisis, we're at a moment of maximum danger for our republic. Some in the White House took responsible steps to try to prevent January 6th. Others egged the president on. Others who could have acted refused to do so. In this case, the White House counsel was so concerned about potentially lawless activity that he threatened to resign multiple times. That is exceedingly rare and exceedingly serious. It requires immediate attention, especially when the entire team threatens to resign. However, in the Trump White House, it was not exceedingly rare, and it was not treated seriously. This is a clip of Jared Kushner addressing multiple threats by White House counsel Pat Cipollone and his team of lawyers to resign in the weeks before January 6th. Jared, are you aware of instances where Pat Cipollone threatened to resign?
I kind of, like I said, my interest at that time was on trying to get as many pardons done. And I know that, he was always, him and the team were always saying, oh, we're going to resign. We're not going to be here if this happens, if that happens. So I kind of took it up to just be whining, to be honest with you.
Whining. There's a reason why people serving in our government take an oath to the Constitution. As our founding fathers recognized, democracy is fragile. People in positions of public trust are duty-bound to defend it, to step forward when action is required. In our country, we don't swear an oath to an individual or a political party. We take our oath to defend the United States Constitution. And that oath must mean something. Tonight, I say this to my Republican colleagues who are defending the indefensible. There will come a day when Donald Trump is gone, but your dishonor will remain.
She was afraid, or they were afraid of some goofball, trespassing, nutty rioter?
I ask you to think of the scene in our Capitol Rotunda on the night of January 6th. There, in a sacred space in our constitutional republic, the place where our presidents lie in state, watched over by statues of Washington and Jefferson, Lincoln and Grant, Eisenhower, Ford, and Reagan. Against every wall that night encircling the room, there were SWAT teams, men and women in tactical gear with long guns, inside our Capitol building. There in the rotunda, these brave men and women rested beneath paintings depicting the earliest scenes of our republic, including one painted in 1824 depicting George Washington resigning his commission, voluntarily relinquishing power, handing control of the Continental Army back to Congress. With this noble act, Washington set the indispensable example of the peaceful transfer of power, what President Reagan called nothing less than a miracle. The sacred obligation to defend this peaceful transfer of power has been honored by every American president, except one. As Americans, we all have a duty to ensure that what happened on January 6th never happens again.
Sense of the word. And the good guys have never conducted show trials in the history of the world.
Right.
And they're meant for
A great republic. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
As we provide answers to American people about January 6th, it's important that we remember exactly what took place. That this was no tourist visit to the Capitol. Most of the footage we are about to play has never been seen. The Select Committee obtained it as a part of our investigation. This isn't easy to watch. I want to warn everyone that this video includes violence and strong language. Without objection, I include in the record a video presentation of the violence of January 6th.
Proud of your boy! Proud of your boy! Proud of your boy!
Yeah, just for awareness, be advised, there's probably about 300 Proud Boys. They're marching eastbound in this 400 block of kind of Independence, actually on the mall towards the United States Capitol.
I am not allowed to say what's going to happen today because everyone's just going to have to watch for themselves. But it's going to happen. Something's going to happen.
Whose streets? Our streets! Whose streets? Our streets! Whose streets? Our streets! We are on your side. Don't make us go against you. Understand the side. Pick a side. These are our streets.
$20 a picture.
I hope Mike is going to do the right thing. I hope so. I hope so. Because if Mike Pence does the right thing, we win the election.
Thank you, Tucker.
So it's hard really to overstate the failure of Republican office holders to protect their voters and to protect the country and to maintain our norms and to keep civil liberties in place.
To come through for us. And if he doesn't, that will be a sad day for our country. Because you'll never take back our country with weakness. You have to show strength and you have to be strong.
Cruiser 50, it does look like we're going to have an ad hoc march stepping off here. There's a crowd surge heading east.
We love Trump! We love Trump! We love Trump!
Or it would be happening in a much more restrained way if there were somebody defending the rest of the country.
Come together, Rouse Club, the fragrance.
Pointed in you, I will tell you right now.
Senate patrols to call your station.
We just had protesters. Peace circle, breach the line. We need backup.
Madam Speaker, the Vice President and the United States Senate.
We're going to give riot warnings as soon as the outlet is here. We're going to give riot warnings. We're going to try to get compliance, but this is now effectively a riot.
49 hours. Tell your doctor if you are or may.
Effectively a riot.
49 hours, declaring it a riot.
Cruiser 5 to 50, be advised, Capitol Police 1 advised they're trying to breach and get into the Capitol.
50, I copy.
We're about 5 miles out. We're trying to make our way through all this.
We have a breach of the Capitol! Breach of the Capitol to the upper level!
Jack, be advised they're requesting additional resources on the east side as they've broken into that window and they're trying to kick it in.
Without objection, the chair declares the House in recess pursuant to Clause 12B of Rule 1.
My kids didn't have the courage to do what should have been done to protect our country and our Constitution, giving states a chance to certify a corrected set of facts, not the fraudulent or inaccurate ones which they were asked to previously certify. U.S. demands the truth. Bring out facts. Bring out facts. Bring out facts. Bring out facts.
We can't hold this. We're going to get too many fucking people. Look at this fucking vantage point, man. We're fucked.
We need it. We're trying to hold the upper deck. We're trying to hold the upper deck now. We need to hold the doors of the Capitol. I need court support. Can we hold us alive? We lost the line. All MPDs pull back. All MPDs pull back up to the upper deck. All MPDs pull back to the upper deck. ASAP.
Cruiser 50, be advised that Capitol Police is going to start moving their resources inside. They're going to start the M4 officers first.
H208 with 4 members. The doors barricade. There's people flooded the hallways outside. We have no way out.
In fact, officers still remaining on the house floor, on the third floor, to use the subway themselves. It's time to evacuate so we can secure the members on the other side. Copy.
It's up to us people now, the American people. What are you ready to do? One more time. What are you ready to do? And whatever it takes, I'll lay my life down if it takes.
Absolutely. That's why we showed up today.
Hey, boys, stop coming in if you don't bring her out. Stop up. Fuck you. You back up.
Grab myself on back.
Produced by a former ABC executive, 100% Hollywood production with all the creative license that would go along with that.
December, that West Carolina for backup.
Pursuant to the order of the committee of tonight, the chair declares the committee in recess for a period of approximately 10 minutes.
This committee prefers politics over safety. On this program, we believe that improving security at the Capitol, protecting all elected officials, is of the utmost importance rather than a vengeful smear campaign like we see unfolding.
Evidence that this committee has unearthed in the year that they've been investigating this. I mean, as perhaps an aside, I think Jared Kushner will never be the same, and that's good. One national nightmare comes close to ending, and considering all the laundering of his legacy that's underway right now.
Need me there, or am I
I think that what we learned is that this committee now knows that Trump believed his supporters were doing exactly what he wanted them to do. They have that. They have the goods on that. I think we know that there was. It's not clear to me who the functioning commander-in-chief was. Mark Milley testified that that Mike Pence was the commander-in-chief, we're not aware that the 25th Amendment was invoked, so a change in the chain of command took place during the event.
Beginning was very different. This was not a come out of the gates of with a blockbuster television show of slickly produced. It was a long speech by the chairman, Benny Thompson, at one point comparing January 6th to the situation he grew up with in Mississippi in the Civil War.
And Leland, I think many people, if they are still watching, right, because the promise was new evidence, things you have not seen or heard before, it started out very slow. The opening statements went 40+ minutes before you actually saw any video, but we have yet to see, and I'd be interested to hear from our experts tonight, anything that we haven't heard, because you and I were on the air that day, and we remember bringing all of this to the American public as we watched it unfold. As chilling and awful as watching this again is, it's not the first time we've seen it. I said to you a moment ago, the hair on my arm stood up when I heard the Capitol Police officer say, they've broken the line,
right.
We can't hold the line, we need support. It was terrible. It was a terrible day.
It's an awful situation.
But what we have seen so far is a promise of what will happen in the hearings to come. We are an hour into this hearing in primetime tonight, and you've heard from 2 representatives and some clips. Some clips you've seen, some you have not. The Ivanka Trump clip,
Ivanka
I
Trump
had not seen.
and Jared. No, and those were depositions. So Ivanka Trump, Jared, Mark Short, the vice president's chief of staff, those were all from depositions that they had gotten. These are people who cooperated with the investigation, gave depositions to the January committee.
Your apps. Another place, if you've missed any of today's hearing so far.
They're now going to point out the coordination and the planning that then followed that particular tweet saying, be here on January 6th, it will be wild. She mentioned the Proud Boys and said there was coordination among them and many others after that tweet, after that meeting in the Oval Office.
There was planning on several levels. Part of the planning was for the rally that the president gave in the Ellipse outside of the White House on January 6th, where he gave that speech telling his supporters not to be weak, saying that they would lose their country. That level of planning. There was also the level of planning of the groups that were staunchly supporting Donald Trump and would do anything for him, including those militant groups. The Proud Boys, also the Oath Keepers, they're planning for January 6th to be there and to be in force as it was the very last opportunity to stop Joe Biden from being officially certified as the next president of the United States.
And John.
To defend the Capitol, we're going to. It just doesn't get any easier to watch, right? And that, I think, is what is part and parcel of what the committee wanted to get across now. There was that decision to show video of not just House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's office, but top House Republican Kevin McCarthy's office, too, and what was happening there that day. And then you had some new images, too, and some audio from a documentarian filmmaker, a British guy named Nick Quested. You're actually going to hear from him directly. He's one of the witnesses we'll hear from after the break, who was essentially filming the Proud Boys. So that's some of the footage that looks a little bit different from some of the cell phone video that you may have seen. We heard from some of the people there, somebody saying, I'll lay down my life if that's what it takes, for example. So in some ways, you're right, Lester, this is overall somewhat familiar because we have seen images like these before. But again, it just doesn't get easier.
Hallie, let me ask you about some of the witness clips that were shown. These, many of them were Trump insiders, his daughter, Ivanka, his former attorney general. How powerful was that? How much of that will we be seeing going forward?
These are Trump insiders, right? I mean, to the very level of Ivanka Trump and Jared Kushner, members of his family. And by the way, official members of the White House as senior advisors, for example. His former Attorney General Bill Barr, Jason Miller, a top Trump campaign advisor. And what was interesting here is, first, you saw the committee cast this, and this is an important part of their argument here, as Trump insiders knowing, they say, that the election fraud claims they were making were not true, knowing that in November, months before the January 6th insurrection, weeks before the insurrection happened. You also had the Attorney General at the time, Bill Barr, explaining, and he said this publicly, Lester, he said this to you, explaining how he very directly said to former President Trump, no, these claims are not true. I want to
Or reporting, what did you find new tonight that you didn't previously know?
So many people were in on what Congresswoman Cheney has called a conspiracy, what Chairman Thompson called an attempted coup on the United States. My reporting colleague Bob Woodward and I discovered the so-called Eastman memo, 2 pages, 6 parts, outlining how Trump wanted to throw the election to the states or back into the House of Representatives. What we learned tonight was that everyone was aware of what was going on. Some tried to stop the president, some enabled him.
Bob Costa, stay with us. Let's bring in congressional correspondent Scott McFarland, who is here with us. Scott, you have poured through so many pages of the documents, done so many of the interviews that's related to this committee's work, and you also can detail for us what was happening in the U.S. Capitol.
By my count already, Donald Trump's name has been invoked 100 times at this hearing. But the other names we're hearing a lot of, the Oath Keepers and the Proud Boys. Let me open up the Capitol here and show you why. The Proud Boys are accused of being here before Donald Trump spoke that day. This is one of the defendants who's pleaded not guilty. He was just shown in the video footage from the committee. Dominic Pizzola smashing open the window, leading this mob of rioters in. This is the other side, another vantage point we saw moments ago. The mob followed the Proud Boys. The mob, to a degree, followed the Oath Keepers, too. These are the far-right groups that are clearly of interest to this committee. They've been unequivocal about it. The mob succeeded that day because of its size. By orders of magnitude, they were able to coordinate and outnumber police. One more image I want to show you as I pull up this still image of the accused Oath Keepers. This group, Nora, is charged with seditious conspiracy. This is a military stack they're accused of using to breach the police line. The committee has made clear tonight already, nearly a dozen times, they're interested in the Proud Boys, the Oath Keepers, and what gave rise to this.
This is such an important point.
They deny the Capitol Police Chief, the troops he said he needed. Now, if this committee cared at all about the truth, if they cared at all about preventing something like this, which we should all agree on, from ever happening again, they would be demanding answers from Pelosi and Schumer.
Procedure that reduces stroke risk and bleeding worry for life.
The Capitol, the president said, Donald Trump said, we're doing what they should be doing. And we had seen reporting that he had said to Meadows, that Meadows had relayed something along the lines of, maybe we should hang Mike Pence. Maybe they have the right idea. But Mike, then the sentence, Mike Pence deserves it. And I just want to be clear here, because
he says this, maybe the quote is, maybe our supporters have the right idea.
Maybe. Like, quote, the dots that are laid out and now, like, you know, abutting each other, is that the president of the United States knew that when he went up there, knew that Mike Pence wasn't going to do what he was going to do.
That's right.
And if you could get rid of Mike Pence, you might have a shot at someone else serving as president pro temp doing it. And so the question of, well, how would you get rid of Mike Pence is an open question. But we know that Mark Short had the Secret Service detail into his office the day before to say there's a security situation.
Pence's counsel, yeah.
And the president doesn't pick up the phone. Like, it looks like the president was facilitating, or at least completely neutral towards whether the crowd killed his vice president.
She says, although some former Trump officials have argued they did not anticipate violence on the 6th, the evidence suggests otherwise. I mean, I think that there's been a real, I think, caution on all of our part to not to, I mean, we didn't know if Trump was tied to the violence. She just laid out in her opening statement that he was the cause for the violence.
That's right.
He was absolutely tied to it.
Here's Chairman Thompson, I think, convening the committee again after this 10-minute recess.
The committee will be in order.
Protests go there ready for war. They knew this on the 5th. And according to this document on your screen, the Capitol Police emailed the Senate Sergeant at Arms
in the room with us, along with some of the family members, friends, and widows of the officers who lost their lives as a result of the attack. Thank you all for being here for us and the American people. Officer Carolyn Edwards has been with the United States Capitol Police since 2017. On January 6th, Officer Edwards was assigned to the First Responder Unit, which serves as the first line of defense at the Capitol complex. She also served as a member of the Civil Disturbance Unit, a special subset of the Uniformed Division trained to respond to mass demonstration events. Officer Edwards is a graduate of the University of Georgia and currently is working on a master's degree in intelligence analysis from Johns Hopkins University. Nick Quistad is an acclaimed filmmaker whose credits include documenting stories from war zones in Afghanistan, Syria, and Iraq. On January 6th, Mr. Quistad was working on a documentary about, quote, why Americans are so divided when Americans have so much in common, end quote. During that day, Mr. Quistad interviewed and documented movements of the people around the Capitol, including the first moments of the violence against the Capitol Police and the chaos that ensued. I will now swear in our witnesses. The witnesses will please stand and raise your right hand. Do you swear and affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Let the record reflect the witnesses answered in the affirmative. Without objection, the witness's statement will be included in the record. Pursuant to Section 5C8 of House Resolution 503, I recognize myself for questioning. As you saw just a few minutes ago,
and they couldn't find the key. Now, ultimately, the Capitol Police Chief requested the National Guard and asked for help 6 different times, and it
sure did.
And a Frank tank?
You know.
At the foot of the Capitol. Our 2 witnesses tonight were both there at the time of that first breach. Officer Edwards was standing with other officers behind a line of bike racks that marked the perimeter of the Capitol grounds. She bravely tried to prevent an angry crowd from advancing on the Capitol. Unfortunately, she was overrun and knocked unconscious as the crowd advanced on the Capitol. Mr. Quistad was a few yards away from Officer Edwards, taking footage of the Proud Boys as part of his work on a documentary film. Most of his footage has never been shown publicly before we shared it this evening. Officer Edwards, I'd like to start by asking if you could tell us why you believe it's important for you to share your story this evening with the committee and the American public. Please, your microphone.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I really appreciate it, and thank you to the committee for having me here to testify. I was called a lot of things on January 6, 2021 and the days thereafter. I was called Nancy Pelosi's dog, called incompetent, called a hero, and a villain. I was called a traitor to my country, my oath, and my Constitution. In actuality, I was none of those things. I was an American, standing face to face with other Americans, asking myself how many times, many, many times, how we had gotten here. I had been called names before, but never had my patriotism or duty been called into question. I, who got up every day, no matter how early the hour or how late I got in the night before, to put on my uniform and to protect America's symbol of democracy. I, who spent countless hours in the baking sun and freezing snow to make sure that America's elected officials were able to do their job. I, whose literal blood, sweat, and tears were shed that day defending the building that I spent countless holidays and weekends working in. I am the proud granddaughter of a Marine that fought in the Battle of the Chosin Reservoir in the Korean War. I think of my papa often in these days, how he was so young and thrown into a battle he never saw coming, and answered the call at a great personal cost. How he lived the rest of his days with bullets and shrapnel in his legs, but never once complained about his sacrifice. I would like to think that he would be proud of me, proud of his granddaughter that stood her ground that day and continued fighting, even though she was wounded, like he did many years ago. I am my grandfather's granddaughter, proud to put on a uniform and serve my country. They dared to question my honor. They dared to question my loyalty. And they dared to question my duty. I am a proud American, and I will gladly sacrifice everything to make sure that the America my grandfather defended is here for many years to come. Thank you.
Officer Edwards, your story and your service is important, and I thank you for being here tonight. Ms. Quickstead, I also like to ask you to introduce yourself. Can you tell us how you found yourself in Washington, D.C. on January 6, 2021?
Good evening, Chair and Madam Vice Chair. Thank you for the introduction. As stated in the winter of 2020, I was working on a documentary. As part of that documentary, I filmed several rallies in Washington, D.C. on December the 11th and December the 12th. And I learned there would be a rally on the Mall on January 6th. So my 3 colleagues and I came down to document the rally. According to the permit of the event, there was going to be a rally at the Ellipse. We arrived at the Mall and observed a large contingent of Proud Boys marching towards the Capitol. We filmed them, and almost immediately I was separated from my colleagues. I documented the crowd turn from protesters to rioters to insurrectionists. I was surprised at the size of the group, the anger and the profanity. And for anyone who didn't understand how violent that event was, I saw it, I documented it, and I experienced it. I heard incredibly aggressive chanting, and I subsequently shared that footage with the authorities. I'm here today pursuant to a House subpoena. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Quested. The Select Committee has conducted extensive investigative work to understand what led the Proud Boys and other rioters to the Capitol on January 6th. We've obtained substantial evidence showing that the president's December 19th tweet calling his followers to Washington, D.C. on January 6th energized individuals from the Proud Boys and other extremist groups. I'd like to play a brief video highlighting some of this evidence.
My name is Marcus Childress, and I'm an investigative counsel for the Select Committee to investigate the January 6th attack on the United States Capitol.
What do you want to call them? Give me a name. Give me a
White
name.
supremacists and
What would
white
you like me to condemn?
White supremacists and right
Proud Boys, stand back and stand by.
After he made this comment, Enrique Terrio, then chairman of the Proud Boys, said on Parler, "Standing by, sir." During our investigation, we learned that this comment during the presidential debate actually led to an increase in membership from the Proud Boys.
Would you say that Proud Boys numbers increased after the stand back, stand by comment?
Exponentially. I'd say tripled probably, with the potential for a lot more eventually.
And did you ever sell any stand back and stand by merchandise?
One of the vendors on my page actually beat me to it, but I wish I would have made a stand back, stand by shirt.
On December 19th, President Trump tweeted about the January 6th rally and told attendees, "Be there, we'll be wild." Many of the witnesses that we interviewed were inspired by the president's call and came to D.C. for January 6th. But the extremists, they took it a step further. They viewed this tweet as a call to arms. A day later, the Department of Justice describes how the Proud Boys created a chat called the Ministry of Self-Defense Leadership Chat. In this chat, the Proud Boys established a command structure in anticipation of coming back to D.C. on January 6th. The Department of Justice 76 returns, which describes individuals occupying key buildings around the United States Capitol. The Oath Keepers are another group that the committee investigated.
You better get your ass to D.C., folks, this Saturday.
Yeah, if you don't, there'll be no more republic. But we're not going to let that happen. It's not even an if. It's either President Trump is encouraged and bolstered and strengthened to do what he must do, or we wind up in a bloody fight. We all know that. The fight's coming.
The Oath Keepers began planning to block the peaceful transfer of power shortly after the November 3rd election. And according to the Department of Justice, Stuart Rhodes, the Oath Keepers leader, said to his followers that we were not going to get through this without a civil war. In response to the December 19th, 2020 tweet by President Trump, the Oath Keepers focused on January 6th in Washington, D.C. In response to the tweet, one member, the president of the Florida chapter, put on social media, "The president called us to the Capitol. He wants us to make it wild." The goal was for the Oath Keepers to be called to duty so that they could keep the president in power, although President Trump had just lost the election. The committee learned that the Oath Keepers set up quick reaction forces outside of the city in Virginia where they stored arms. The goal of these quick reaction forces was to be on standby just in case President Trump invoked the Insurrection Act.
Did the Oath Keepers ever provide weapons to members?
I'm going to decline to answer that and put them at grounds and due process grounds.
In footage obtained by the committee, we learned that on the night of January 5th, Enrique Tarrio and Stuart Rhodes met in a parking garage in Washington, D.C.
There's mutual respect there. I think we're fighting the same fight, and I think that's what's important.
The committee learned that the Oath Keepers went into the Capitol through the east doors in two stack formations. The DOJ alleges that one of the stacks went into the Capitol looking for Speaker Pelosi, although they never found her. As the attack was unfolding, Mr. Tarrio took credit. In documents obtained by the Department of Justice, Mr. Tarrio said in an encrypted chat, "Make no mistake, and we did this." Make no mistake, and we did this. Later on that evening, Mr. Tarrio even posted a video which seemed to resemble him in front of the Capitol with a black cape. And the title of the video was Premonition. The evidence developed by the Select Committee and the Department of Justice highlights how each group participated on the attack on the Capitol on January 6th.
In fact, the investigation revealed that it was individuals associated with the Proud Boys who instigated the initial breach at the Peace Circle at 12:53 p.m.
Within 10 minutes, rioters had already filled the Lower West Plaza. By 2 o'clock, rioters had reached the doors on the west and the east plazas. And by 2:13, rioters had actually broken through the Senate wing door and gotten into the Capitol building. A series of breaches followed. At 2:25 p.m., rioters breached the east side doors to the rotunda. And then right after 2:40 p.m., rioters breached the east side doors near the Ways and Means room. Once the rioters infiltrated the Capitol, they moved through the crypt, the rotunda, the hallways leading to the House chambers, and even inside the Senate chambers.
Individuals associated with two violent extremist groups have been charged with seditious conspiracy in connection with the January 6th attack. One is the Oath Keepers. They are a group of armed anti-government extremists. The other group is the Proud Boys. They promote white supremacist beliefs and have engaged in violence with people they view as their political enemies.
Happens to deploy the security force, you want it there firsthand. That is all in the official Capitol Police files that we've now put up that you just showed on screen.
Enrique Tarrio, your crew filmed them in Washington, D.C. on the evening of January 5th and then on January 6th. On January 5th, the night before the attack, you were with the head of the Proud Boys, Mr. Tarrio, in Washington, D.C. What happened?
We picked up Mr. Tarrio from jail. He'd been arrested for carrying some magazines, some extra capacity magazines, and he took responsibility for the burning of the Black Lives Matter flag that was stolen from the church on December the 12th. We were attempting to get an interview with Mr. Tarrio. We had no idea of any of the events that were going to subsequently happen. We drove him to pick up his bags from the property department of the police, which is just south of the mall. We picked up his bags and went to get some other bags from the Phoenix Hotel, where we encountered Mr. Stuart Rhodes from the Oath Keepers. By the time I'd gone to park the car, my colleague was saying, who'd got into the car with Mr. Tarrio, that they had moved to a location around the corner, the parking garage of the Hall of Legends, I believe. And so we quickly drove over there. We drove down into the parking garage and filmed the scene of Mr. Tarrio and Mr. Rhodes and certain other individuals in that garage. We then continued to follow Mr. Tarrio. There was some discussion about where he was going to go. He ended up going towards a hotel in Baltimore, and we conducted an interview with him in the hotel room. And then we returned to DC for that night. And what was interesting that night actually was that was the first indication that DC was much more busy than it had been any other time we'd been here, because we couldn't get into the hotels we wanted to, and we ended up at a hotel that, you know, was not as satisfactory as we would have hoped.
Thank you. So what you're saying is you filmed the meeting between Mr. Tarrio and Oath Keepers leader Stuart Rhodes, right?
Indeed.
You couldn't hear what was said, but according to the Justice Department indictment of Mr. Tarrio, a participant referenced the Capitol. Now, on the morning of January 6th, you learned the Proud Boys would gather near the rally scheduled to take place near the White House. What time did you meet up with the Proud Boys, and what was happening when they met?
We met up with the Proud Boys somewhere around 10:30 a.m. and they were starting to walk down the mall in easterly direction towards the Capitol. There was a large contingent, more than I had expected, and I was confused to a certain extent why we were walking away from the president's speech, because that's what I felt we were there to cover.
So at 10:30 a.m., that's early in the day. That's even before President Trump had started speaking. Am I correct?
Yes, sir.
So how many Proud Boys would you estimate were marching together to the Capitol?
A couple of hundred. Potentially, yeah, I'd say a couple of hundred Proud Boys were marching towards the Capitol at that point.
At the time, was the area heavily guarded?
No, that was, I remember we walked we walked down the mall, we walked to the right of the reflecting pool, and then north along the road that leads to the Peace Circle. And as we were walking past the Peace Circle, I framed the Proud Boys to the right of my shot with the Capitol behind. And we see one sole police officer at the barriers, which subsequently breached. We then...
for wanting to start an insurrection. Can you explain that logic to me?
In the film where the man questions their duty and their honor, and you see maybe a dozen Capitol Police putting on their riot gear.
So, how would you describe the atmosphere at that time?
The atmosphere was, it seemed to be much darker. I make efforts to create a familiarity between myself and my subjects to, make them feel comfortable. And the atmosphere was much darker this day than had been in these other days. And there was also a contingent of Proud Boys that I hadn't met before from Arizona who appeared to wear these orange hats and had orange armbands.
So when the Proud Boys went back down the hill to the Peace Circle, did a larger crowd start together?
Well, no, first of all, we went round to the back and down the steps, and we took some photographs on the east side of the Capitol, and then we went for lunch. We went for tacos.
So, Mr. Questa, you're a journalist, so you are careful to stick to things that you have observed. But what you've told us is highly relevant. Let me highlight a few key facts that you and others have provided the committee. First, there was a large group of Proud Boys present at the Capitol. We know that from multiple sources. You now estimate that there were around 250 to 300 individuals that you've testified. They weren't there for President Trump's speech. We know this because they left that area to march toward the Capitol before the speech began. They walked around the Capitol that morning. I'm concerned this allowed them to see what defenses were in place and where weaknesses might be. And they decided to launch their attack at the Peace Circle, which is the front door of the Capitol complex.
One by the Supreme Court Chief Justice in Wisconsin saying, you're not following the laws of this state. I think we should pay attention.
Walkway was always where the thousands of angry Trump supporters would arrive after President Trump sent them from the lips. The Proud Boys timed their attack to the moments before the start of the joint session in the Capitol, which is also where President Trump directed the angry mob, quote, "We fight like hell," end quote. He told them before sending them down Pennsylvania Avenue, right to where the Proud Boys gathered and where you were filming. Now, a central question is whether the attack on the Capitol was coordinated and planned. What you witnessed is what a coordinated and planned effort would look like. It was the culmination of a months-long effort spearheaded by President Trump. Mr. Questa, thank you for your eyewitness account of the lead up to the breach of the Peace Circle. This brings us to a point in time where you and Officer Edwards were in close proximity. At this point, I reserve the balance of my time pursuant to 5C Section 8 of House Resolution 503. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Wyoming, Ms. Cheney, for questioning.
Thank you very much, Mr. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Officer Edwards, I want to start by thanking you for your service and thank you for your courage. Thank you for being here this evening. I know that it's not easy to relive what happened for you and for the officers behind you and for the family members of officers in the audience this evening. But it's really important for the country to have a full accounting and understand what happened. I want to start, Officer Edwards, with a short clip that shows the horrible moment when you were injured as the Peace Circle was breached. Officer Edwards, can you describe the crowd that had assembled at the Peace Circle as you and your fellow officers stood behind and guarded the bike racks at the Peace Circle?
Yes, so there were about, I want to say about 5 of us on that line. And there was our bike rack, and then at the bottom of the Pennsylvania Avenue walkway, or right by Peace Circle, there was another bike rack. And so the crowd had kind of gathered there. It was the crowd led by Joseph Biggs, and they were mostly in civilian clothes. There were some who had military fatigues on. We could see people with bulletproof vests on, things like that. They didn't seem, extremely cohesive, but they had gathered there in their outfits, but they had gathered there together, and Joseph Biggs started, he had a megaphone, and he started talking about, first it was things kind of relating to Congress, and then the tables started turning once the, what is now the Arizona group is what you said, the crowd with orange hats, they came up chanting FUCK Antifa, and they joined that group. And once they joined that group, Joseph Biggs' rhetoric turned to the Capitol Police. He started asking us questions like, you didn't miss a paycheck during the pandemic. Mentioning stuff about our pay scale was mentioned. And, started turning the tables on us. I can, conservatively say probably hundreds of civil disturbance events. I know when I'm being turned into a villain, and that's when I turned to my sergeant and I stated the understatement of the century. I said, Sarge, I think we're going to need a few more people down here. And so after that, I think they started conferring. They went a little silent. They started conferring among each other. I saw the person now identified as Ryan Samsel. He put his arm around Joseph Biggs, and they were talking, and then they started approaching the first barricade. They ripped the first barricade down, and they approached our bike racks. At that time, we started holding on, grabbing the bike racks. There weren't many of us, so I grabbed the middle between 2 different bike racks, and I wasn't under any pretense that I could hold it for very long, but I just wanted to make sure that we could get more people down and get our CDU units time to answer the call. So we started grappling over the bike racks. I felt the bike rack come on top of my head, and I was pushed backwards, and my foot caught the stair behind me, and my chin hit the handrail, and then at that point I had blacked out, but the back of my head clipped the concrete stairs behind me.
And you were knocked unconscious, is that right, Officer Edwards?
Concrete stairs behind me.
And you were knocked unconscious, is that right, Officer Edwards?
Yes, ma'am.
But then when you
you can draw a consistent thread between the statements of Jamie Raskin, the efforts to protest outside Supreme Court Justice.
I ran towards the West Front, and I tried to hold the line at the Senate steps at the Lower West Terrace. More people kept coming at us. It just seemed like, more and more people started, coming onto the West Front. They started overpowering us. And that was right about when MPD's officers showed up. Their bike officers pushed the crowd back and allowed our CDU units as well as theirs to form that line that you see, that very thin line between us and the protesters or the rioters, you know, at that time. I fell behind that line, and for a while I started decontaminating people who had gotten sprayed and treating people medically who needed it.
And then you were injured again there on the West Terrace, is that right, Officer Edwards?
Yes, ma'am. So after a while, I got back on the line. It was on the house side of the Lower West Terrace. And I was holding that line for a while. There weren't many of us over there. And Officer Sicknick was behind me for most of the time, for about 30 to 45 minutes that I was down there. We were just, as the best we could, we were just, you know, grappling over bike racks and trying to hold them as quick as possible. All of a sudden, I see movement to the left of me, and I turned, and it was Officer Sicknick with his head in his hands, and he was ghostly pale, which I figured at that point that he had been sprayed, and I was concerned. My you know, cop alarm bells went off, because if you get sprayed with pepper spray, you're going to turn red. He turned just about as pale as this sheet of paper. And so I looked back to see what had hit him, what had happened, and that's when I got sprayed in the eyes as well. I was taken to be decontaminated by another officer, but we didn't get the chance because we were then tear gassed.
And we are going to play just a brief clip of that moment that you've just described, Officer Edwards. Officer Edwards, I just want to thank you for being here. And I know, again, how difficult it is. I know the family of Officer Sicknick as well, who's here tonight. And one of the things one of the Capitol Police officers said to me recently was to ask me whether or not, as members of Congress, all of us understood that on that day, on January 6th, when we were evacuated from the chamber, were led to a safe, undisclosed location, whether we knew that so many of you had rushed out of the building and into the fight. And I can assure you that we do know that, and that we understand how important your service is. Thank you for your continued work with our committee and the interviews, and thank you very much for both of you for being here this evening. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
This is going to be the definitive moment where we prove that Donald Trump is responsible for the insurrection that took place.
Of that awful day that stands out most vividly in your mind?
I can. That time when I talked about falling behind MPD's line, I remember because I had been kind of shielded away because I was holding those stairs, so I wasn't able to really see what was going on over here. When I fell behind that line and I saw I can just remember my breath catching in my throat because what I saw was just a war scene. It was something like I had seen out of the movies. I couldn't believe my eyes. There were officers on the ground, you know, they were bleeding, they were throwing up, they were, you know, they had, I mean, I saw friends with blood all over their faces. I was slipping in people's blood. You know, I was catching people as they fell. You know, it was carnage. It was chaos. I can't even describe what I saw. Never in my wildest dreams did I think that as a police officer, as a law enforcement officer, I would find myself in the middle of a battle. You know, I'm trained to detain, you know, a couple of subjects and handle, you know, handle a crowd, but I'm not combat trained. And that day, it was just hours of hand-to-hand combat, hours of dealing with things that were way beyond any law enforcement officer has ever trained for. And I just remember that moment of stepping behind the line and just seeing the absolute war zone that the West Front had become.
Let me thank you for your service and obviously your bravery that you have told the world about tonight. It's unfortunate that you had to defend the Capitol from fellow Americans. None of us would ever think that that would have to happen, but it did. So let me thank our witnesses for joining us tonight and sharing their experiences with America. Throughout my chairmanship of this committee, I've continuously vowed that this committee will ensure a comprehensive account of the heroic acts on January 6th, and that we will follow the facts wherever they lead. Your testimony is an essential part of that record and helps us do our job. Mr. Quested, thank you for sharing your footage and your account of the day's events with us. The images you recorded and have shared with the committee do a better job than any of our words in reinforcing the violence of January 6th. We hope that the power of your footage help encourage all Americans to consider how citizens with so much in common could viciously brawl at the seat of their democratic government. Officer Edwards, thank you for your brave service, as I indicated, on January 6th, and all you did to protect us, and most importantly, our democracy. If you and your fellow officers hadn't held the line against those violent insurrectionists, we can only imagine the disaster that would have ensued. Your heroism in the face of danger is admirable, and your will to continue to protect and serve despite your serious injuries should be an inspiration to all of us. We wish you a continued recovery and look forward to seeing you back in uniform sometime soon. The members of the Select Committee may have additional questions for tonight's witnesses, and we ask that you respond expeditiously in writing to those questions. Without objections, members will be permitted 10 business days to submit statements for the record, including opening remarks and additional questions for the witnesses. The witnesses have just told us what they heard the rioters saying while they stormed the Capitol on that day. Now we're going to hear it from the rioters themselves. Without objection, I include in the record a video presentation.
in these situations, Sean. And look, the first night of hearings is the most important by far.
Was the fact that, you know, I had supported Trump all that time. I did believe, you know, that the election was being stolen, and Trump asked us to come.
He personally asked for us to come to D.C. that day. And I thought, for everything he's done for us, if this is the only thing he's going to ask of me, I'll do it.
We're going to walk down to the Capitol.
Did you recall President Trump mentioning going to the Capitol during his speech?
Oh, yeah. So that's one of my disappointments. He said he was going to go with us, that he was going to be there.
I know why I was there, and that's because he called me there, and he laid out what is happening in our government. He laid it out.
But I remember Donald Trump telling people to be there, right? I mean, to support.
So you mentioned that the president asked you. Do you remember a specific message?
Basically, yeah, he asked for us to come to D.C., that big things are going to happen.
What got me interested, he said, I have something very important to say on January 6th or something like that, is what got me interested to be there.
You know, Trump has only asked me for two things. He asked me for my vote, and he asked me to come on January 6th.
When the committee reconvenes next week, we're going to examine the lies that convinced those men and others to storm the Capitol, to try to stop the transfer of power. We're going to take a close look at the first part of Trump's attack on the rule of law, when he hit the fuse that ultimately resulted in the violence of January 6th. Without objection, and with that, the committee stands adjourned.
And that is a wrap.
Not partisan, political, anti-Trump propaganda.
Last year, very dramatic testimony following this 10-minute recess they took about an hour ago. Dramatic testimony from Officer Carolyn Edwards, U.S. Capitol Police officer, who we knew was injured in the attack. We saw the video of her being injured in the attack in the middle of her presentation, which was almost impossible to watch, just speaking personally. Also, interesting testimony from a documentary filmmaker who was embedded with the Proud Boys, who talked about how he tried to, as a matter of his technique as a filmmaker, tried to make his subjects comfortable with him. And so you see the two witnesses there embracing one another. But he talked about being, I think it's fair to say, sort of unnerved by the transformation in the atmosphere and the environment in which or at least the mood in which the Proud Boys group was moving toward the Capitol. They ignored the president's speech at the Ellipse, he said, and instead went down the mall to the Capitol. You see Officer Edwards there embracing Officer Michael Fanone, who's another Metropolitan Police Department officer who was grievously injured that day. Chris Hayes.
Well, there was a lot established. I think one of the key parts
laid out in the segment before us, right? Baby formula, gas prices, inflation, the border, crime. They're going to lose this election because they're letting.
I'm not at liberty to get into detail on that, but just so's you knows.
Fair enough. We know, everyone else knows, and I know you well enough to know that that will not interfere in your services tonight. The bar was pretty high, right? Tonight, did they deliver?
Well, part of the problem, you know, politicians, Washington raises expectations. It's going to be a cinematic performance. It's going to be like a mystery. It's going to be like this. And then, of course, you see it and it's a hearing. And on the plus side with that, it was decorous. It was appropriate. It was not flashy. It was not trashy. It was serious. It was sober-sided. It was appropriate. That's good. On the other side, if you tell people that it's going to be like Dateline or 2020 or whatever, and then you tune in and it's, you know, people talking, that's maybe that doesn't deliver. I don't know. But I don't think anybody could have come out of this, anybody who watched this could have come out of it without being reminded of how bad it was, because as time has gone on, we have sanded off the sharp edges of the memory of this thing. And I have to tell you, just watching that, just seeing it, listening to it, I was there that day, and I was reminded of, you know, holy crocono, the feeling that I don't know how you felt that day, but how I felt that day, other than very sad, was the knowledge that we were living through a historical moment that would always live in American history.
I was feeling that way. I was also feeling it in various moments there on the Capitol grounds, terrified as well, and even terrified in my hotel where I...
Their activities on January 6th, the same people that didn't want a single National Guardsmen and women called me and the Secretary of Defense at DOD and said, we want crew-serviced weapons and armored tanks.
To study and report on the massive amount of irrefutable evidence, much of it recently produced, that shows the 2020 presidential election was rigged and stolen. They want nothing to do with that topic because they cannot win on the facts. Cancel and deny, call it the big lie, is all they can do. Corrupt politicians. Benny Thompson is at the stakeout.
What happened on that day? Did you clear the very high hurdle that you had set?
Well, I think we told the story. We told the story about what occurred on January 6th. We told the story who invited the people here. We told of the other violent organizations who participated and actually scouted the Capitol while the speech was going on at the ellipse at the same time. So, it's clear that there was more to what was occurring than just coming to a Stop the Steal rally. And some of what we presented tonight
of its kind in the history of the U.S. Justice Department, more than 800 people arrested in almost all 50 states, Nora.
Excellent points, Catherine Herridge. Thank
states for obstructing a congressional proceeding. And she went through all of the reasons why there is substantial evidence to believe that Donald Trump intentionally committed the crime of corruptly interfering with a congressional proceeding and of fraudulently seeking to obstruct a function of the government.
They are not going to shy away from trying to link Trump-backed candidates to January 6th, to the horror that unfolded on that day with the midterms looming large. The question is, will these hearings have an impact on the all-important midterm elections? It is not clear. It could have an impact around the edges, some of those very close.
Try their best to disappear us, but it never worked.
Support for SDPB
will begin the day in the lower 60s. Will be.
And that was Chairman Thompson. There was a stakeout position right outside the Cannon House office caucus room, and he stepped to the microphones for a brief minute to talk about the Monday hearing. Now, just a reminder, this whole
the transfer of power
and cameras that are in there, and the January 6th hearings and all C-SPAN products are brought to you as a public service by these television companies.
So now Benny Thompson cares about the transfer of power and making sure it works okay? Remember, he's the same Benny Thompson who voted against certifying George W. Bush's election win. And by the way, I'm not even talking about the 2000 recount. We're talking about 2004.
But no, at that time, and this is the very important point, it was kind of a slow back and forth between the documentary filmmaker and Benny Thompson, but he draws out of him. Now, what time was it that you and the Proud Boys were walking down the mall, the unguarded mall? 10:30. That's very early in the day, wasn't it? Yes. Yeah. And the filmmaker says, I was surprised by this. Yes, because I thought we were there to film their presence at the Trump rally. But you're exactly right. By the time Trump told people to go to the Capitol, the Proud Boys had already gone and started the process of breaking into the seat of government. And then he flung the mob at them to follow them in through the breach, presumably to overthrow the government.
That whole second piece is the other half of what Liz Cheney established at the beginning, that the commander-in-chief of the United States military, the chief executive of the Department of Justice, the person who should have and would have called the National Guard was AWOL. But the person who unleashed the mob to complement the conduct of the two militia groups charged with seditious conspiracy was Donald J. Trump.
And he was on the spot. And right on time.
Yeah,
And
hit
what
all
you
his
did.
marks.
Right. That's right.
With Officer Edwards' testimony, which is so powerful in so many ways, legally there's a precision to it that is crucially important in the case against Donald Trump. And that is when she's taking us through her experience and she makes a very simple reference to hours of hand-to-hand combat. That she was engaged in hours of hand-to-hand combat. What we'd heard in the previous hour is during every minute of those hours of hand-to-hand combat, Donald Trump was doing nothing. And it was Donald Trump's job to stop the hand-to-hand combat. And so what she suffered, she never said the word Trump, she never personally did the linkage, but that's the way evidentiary flows do the linkage for you without any particular witness saying it. But there was hours of hand-to-hand combat inflicted on her by Donald Trump's inaction and silence.
Because his supporters were, quote, doing what they should be doing.
He was enjoying it. He wasn't doing nothing. He was actually enjoying it and encouraging it. She describes being on the ground and looking up and describing what she described as a war zone, getting up and slipping in people's blood. She said it looked like a movie. This is one of the reasons that I have long objected to calling what happened on January 6th a riot. Because the lack of a riot implies some spontaneity, some passion in the moment that causes people to go wild. This was a pre-planned going wild because Donald Trump literally said, we're going to go wild. And he said the date when they were going to go wild. One of his chief advisors said the day before, it's going to be wild. This was planned. This reads more, and looking at the footage of it and watching the body-worn camera and all of the camera from the Capitol, this was a war being made upon the United States by the President of the United States. It was planned like a war. It had stacks of people entering the Capitol. You don't enter the Capitol in stacks during a riot, right? This was a very coordinated, deliberate attack on the Capitol for a very specific purpose, to prevent the people inside the Capitol from completing the ceremonial certification of the vote. And I think the timeline is very important. Donald Trump starts speaking at noon. Nick Quested talks about something like 10 in the morning.
10:30. Yeah.
10:30 in the morning. Donald Trump started speaking at noon. The disconnection between the ellipse and what happened there and what happened in the Capitol is that the plan, to your point, was that you needed to rouse the crowd, get Donald Trump to get them excited and get their passion going.
And to tell them where to go.
And tell them where to go. But he had stacks of people. And just one more thing, let's not forget who Enrique Tarrio is. One of the things I thought was interesting, during the video, you saw all the labeling of who were Proud Boys. And you only saw Proud Boys. I didn't see Oath Keepers. You saw the meeting.
One quick Stewart Rhodes thing. That was
Stewart
weird.
Rhodes.
But yeah, but
it was weird, right?
It was all Proud Boys.
But it was mostly Proud Boys. The Proud Boys were the stand back, stand by guys. Enrique Tarrio used to be the head of Latinos for Trump in Miami-Dade. The first time I heard of Enrique Tarrio is he was the guy who led a screaming, proto-violent attack on Speaker Pelosi when she came down to Miami.
That's right, at that Miami Pelosi event.
At Miami, and so he's been around a while.
Yeah.
He was in the White House getting to sort of convene. He wasn't meeting with Trump, but he was there as Latinos for Trump director. And last thing, his organization, the Proud Boys, now literally controls the Miami-Dade Republican Party.
Yeah.
They are in control of a political party in a key state, a key swing state in this country. They are not just a group of insurrectionist thugs. They are a political organization directly tied to and loyal to Donald Trump. Always have.
Can we also just reflect just for a moment on the effectiveness of Officer Edwards' testimony? I mean, it was interesting. I didn't know that whether those two types of testimony would be similar, whether they'd be similar types of witnesses. They're obviously very different types of witnesses. Right from the beginning, the filmmaker says, I'm here under a subpoena. It's clear that he does not want to be there. He doesn't even put on a tie. But when Officer Edwards was sort of speaking freely and not just directly answering questions, when that point that you're singling out, Joy, to me was, I mean, very hard to sit through. When she said, I'm a police officer. I am trained to detain suspects. I am trained because I was a Capitol Police officer. I have dealt with civil disturbances. I'm trained to deal with crowds. I am not combat trained. Right. And this was hours, as you said, Lawrence, of hours of hand-to-hand combat. And when she describes having been knocked unconscious, coming back to consciousness and then going back to the line. And what was she doing when she got back to the line? She's effectively being an ad hoc medic. She is dousing the eyes and trying to detoxify people who have been her colleagues who have been bear sprayed and pepper sprayed. She's trying to help people,
including Officer Sicknick,
because she fears has been gravely wounded and who soon dies. I mean, it is her incredibly capable human story as a no-nonsense police officer who was nevertheless put into a war. It was, to me, you know, it's okay. It's close the door. It's over.
But it's also the evidence.
Did nothing with it. But you have to know that the leadership of the Capitol Police answers to Nancy Pelosi, Speaker Pelosi. She runs the security apparatus around our nation's capital. They had all the intelligence. They didn't act upon it because, in my humble opinion, through my research, they wanted it to happen. They didn't care if this happened.
With President Trump over January 6th and being so incredibly critical of him. So this shows, look, you know, we talk about how this shouldn't be political, that the hearing is a fact-finding mission. That's very true, but it's impossible to ignore the fact that this is taking place during a midterm election, that one of the leaders of this committee is very much involved in the fight of her political life because of her involvement in the committee and her criticism of the former president. So unfortunately, I think we're seeing politics and the fact-finding mission very much bleeding together. I am curious to see what the response is from House Republicans later tonight and tomorrow morning. Some news Liz Cheney made was that a number of House Republicans allegedly were asking President Trump for pardons after January 6th because of their involvement or efforts in trying to overturn the presidential election results. So I think you are going to see the response from these Republicans, and we'll see what they have to say, but it's not going to be anything flattering, I would imagine, about Liz Cheney.
Representative Cheney will face the voters in her home state of Wyoming in August. Finally, Julia, a lot stands out tonight, but there were many promises made for the hearings to come. What promise do you want most delivered upon in the hearings that we will see over the next few weeks?
You know, I think it goes back to being a fact-finding mission. How was this able to happen to a building, a place that so many of us journalists, Americans, lawmakers, police officers frequent every day in our taxpayers' fund? How was this able to happen at a building that's considered one of the most secure places in the country, with so many powerful individuals who have so much influence over the direction of our country that were in that moment at that time? How did this happen? I think there are a lot of questions that need to be asked of President Trump's side of this, how the Capitol maybe wasn't prepared to handle this sort of situation. But I think that's the main question. And how do we prevent this from happening again? We are living in fraught political times right now. Everything's so highly partisan. The rhetoric online, in person, across the nation is so incredibly disturbing and violent sometimes that I think we really need to watch ourselves and be careful when we're in this political realm about what direction we're taking.
Well, the question is, did they...
Just as he did at the ballot box. And in this...
He too and weighs 225 pounds. If you have information, call the Minnehaha County Sheriff's Office or Crime Stoppers at 605-367-7007. Aberdeen residents, if you are planning to head out... So...
Primetime told Nick you knew.
In order didn't do no calls to the Defense Department, no calls to Homeland Security, and she says Pence did all of those things. It's going to be a show not just about January 6th, but also about a tale of two men, a president and a vice president.
So, Dana, over multiple months, Liz Cheney said, Donald Trump oversaw a sophisticated 7-part plan to overturn the presidential election and prevent the transfer of presidential power. 7-part plan. I know that we have sources that are telling us what this is, as much as you can shorthand. What is the 7-part plan?
Well, it starts out with the idea that
the former president engaged in a massive attempt to
The big lie.
overturn the election and spread false information. That was the first one. The second one is to replace the attorney general with an acting attorney general, someone who would be his puppet.
To criminalize, to weaponize the Justice Department, to use it.
To use it, to be his puppet in the Justice Department, to use the tools of the federal government to try to do his bidding to overturn the election. And then what we were talking about, what you were talking about, Abby, the notion of pressuring his vice president to not do his constitutional duty to certify the electoral votes.
Okay, so that's 3 plans of the 7. What are the other 4?
That's 3. 4 is to pressure state officials on putting in a whole new slate of electors. And this is something that obviously the committee is talking about, but this is being dealt with also in federal court.
And also, by the way, just a pressure, an example of that is the notorious call to the Secretary of State of Georgia, Brad Raffensperger.
Exactly, and that's just one thing. There are a lot of bits of that conspiracy, that what the committee is saying, that the actual president, then president, was at the top of that conspiracy to push that.
Let me lead you to 5, because 5 is the legislators wouldn't do that. The state legislators wouldn't do that. So what was the next step?
Well, the next step was that what the former president and his legal team did was to instruct states to create a false set of electors.
And they instruct Republican activists.
Well,
right?
yes, but exactly. So instead of what the voters wanted in these states and what was reported up through the process, he wanted something that was fake, which is another thing that is very important that is going through the federal courts. This next one is something that we saw at the very end of the testimony, which is hearing from members of the Proud Boys and the Oath Keepers saying specifically that they were summoned to the Capitol for the insurrection specifically by Donald Trump himself. That is a really important, and that's what they called number 6. And then the last one is what we were just talking about, which is that the former president did not call the National Guard, use all of the other tools at his disposal to stop the insurrection.
He didn't
despite
walk
pleas,
down to the press
despite
room
plea
and
after
go on
plea
camera.
after plea
Right.
in the text that Jamie, you reported over and over again.
I just think the depth to which, and this is the curtain raiser, we'll see, we have 2 weeks of this, but they teed up these themes that they're going to come back to and they're going to continue to document. I think the idea that, again, hundreds of people are going to jail here. Some of them are the Proud Boys, some of them the Oath Keepers, but some of them are hairdressers and firefighters and doctors and lawyers, people from around the country who came here to support Donald Trump. They were lied to. So I think part of the point where they said, members of Congress, including Scott Perry, listen to Liz Cheney talking about how those people are going to jail. The congressman who were egging them on, along with the White House that was egging them on, he wanted a pardon.
Yeah. Representative Scott Perry, who is also involved in trying to get Clark appointed as Attorney General, has refused to testify here. As you will see, Representative Perry contacted the White House in the weeks after January 6th to seek a presidential pardon. Multiple other Republican congressmen also sought presidential pardons for their roles in attempting to overturn the 2020 election.
It's a piece, a powerful piece she's trying to make, number one, that other people in power were trying to enable and help Trump and to abuse their power, dereliction of duty, to help him. But I think it's also more than that. She's trying to crack the spell. There are a whole lot of people out there who still believe Donald Trump. He has spent years saying, we are liars. Democrats are liars. Liz Cheney is a rhino and she's a liar. They are using his own people. His own people. Bill Barr 3 times. I told him it was bullshit. Mark Short's chief of staff. We thought the vice president was at risk of danger. She's using his own people to say, no, he's the liar.
Right.
He's the liar.
Jason Miller testifying that the data guy told him Trump's going to lose the election. He's going to lose the election. Still ahead, we'll get the January 6th committee chairman's first take on how the hearing went. Congressman Benny Thompson, of Democrat of Mississippi, will join us live. Stay with us.
Trading isn't just a hobby.
She was hanging on.
I climbed a little tree that was there.
She climbed a little tree that was being protected by one of these big ones. And so the water kind of swirled around her this way.
Rapid Creek continues its swollen rampage, knocking out electrical power and throwing flood victims into darkness. Tom Haggerty is in bed at his parents' home.
My dad started yelling for me at like 1 in the morning, got me out of bed, and we lived on Lanark Road, which is about not a full block from where the main force of the water came through. And the water was hitting the front of our house, and it was there was so much pressure that it was raising our garage doors. So my dad had me come out and help him tie down the garage doors. When we opened the ground level door from the garage, about 1.5 feet of water came falling into the house. Anyway, we closed up the garage doors. There was not any light. I mean, you know, if you've been in a cave and you know what it's like when they turn off the lights, that's what it was like that night, except there was this huge sound of water rushing, and I mean, it was just like this roar. And we went out on our back porch, since the water was going around both sides of our house, and it was probably a couple feet deep. And so we were on our back porch, and in our backyard is a pond. It's still there today. Well, the water was running straight back down behind our house, and it was very eerie because you could hear people screaming for help as they floated by, but I couldn't see you. I mean, it was so dark, you couldn't see anything past the length of your arm.
And although any thunderstorm can be dangerous just because of the lightning, but we're not talking about the severe kind of stuff. That's going to stay down to the south, apparently down into Nebraska.
It's been in Nebraska, it seems like the last several days, which is great news. But again, we're going to be looking at just some isolated chances for showers and storms the next couple of days. This all wraps up tonight. Some patchy fog possible tomorrow for some.
Yeah, so and remember that we were talking about that little cell in northwestern South Dakota. So that dies out by 1 o'clock in the morning. But again, we'll see an expansion of some low clouds and fog in the morning, but that should go away. Looks like it's going to be a nice Friday for our Fridays on the Plaza on tomorrow.
For his type 2 diabetes, too.
Once weekly.
Look, they've had their day. I think Donald Trump is not the president, yet he's still occupying so much real estate. That's all they've got. And this is pointing to how bankrupt the Democrats are with their real messaging about the future of this country. This is all they've got. And it is kind of sad. You know, we've had hearings in the past over dark times in our country, and both sides have presented their positions, and then maybe people are persuaded. I don't think anyone is going to be persuaded by these hearings, other than that our government in D.C. doesn't care about the people and what they really care about. And that's really ultimately going to undercut confidence in our government, decrease turnout in our elections. You know, this is not a good thing for America.
Yeah, let me say, this is what it's about tonight. They know, Congressman, they're going to get their clocks cleaned in November. Amen. They've driven this country into the ground. They let it burn in the summer of 2020, including right here in New York. Let it all be smashed, people having fun, ripping everyone else, hitting people in the heads. They didn't care. Now they care. They care because they think it's going to help them in November, and it's not going to help them. It's going to be a disaster for them, and this is all they got. They got this and racism and misogyny and colonialism or any of the other isms they have.
You give them more information.
Congressman Adam Schiff, Chairman of the House Intelligence Committee, member of the January 6th investigation. Sir, thank you for your time tonight. This was quite an undertaking for you and all the members of the committee. I know you're back at it with that morning hearing on Monday. We will hopefully speak to you then, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
You know, it's interesting talking to Congressman Schiff here. You know, you're reminded that he's a former federal prosecutor. Also, you know, Congressman Raskin, right, with a constitutional law professor. You know, we've got Congresswoman Luria on the investigation, who was the commander of a combat-ready gigantic naval unit, right? Like, you've got people who are used to sort of helming things in this way. But Liz Cheney, who I don't know if she's a lawyer, she's certainly not a former prosecutor, she did lay this out as a prosecutor would in an opening statement in a complex trial. What we will show you is evidence that says this. What we will show you is evidence that shows this. What we will show you is evidence that pieces these two things together, saying, here, get ready. Here are all the things we're about to prove. And it's just classical technique for a federal prosecutor, and it's the way you It's the way you prosecute a case to a jury. In this case, there is no jury, but the Justice Department, as an audience for this, is essentially being told, you know, listen, if you're interested in the case, we got one here
Well,
for you.
that's why I asked the question of Adam Schiff, because when you're sitting here taking it in, it is flowing like a courtroom presentation.
Yes,
it is flowing like, hey, Justice Department, look at this, look at this.
Here's how it might sound.
Even down to the language, right? I mean, she's using the language that corresponds with the statutes that she has used before. And I think specifically as regards Donald Trump, one of the things I think she did very effectively was, you know, Donald Trump always has this great defense, which is basically the delusional sociopath defense, right? Which is basically that, yes, the man literally is so deluded and such a sociopath that he doesn't know the facts and he doesn't know right from wrong, and therefore is incapable of forming corrupt intent. And this has been used multiple times. It was used throughout the first impeachment trial, like he didn't know it was wrong. And it's been used in his defense here, like he really believed that he had that all this nonsense. And by showing us the people telling him, no, you're wrong. You didn't win. You lost. His daughter, everyone around him, to take away the delusional sociopath defense, which is, again, a useful defense because it's plausible. Because we all know Donald Trump, right? To say, no, multiple people are telling him all through this, it's bunk, it's garbage, it's BS. And all that was new. Like, we didn't, the Barr testimony, the campaign lawyer, the data guy telling, you know, there's no there. Ivanka, like that's all testimony only the committee's gotten. And I found incredibly effective in knocking out what is the last stool, the last leg in the stool for his criminal implication here, because everything else is in the public.
Well, he's got one more thing, because, you know, one of the things about Donald Trump is he does operate like a mob boss. He doesn't actually say, this is what I want you to do. And so the other piece of defense, and this is how he's basically dealing with his tax situation too, there's no paper. I can't even find the aides that used to work for me. No one exists anymore. And there's no explicit call to arms. But here's the challenge with that, is he can't stop tweeting. And so he did one time tell him what to do. And so I keep coming back to that December 19th tweet, because it was the one time maybe in Donald Trump's career when he slipped up and explicitly told people what he wanted them to do.
Well, Fonnie Willis and her...
His CBD oil sales and some other holistic type remedies that he marketed. So he lost his base. He lost his customer base with one cancellation of social media. He had over 7,000 followers.
That our investigation determined. We've filed with the court in California certain aspects of what our findings have been. And the judge ruled that there were certain things that the president is guilty of, that
or could be guilty of.
Could be guilty of. But as you said, that's not our job. We're there to look solely at the facts and circumstances and provide recommendations to Congress. Now, the Justice Department has inquired as to our sharing of our information. We expect to make that available to them at some point because this whole effort is a publicly funded endeavor, so the public has a right to know.
But would you agree with the reporting that Jamie Gangel offered earlier today, which is you have a lot of audiences for your hearings, but there also is Attorney General Merrick Garland as somebody that you expect and hope is watching. You are talking to him also. You are presenting a case for him to consider.
Well, we are presenting the facts to the public. I think if the Attorney General get an opportunity to view the entirety of our records, it would be very helpful to him. But that's in his lane. We're not trying to confuse the two. But at some point, we do plan to cooperate if requested, and that's what any law-abiding citizen would want to do.
You ran a clip from Jason Miller, the Trump campaign aide. I believe in the clip he was talking about how a presentation was made to President Trump that he was going to lose, and it was precinct by precinct. And Miller is saying that he was taken out of context. Even if you don't put much stock in the credibility of Jason Miller, will you release the full transcript so people can see the full context?
At some point, we'd be more than happy to.
At some point, at the end of the hearings, before the...
Well, we'll look at it. I haven't seen his comment, but we will more than we're more than willing to share it.
Yeah, I mean, just as a member of the public and as a journalist, I'd love to see the transcripts too.
We'll make it available.
We'll make this available. We also saw new video of members of the staff of House Republican leader Kevin McCarthy fleeing, scared, and Vice Chair Liz Cheney referred to McCarthy himself as scared. Obviously, Kevin McCarthy said a lot of things privately and even publicly on the floor of the House in which he condemned the mob and also held Donald Trump responsible. He's backed off all of that now, saying that the American people are responsible for what happened on January 6th. Why was that evidence important, do you think?
Well, I think we have to set the record straight. Clearly, Leader McCarthy was on one side before he went to the other. But as you know, the facts and circumstances haven't changed. He's changed. And if he can say what caused it, as you know, I negotiated what I thought was a bipartisan commission to look at it, made up of 50% Republicans, 50% Democrat. We gave him everything he wanted.
He asked for 3 specific things, and you granted him all 3 of them.
All
Absolutely.
3. And President Trump, at that time, said, you need to be against it. So all of a sudden, he got everything he wanted, and he was against it still.
Today, we heard from Trump's education secretary at the time of the attack, Betsy DeVos, who said that she was so shocked, I'm paraphrasing her, but said she was so shocked by what happened and also by Trump's refusal to call off the crowd, that she started discussing with other members of the Trump administration invoking the 25th Amendment, which allows a cabinet to remove a president from power. I know you know it, I'm telling them. And it allows a cabinet and a vice president to remove a president from power. Vice President Pence told her that he wasn't interested in doing that. Your panel said it was going to reveal more information about that. What more do you know?
Well, we have information from witnesses who can tell us part of the conversation that went on. As you know, I shared the...
Some of the House Republicans don't like me to say this, but I would not be shocked if they weren't somewhere between plus 25 and plus 70. Now, plus 70 would begin to move them towards the all-time high of 1894, so that would be extraordinary. But if you watch what's happening around the country, every couple of weeks, the various experts come out and they say, you know, a few more seats are leaning Republican. A few more seats are leaning Republican. And I just saw another study today where there are a few more seats leaning Republican. So this could be amazing. And frankly, things like last night, putting a president on a comedy show when people are in pain is about the dumbest possible scheduling decision.
Yeah, it's so stupid you can't even believe they can be that stupid. But Newt, the desperation over what they know is coming in November, you can feel it tonight at this committee hearing and the media coverage surrounding it. Watch this.
And the amount of new information I learned as someone who thinks about this story 14 hours a day for 17 months in the last hour is I'm still getting my head around.
Newt, is positively giddy over all the new information that was learned tonight. I must
Acted the White House in the weeks after January 6th to seek a presidential pardon. Multiple other Republican congressmen also sought presidential pardons for their roles in attempting to overturn the 2020 election.
The vice chair of the January 6th investigation, Republican Congresswoman Liz Cheney, making some of the considerable news that she made in her opening statement tonight. We're going to go back to Capitol Hill right now, where NBC News senior Capitol Hill correspondent Garrett Hake joins us once again. We spoke with Garrett just before the hearing started. He's been watching it alongside with us, but with much better seats. Garrett, we wanted to get your take on it and find out what it's been like up at the Capitol since.
Well, Rachel, I don't know how it played in people's living rooms, but watching the video that was put together before that first break was like a sledgehammer to the chest for people who were here in the room immediately after. You had lawmakers coming out in tears. You had police officers who were serving on that day coming out in tears. It was really hard to watch, and so was the testimony of Officer Edwards, who I know a little bit, who I've interviewed in the past, and I've had a chance to talk about it a little bit with Officer Harry Dunn, who our viewers I think mostly know, who was both here that day and who testified in the very first of these hearings. And I learned something new. I learned that you trained Officer Edwards when she was coming up as a Capitol Police officer, and I just wonder what was going through your head as you were watching her do something that you know better than anybody else is incredibly difficult to do.
You know, I had the benefit, I guess, of knowing her story before you all did. So when I heard her talking, I wasn't really surprised. I was just proud. She did a fantastic job, and I couldn't be proud. I was just so proud of her bravery. I called her a shero in a tweet that I wrote. And I'm just so proud of her. Like a big brother kind of thing, and I couldn't be prouder of her.
I was watching all the officers sitting behind her and the widows of the officers who obviously can't be here for this. And I was thinking about you guys, this fraternity of people who didn't have that much else in common before that. Talk to me about what that group is like and what it is like for you all now trying to support each other through this.
You know, just having somebody there that knows what you've been through, what you feel, that consoles you, it's very comforting. Not many people know what we went through that day. Even other police officers, some people, everybody had a different story to tell that day. But these individuals that I've bonded with over these last few months, I couldn't ask for a better group of support, and it's needed because I joked with Sergeant Gannell when Chairman Thompson said that he's going to play the footage. I looked at him, I said, all right, no crying.
Right.
And next thing you know, I got tears coming down my face. He looked, man, I thought you said no crying. So, you know, even in that moment, he was able to make me smile and joke about it. So
when I first met Officer Edwards, I was doing a story about the therapy programs and the mental health part of officers trying to get back to work and how challenging it has been. What's the state of how, I don't want to ask you to speak for everybody, but the challenge for the department of getting people back to work and getting people feeling like this is a unit that works together. These are folks who can go back to doing their jobs and who maybe don't have to think about that day every day for the rest of your careers.
You know, a lot of people deal with trauma out of sight, out of mind. I don't. I like to confront it head on. But going through these hearings and these testimonies, you can't put it out of sight, out of mind, because it's front and center. Even if you're not trying to watch it, people are talking about it, and it just brings up tough memories for a lot of people who don't talk about it.
Right.
So it's difficult, but it's necessary to heal. So.
Thank you for talking about it, and thank you for talking about it with me. You told me you're going to be here for all the rest of these hearings, so we will talk again, I imagine. And ladies, I mean, you heard it there. I mean, this is somebody who knows this better than almost anybody, both what it was like to be here that day, what it was like to testify about it, and what it's like to try to be part of this community who's still trying to figure out how people go back to work and do their day jobs after so much violence at what is a workplace and really a community for literally thousands of people in Washington.
Garrett, a little bit convenient. I can't imagine she forgot what happened 5 years ago. Your reaction?
Laura, look, I mean, clearly we all know what happened. They, you know, whatever her reason was, I think most Americans are just sick and tired of the politicization that you're seeing by the Democrats to try to change the subject. They know what American people are angry about. American people are angry about what Joe Biden and Nancy Pelosi and their far-left socialist agenda have done to people, and they wish Congress was addressing those things, not this.
Watch. Chris Tyrwell, is there an answer here? Is there a solution to this, or is this who we are, period?
Well, not everybody watched the Watergate hearings, and a lot of Republicans stuck with Nixon until the bitter end, and it took a long time to get there. I don't know what the answer is. I don't really care what other people do. I care what we do. I care what I do. The reality here is that Tucker Carlson wants, he has supporters, not viewers. This is a strong emotional connection that he has. He talks like a political leader. He talks like somebody who might be running for president. That is something different than the news. You know, that's his call. That's their thing. But that's not the news.
I will say this, I was really little for Watergate, but I do recall Barry Goldwater marched down to the White House with leadership from the Senate and the House, and they went right into the Oval Office, and Goldwater said to Nixon, you're not going to win the impeachment vote, and I won't vote for you. And then the committee voted 77, I think, to nothing, in favor of the hearing. So it was such a different time back then, right? Just such a different time. So I want to play another moment. It was really upsetting, actually, watching some brand new video that we'd never seen before of some of the combat, as we heard one of the officers who testified say. It was a war zone, and some of that was played. New video we hadn't seen before. It was very, very difficult to watch. I want to show you NewsNation, Fox, CNN, and MSNBC, and the vast difference on how they covered that moment at exactly 8:57 Eastern Time tonight.
It's, I will say, breathtakingly audacious of a committee whose stated purpose is to get to the truth, not to answer even the most basic questions. If you sat through this entire thing and didn't learn why the cops opened the doors to the rioters, like, what's the point?
So that's hard to hear, that cops opening the door to the rioters, because we can see it with our plain eyes. But I do know that some police officers did, either out of fear or, as some would accuse, maybe out of collusion. I find that hard to stomach, that accusation. But Philip Bump, if there is a mission here to secure a felony conviction for the President of the United States, is that a mission to stop him from running again? And if that is the case, then what? What are you going to see those people do then?
Yeah, I don't know that it is. I mean, I think that the Justice Department has shown that it is trying to be very careful in how it progresses. You just saw this week that it chose not to actually file contempt charges against two of Trump's allies. I think it's being very, very narrow in what it's moving forward with. I don't know what happens then. Chris sort of alluded to the idea that Tucker Carlson might want to have a career in politics, which, I think opens a whole new can of worms. I do think you've pointed out Watergate several times. There's a comment from John Dean, the attorney who was the star of the Watergate hearings. He said shortly after Donald Trump took office that had there been a Fox News at that point in time, Nixon wouldn't have had to resign. And I think that really is the transition that we're talking about here, and that's what we're seeing exemplified in the clips that you're showing.
I'm going to leave you with this this little montage of some of the big stars in cable news and how they were leading up to these hearings, how they were phrasing them in their own prose. Take a look at this.
Anyone old enough to remember the Iran-Contra hearings in the late 1980s or watch the Watergate hearings, anyone familiar with either of these knows that these rare proceedings often produce surprises and drama, and more often than not, a better approximation of the truth of what really happened than anyone might have expected.
These hearings, beginning tomorrow, are a way of focusing public attention on the health and status of American democracy and those who still seek to destroy it.
All right, so we're going to have this big Hollywood presentation, the January 6th committee, tomorrow night during this hour. I think some of it will still be going on.
I'm going to add to that. I'm going to say, in the words of Ben Franklin, it's a republic if you can keep it. So I hope we all continue to watch, even if you don't agree. Just be informed before you make a decision. Philip Bump, thank you so much for being here. It's nice to see you again. And Chris Stirewalt, as always, thank you. Still to come tonight, an innocent man spent 17 days in jail because of an American Airlines screw-up, he says. And the same thing could happen to you. You have got to hear what he says before you get on another airplane.
Order.
Lenjet's spring be defended. He did not call his Secretary of Defense on January 6th. He did not talk to his Attorney General. He did not talk to the Department of Homeland Security. President Trump gave no order to deploy the National Guard that day. and he made no effort to work with the Department of Justice to coordinate and deploy law enforcement assets.
The president took no action to defend the U.S. Capitol that day, and we can talk about his motive for that in terms of whether or not this was the intentional violence that he set out to create and was therefore enjoying it. But once the country was at that level of threat, Vice President Pence tried to call in all of those assets to defend the country. The president made no call for any of them to do anything to stop the harm. Does that resonate in a new way today after this hearing?
I think it does. I think Americans, as partisan as we are right now, we saw it with Ukraine. There is still a desire that at moments of crisis, we want a president to bring us together. We really do. And a moment of crisis, and I can picture Trump, because I know exactly that dining room. I know exactly how he was sitting there watching a bank of television screens. He watched them break those windows. He watched them attack police officers. This was the President of the United States watching Capitol Police officers be attacked and violence and someone being shot. And he thinks it's a good thing for him. He sees the world only through what he can get and what he can have and how good he looks. He doesn't care about anything else. And that's the sad thing. All these people think he cares about them. He doesn't care about them. He's a liar. He's immoral. And he refuses to lead a nation that desperately needed him to step up that day. I thought it was really powerful the way she put it that day. And I don't ever recall hearing that he never talked to anyone.
Exactly. I think we had intimations to that effect. We had the worrying hole in the White House call records, all these hours where we didn't know what happened, but hearing her definitively say he placed no call to any element of the U.S. government to defend the U.S. Capitol, that is new. Claire, thank you. Thank you very much, Nicole.
Now, I know you're dying to know more about the theatrical impact of tonight's January 6th hearing. And for that, we're joined by Fox News contributor Raymond Arroyo. Raymond, the hard sell before this hearing was like nothing I've ever seen.
Laura, Marvel movies are sold with less hype than this hearing. But when you're advancing what Speaker Pelosi earlier today called a narrative, a storyline, you need to sell it. And the networks complied.
Now, after nearly a year of work behind closed doors, the results of the insurrection investigation are about to be revealed.
Right now, the nation's focus returns to the U.S. Capitol as we await the most comprehensive account yet of crimes committed against the United States on this sacred ground.
This is going to be theater. The idea is to make this look like a nonpartisan story of something that could happen again, to sort of wake people up.
They could do the greatest show on earth tonight.
Now, when you promise the greatest show on earth, Laura, you'd better deliver. These were the scintillating opening acts.
Unidentified section of the garage. When the public came to identify their loved one, we had nurses on duty, we had clergy on duty to help those who might need medical help, to help those who needed physical support. But the families would be taken into the garage, one family at a time. Usually just one or two of the family members would come in with us. A staff member would go with them. If the body was identified, it was properly marked and then placed in the identified section.
Kay Shriver is asked to identify the body of her friend, Gail Nemeti.
And she was on the floor in the garage. And it was her. But she wasn't all messed up or anything. I was so thankful. I just saw, like, bruises on the side of her face. And, you know, she was a muddy mess, but she was all there. And so I just felt in my heart that I hope she didn't suffer a lot.
The three funeral homes realized very shortly that it was going to be almost impossible to have a full funeral service for each and every family. So the three funeral homes sat down with the ministerial associations that were here in town at the time, and it was decided that they would offer graveside services only, not full services with a church service or a service in the chapel. Most families were content with that plan. Once one of us had sat down with the family, we would take care of all the paperwork for the death certificates and all the legal data. We would schedule a time for the service, and then in cooperation with the cemeteries, one funeral home would schedule their services on the hour, the second funeral home would schedule their services on the quarter hour, and the third funeral home would schedule their services on the half hour, so that we were all jammed together at the same time, trying to it made it easier for the cemeteries to accommodate everyone.
Some of the bodies are not easily identified. Dentists, including Gary Harms, use dental records to make identifications.
When people drowned, they bloat, and you cannot recognize them. So I took care of a lot of the people down there. One of my best friends was down there. He and his wife and son drowned that night. But anyway, I got all my dental records out because that's the only way you can find out specifically who people are. And so they had a 18-wheel trailer there at the morgue, and they kept bringing people in, and you know, if I thought I knew something about where they were or whatever, then I'd get their records out, and it was just a terrible ordeal.
James Whitehead flies a National Guard helicopter into the wreckage, retrieving bodies.
That's the only way we could get into some of these places, you know, especially down by Bacon Park. That was really a lot of mess down there, and people wrapped around trees, and then of course all the bushes and brush and limbs and stuff was piled around them. You literally had to pull them out of there, you know, because they're just entangled in there so much. And I remember this one 18-year-old girl, I'm sure she was about 18 years old. She had her leg completely tore off, and it was bad. You couldn't even imagine what it looked like. You couldn't even imagine. I mean, it looked like the World War II when they bombed in Syria, you know, and just all the destruction.
City workers spend the days after the flood repairing badly damaged utilities. They look for survivors and count the dead. 2 days after the flood, Mayor Don Barnett calls a meeting of the city council.
We got the council together in a small room in the courthouse. It had one little light bulb on the wire, and we were sitting around the table, but the reporters weren't there yet. I had told them about the meeting, and you just can't have meetings in South Dakota without the reporters in attendance. And
heading into the morning hours. So this whole area right here, watch out for some low clouds and fog in the morning, temperatures in the 50s. But whatever fog we do get to form will not last very long. By noon, a clear to partly cloudy sky. By 5 o'clock, temperatures in the 70s to right around 80 degrees. A couple of spotty showers not out of the question, mainly in northeastern.
Is out of this world.
A bit of a grind. It feels that way a little bit.
Poles were on the ground. It was just like war. And so he said, I need authority from the council to use federal money to repair those 700 mobile home site locations. Leonard Swanson had been with the city since 1947, and he was public works director. He said, no, just real sharp like that. And he said, the council and the city cannot permit the reoccupation of the floodplain, because that would be that would endanger so many lives. And he said we should never sentence, like a judge would sentence you to the gallows, we should never sentence the flood survivors to one more night on the suicidal floodplain. And Kay was there, my administrative assistant, and she wrote that down, and then I repeated it, and then she repeated it, and Swanee broke down in tears, and Dr. Lytle was president of the city council and deputy mayor, and he said, I think Swanee's right. We should not permit the federals to repair those mobile home parks. Maybe nobody should repair their homes near the creek. So he made a motion, and lo and behold, all 10 councilmen adopted that policy. We did not buy all of the land near the creek, but we certainly purchased all of the residential land by the creek, and then had a relocation program when the HUD people out of Denver granted Rapid City $48 million, and we used that to buy the places where 1,500 families had lived, and we converted that to an open space park that's 5 miles long and 5 blocks wide all the way through town. Now, when we have high water again in Rapid City, those parks will be damaged, but they won't be damaged to the tune of 700 destroyed mobile homes and over 1,000 wooden homes, because now it's a golf course, about 18 miles of hiking trails and biking trails and soccer fields and so many recreational things, and that floodplain park makes Rapid City one of the most beautiful cities in America. But with all this growth in Rapid City now, they're growing east, west, north, and south. My God, they're gonna pull Rapid City into Meade County here before long, and clear to the air base. Box Elder was a mobile home park when I was mayor, and now it's an American South Dakota city. And all of that growth will turn around and put pressure on the council to again reoccupy the beautiful floodplain with residential housing of all varieties. And as long as I'm alive, I'll be at those public hearings to remind the people about the stupidity of the platting and the zoning and the bad land use patterns that were in place at 5 o'clock on June 9th in the evening hours, because by 5 o'clock a.m. they weren't there anymore.
It was 72 on June the 9th, when the rain that fell made the waters rise. Canyon Lake lost its dam that night and took all but higher ground. They found him on Jackson Boulevard, ankle deep in their own front yard. They prayed to God the car could start, and they went for higher ground. If I ever learned a thing from my father, it's never fear hell or high water. Even when there's problems all around, you just look for the higher ground. I remember the lies the people swore, turning from love to brandish their swords. I remember you stood without saying a word, and you took the higher ground. 'Cause if I ever learned a thing from my father, it's never fear hell or high water. 'Cause even when there's problems all around, you just look for the higher ground.
Your membership keeps public broadcasting free for everyone, with help from Casey Peterson, LTD Financial.
A side effect that may lead to death. A rare life-threatening bacterial infection in the skin.
80 in the afternoon, that north breeze only around 8 miles an hour, eventually becoming southeast again later on in the day. But Brian, we're going to be warming things up over the next several days, getting into the 80s, a lot of us this weekend, and staying there all next week.
Wow. Thank you, Phil. Yep. Late Night Laughs next on Fox Sioux Falls. We will see you in 2 minutes on KSFY and KDLT. Good night, everyone.
He said that at the top of his remarks, going back to his own where he's from in his part of the country, of course, white supremacy and KKK, and then January 6th.
I did not get to see this with my own eyes, but what I will say is this is a lot less laughable than the last story. When you use things like the KKK and slavery to make your point or to demonize somebody on the opposite side of the political aisle, you've done yourself a disservice, you've done the American people a disservice, and what you've done with those words like the KKK and slavery, which are truly horrific and represent real transgressions that people put others through, you take the meaning away from those words. I've been called a white supremacist. I've been called a Nazi.
What?
I don't think I'm truly capable. Yes, on many occasions.
Wait.
I am the biracial.
Who called you? Wait a second. Who called you? I mean, under what circumstances were you called a white supremacist?
The circumstance of purely being a conservative makes me the biracial face of white supremacy, Laura. So the word means nothing to me anymore because of how often it is thrown frivolously at people who do not deserve it.
Oh my
so that's truly what he's done with
nutrition for strength and energy.
Ensure complete balance. Vitamin C gives you 2 times brighter skin.
Because there was a purpose when his son suffered so much more than my family. God allowed it. And God stayed on that cross. And there was a purpose. And that purpose is why I know I will see my loved ones again.
And that state senator believes that the inmates on the bus who helped Lopez could face criminal charges. Ashley?
What about the solid evidence? Is there anything that they can actually build a case on?
That's a good question. They still don't have the handcuff key. Perhaps that's the most disturbing thing about all of this. They believe Lopez had a handcuff key, gave it to another inmate, and that there's another inmate in the prison system right now.
May cause low blood sugar.
A once-daily pill that goes beyond lowering A1C?
On it. Which are
Poodles, Cheney, and Kinzinger to try to paint Donald Trump and his supporters as nothing but, of course, insurrectionists. And remember, they weren't just a danger after the 2020 election, but for every election going forward. I don't think it's going to work. I think the polling is showing that. A couple hundred people who broke the law at the Capitol is not an entire political movement. That's it for us tonight. It's America now and forever. Greg Gutfeld and the crew are next.
Back.
Hello, everyone. This is Don Lemon tonight. Definitely a moment in history happening just moments ago. The January 6th committee beginning to make its case to the American people with revelations we have never heard before. Tonight, what some of the more than 1,000 witnesses told the committee behind closed doors. There's new video from members of the then president's inner circle, even his daughter, Ivanka Trump.
This is the president's daughter commenting on Bill Barr's statement that the department found no fraud sufficient to overturn the election.
How did that affect your perspective about the election when Attorney General Barr made that statement?
It affected my perspective. I respect Attorney General Barr. So I accepted what he was saying.
But the committee is making it clear this is not just about what happened on January 6th or in the days leading up to it. It's about a clear and present danger to our democracy and what could happen in the next election. We've got a lot to talk about in the coming hours here on CNN. Here with me in studio, Seth Herndon, Andrew McCabe, and Scott Jennings. So glad that they could join. But first, we want to get to CNN's Manu Raju and Ryan Nobles in Washington on Capitol Hill with the very latest on this. Gentlemen, good evening to you. Ryan, you first. Stunning first night here. Shocking new video, emotional live testimony, taped testimony from people close to the former president and the January 6th committee, making the case that The former president, Donald Trump, was at the center. Tell us more about what we heard, sir.
Yeah, and Don, I think if there is a takeaway from tonight, it is that the committee did not shy away from placing the blame on what happened here on January 6th directly at the feet of the former President Donald Trump. And they did it by very calmly laying out a wide range of evidence from a number of different factions and factors, and from hearing from the people closest to him during this period of time. Just listen to how the committee members laid out the case as part of this hearing tonight.
You will hear that President Trump was yelling and, quote, really angry at advisors who told him he needed to be doing something more. And aware of the rioters' chance to hang Mike Pence, the president responded with this sentiment, quote, maybe our supporters have the right idea. Mike Pence, quote, deserves it.
And while the committee definitely didn't shy away from blaming President Trump for what happened here, they certainly did not play their entire hand. This was more than anything a tease of what's to come. This is just the beginning of a long set of hearings that are going to take place throughout the month of June, and the committee promised tonight we're going to hear a lot more about what they've uncovered over the past 11 months.
So Manu Raju now also on Capitol Hill. Manu, talk to me about what you're learning. I understand you're learning about the committee's knowledge about the House Republicans seeking pardons from the former President Trump.
Yeah, one of the things that Liz Cheney said in her remarks during this hearing was that there were some House Republicans who asked Donald Trump for pardons about their actions involving January 6th. Now, one person that she did point out was Congressman Scott Perry. He's a Pennsylvania conservative, a member, the leader of the House Freedom Caucus. That's the conservative faction within that conference, and she contended that he was one of those individuals seeking a pardon. Now, I caught up with the chairman of the committee, Benny Thompson, right after, try to get some more information about that as well. He said that they have, quote, documentation proving that some of these members had asked for pardons. Now, he would not say how many members that there were that asked for pardons, but he did say that this will come out through the course of the hearings. Now, Jamie Raskin, who's another member of the committee, also would not divulge those details, but he said this, in his view, shows a clear consciousness of guilt that some of these members would go and ask for pardons, and just knowing that their actions could lead them in some legal jeopardy. But the good question, too, for this committee, Don, is what will they do with these Republican members of the House who have defied the subpoenas from this committee, including Congressman, the leader of the House Republican Conference, Kevin McCarthy, Perry himself, and others, and asking these members of the committee whether they will go as far as holding these members in contempt of Congress. They will simply just not say if that is what they plan to do. So it's uncertain if they'll get this testimony at all from these members who allegedly asked for pardons. But that was one of the key revelations here, showing just how many people were involved in what happened in the run-up to January 6th, and whether any of them thought that they could be in trouble for what they did.
Ryan, I found it interesting that the first closed-door testimony to the committee we saw tonight was from the former Attorney General Bill Barr. What did we hear?
Yeah, and Don, it's important to point out that that interview with Bill Barr was only conducted 8 days ago. But the committee found what he had to say so important that they made it the first piece of sound that we heard from any of these closed-door testimonies that have taken place over the past 11 months. And what they were trying to show here was that Donald Trump was told by people that he trusted that he did not win the election. Listen to what Attorney General Bill Barr told the committee.
I had 3 discussions with the president that I can recall. One was on November 23rd, one was on December 1st, and one was on December 14th. And I've been through sort of the give and take of those discussions. And in that context, I made it clear I did not agree with the idea of saying the election was stolen and putting out this stuff, which I told the president was bullshit. And, you know, I didn't want to be a part of it, and that's one of the reasons that went into me deciding to leave when I did. I observed, I think it was on December 1st, that, you know, how can you can't live in a world where the incumbent administration stays in power based on its view, unsupported by specific evidence, that there was fraud in the election.
So what was remarkable about what Barr had to say was, first, that he was very clear with Donald Trump that he did not think that he won the election, and also that he thought that Donald Trump's actions were a danger to the Republic. And that is significant because that is part of the central thesis of the January 6th Select Committee. Don, it's important to point out, Ivanka Trump said that she changed her mind, or was at least influenced by what Bill Barr had to say. You already played that sound a little bit earlier today. We've only seen a very small fraction of the interviews that this committee has conducted, around 1,000 different interviews, and there are still a number of hearings left to go, so there is still a lot more that we're probably going to learn before the end of June.
Ryan, Manu, stick around. We still have a lot to go here live on CNN.
And just sad testimony from people like Carolyn Edwards that's going to ultimately break through.
Carolyn Edwards, a police officer, not a politician. Neil, from a legal perspective, what was your takeaway? What happens next?
Well, I mean, I think first of all, just before the law, it's the impact of the hearing in general, because for anyone who has doubts about the hearings, and there were so many naysayer stuff, I mean, I have a question. What would happen if the committee didn't have this hearing tonight, if Congress never got a chance to speak for itself? And the hearings are about, as you say, the legal issues and the perpetrators, but they're also a chance for Congress to draw a line in the sand and announce that violence against our democracy will never, never be met with silence. Now, legally, a crime requires two things. It requires criminal intent and it requires a criminal act. And for criminal intent, the mens rea, I think it was really established today with respect to Donald Trump in really powerful ways. Donald Trump was told repeatedly he lost the election. He was told it by his data people. He was told it by Bill Barr, his vaunted attorney general. And most devastatingly, his own daughter thought so and said she agreed with Bill Barr, who called it bullshit. And if Bill Barr knows about anything, he knows about bullshit. And then with respect to the criminal act, the actus reus, it was so powerful when Liz Cheney went through this and said Donald Trump never called anyone. He sat by while the Capitol was under attack, didn't call the military, didn't call the National Guard, didn't call the Justice Department, didn't call Homeland Security. Instead, it took to Pence and others to do that. And so, look, I think Liz Cheney in particular tonight was beyond outstanding. I mean, I think I'm a pretty good lawyer, but what she did rivals anything I've ever seen in any courtroom anywhere. And, also just to cross party lines and do that, I gotta say, if this country's gonna make it through and transcend this ridiculous partisanship, it's acts like that. And I'm saying this about someone who used to she used to run ads against me, calling me a member of the Justice Department, Al-Qaeda 7, and all sorts of nonsense. And, it was nonsense in the past, but tonight it was exactly right on.
Do the American people realize that about Liz Cheney? Because Liz Cheney has just been painted as this anti-Trump politician. She's a true conservative Republican. We're talking about Dick Cheney's daughter. And before the insurrection, I mean, she voted with Donald Trump over 90% of the time. So besides laying out a really good case tonight, did she lay out a case that reminded America that this is about democracy, not politics?
I think she's the one who has constantly pointed out this is about an oath to the Constitution, that she's not going against Donald Trump. She's not going in favor of the Democrats. She's there for the Constitution. And I thought she did an elegant job of doing that tonight. And I think people do need to realize this is an act of political courage by her, because she's not from a state where she can get by if some Democrats vote for her. She's from a state where 70% of the people in her state are Republicans. There's no way there's enough Democrats. If every single Democrat showed up and voted for her, I don't think there would be enough to get her over the top if, in fact, Trump's pick in Wyoming ends up having the kind of vote totals it looks like she has right now. So the point is, history is going to be kind to Liz Cheney. History is going to be cruel to other Republicans.
Will Republicans be kind to Liz Cheney? We're not about to see Republicans stand up and say, hey, we just watched that first hearing. We were wrong. Trump's a bad guy. We're with Liz. However, are you going to see the national GOP maybe start to dial back? Because they've been pushing hard against Liz Cheney for the last year and a half.
No way, especially when she said what she said tonight. She's the one who called out other Republicans and said, Donald Trump will be gone and your dishonor will stay. She's going for it, and I don't think the other Republicans are going to bring her back in the fold. She's out there by herself.
Well, she's not out there by herself.
No, she's out there with the Constitution.
There you go, right there. She's out there with the Constitution. Constitution has stood a lot longer than the rest of us. Neil, watching this footage, how can you say this is anything but domestic terrorism? If this isn't domestic terrorism, I have no idea what is.
I completely agree, Steph. I don't think there's a question about that. I think, you know, if you're trying to defend these folks, you'd have a really hard time. I think one of the things I really liked about what the committee did, though, is they took the easy case, the domestic terrorism stuff, and they didn't dwell on it. They showed us all of the things and even folks like us who watch this stuff a lot need to be reminded of just how horrific it was. But then they linked it to a larger story about Donald Trump in particular, the weaving that they did of first-person testimony and a TikTok along with Trump's statements, I thought was particularly brilliant. And just the other thing I want to say about the history and the colloquy you were just having with Claire a moment ago, I don't think this is actually about Liz Cheney and how she goes down in history. I mean, for me, it's about the history of the event. I mean, memory is not an automatic process. We remember because people like Liz Cheney fight to preserve the truth for the history books, no matter what the personal cost is. And I'm so, we have to follow her lead. We can't rely on someone sitting in a library one day to uncover the truth. So what this committee is doing, what she's doing, is bringing that out for the history books, not for her, but for all of us and our children.
Jackie, it wasn't just dangerous what they did, it was wildly stupid. When you watch those insurrectionists, they were videoing themselves. I would think if I robbed a bank, I'd be sneaking in with a bag over my head and jumping into a getaway car. Did they believe that Donald Trump was going to save them? It's amazing. It's like some of that footage we watched was theirs.
I think they did believe, Steph. That's why many of them have actually gone to prison over the former president's orders. You heard in that last montage that the committee showed to conclude the hearing, insurrectionists in their own words saying that they thought that President Trump directed them to go to the Capitol to commit these crimes, and they were just following through his orders. One of the lines that stood out to me most actually during the hearing was Nick Custead, the documentary filmmaker who was embedded with Enrique Tarrio, the leader of the Proud Boys, and was with far-right extremists on the day of January 6th. And after he had this violent and bloody day embedded with them and documenting what they were doing, he said that they went and just and got some tacos post-insurrection. And to me, that really drove home this idea that the insurrection was just happening in plain sight. These people were not worried about, with the exception of Enrique Tarrio, who at that point in time was already a target for law enforcement. They were proudly posting on the internet and making very clear what they had been doing. And it wasn't until really in the aftermath did some have the realization that what they had done was wrong, and some still continue to deny that what they did was wrong. But just on the topic of Liz Cheney, the other line that really stuck with me as well during this hearing was when she said there will come a point when Donald Trump is gone, but your dishonor will remain. To me, that's the top three of the lines that I think we heard this evening.
Let's talk about that point when Donald Trump will be gone. Neil, do you think a criminal case against Trump was laid out?
I do. I absolutely do. As I say, it requires those two things, criminal intent and a bad criminal act. And both of those, I think, were at least, if not met tonight, enough evidence to really say to the Justice Department, you have to open an investigation, if you don't have one already, against Donald Trump. We know there's an investigation generally about January 6th, and we know the Attorney General has said he'll follow the evidence wherever it leads, charge anyone, no matter what their position of responsibility had been. But I think now the evidence is really, they've laid out in a really careful way what that case against Trump looks like. It's building on, Steph, a decision by a federal judge a few months ago in California, Judge Carter, who wrote a lengthy opinion saying, after reviewing the evidence that Congress put before him, he said it's more likely than not that Donald Trump committed serious felonies on January 6th. And my fervent hope is, if this were any